Chapter 3098. Let's get out of here, shouted the patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan. He wanted to lead the Ice Spirit clan to get out of here. However, at this moment, a strong and scorching chi wave rolled towards the patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan. It was the Scarlet Flame clan's patriarch. He punched out, and a scorching fist energy shot towards the Ice Soul clan's patriarch. Shouted the patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan. An ice sword appeared in his hand. He slashed at the patriarch of the Flaming Flame clan. Boom! The ice sword hit the patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan, exploding violently. Buzz! The ice sword trembled violently and crazily. In the end, it exploded with a bang. The Ice Soul patriarch was also pushed back by a terrifying force. His body crashed into a glacier, and the entire glacier exploded. The patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan vomited blood, his face pale. Fourth King God Layer. You've broken through to the Fourth King God Layer. How's that possible? Shouted the patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan. He had fought with the patriarch of the Flaming Flame clan for a long time. He knew each other well. The patriarch of the Flaming Flame clan was about the same as him in terms of talent and strength. It was impossible for him to break through to the Fourth King God Layer so quickly. However, the patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan had broken through to the Fourth King God Layer. How could he not be shocked? What? Fourth King God Layer? Oh my God! The patriarch of the Flaming Flame clan has broken through to the Fourth King God Layer. The Ice Spirit clan's members all paled. Many of them had pale faces. In the past, the two clans each had a Fourth King God Layer expert. In terms of top fighting strength, the two clans were equal. However, the Flaming Flame clan was stronger than the Ice Spirit clan. But now, the Flaming Flame clan had two Fourth King God Layer experts. In terms of top fighting strength, they had the upper hand. To the Ice Spirit clan, it was a disaster. Ha ha! I told you, the Ice Spirit clan will be destroyed today. The Flaming Flame clan's patriarch laughed wildly. He was so excited, especially when he saw the despair in the patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan's eyes. He felt so happy. Don't worry, I won't kill you so soon. I will kill Lu Ming first, then I will kill all the people of the Ice Spirit clan. Ha ha ha! The Flaming Flame clan's patriarch laughed wildly. The matriarch of the Ice Soul race roared. She was so angry that she spat out another mouthful of blood. The difference between the Third King God Realm and the Fourth King God Realm was too big. The patriarch of the Ice Soul clan was severely wounded. Let's get the 9 Extinction God Crystal first. Lu Ming, tell me, is the 9 Extinction God Crystal in your hands? The dean of the Winged Demon Academy looked coldly at Lu Ming. That's right, it's in my hands. Lu Ming smiled, and a small purple-gold box appeared in his hand. He picked it up and shook it. His expression was calm from beginning to end. Everyone's gaze was immediately attracted to the small box in Lu Ming's hands. Dean, I will go and snatch the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. Sect Master, I will go and snatch the 9 Extinction God Crystal. Patriarch, at this moment, experts from the Mystic Academy, the Invincible Kenzo, the Immeasurable Holy Land, and the Flaming Flame clan stepped out and rushed towards Lu Ming. They all wanted to obtain the 9 Extinction God Crystal. The one who obtained the 9 Extinction God Crystal and handed it over would definitely receive more rewards. These forces had already started competing. There was a total of 8 experts from the 4 forces. They pounced on Lu Ming, and all of them were half-step Divine Kings. As for the Divine Kings, they hadn't taken action yet. They didn't need a Divine King to deal with Lu Ming. Holy Sun, Wuxia and the other elders of the Kongshin school were shocked. They wanted to help Lu Ming, but the Divine Kings of the Mystic Academy and the Invincible Kenzo had locked their auras. If they moved, they would suffer a thunderous attack. Don't do anything. These dogs and cats can't do anything to me, Lu Ming said indifferently. His voice was calm, but it was filled with disdain. When those words reached the ears of the other great forces, they were infuriated. A Heavenly God Jr., you're just an ant. You're courting death. Arrogant. Let's see if you have the ability to be so arrogant. Those half-step Divine Kings who rushed towards Lu Ming roared furiously. They used all sorts of techniques and attacks to envelop Lu Ming. 8 half-step divine kings attacking at the same time was terrifying. Not to mention a heavenly god junior. Even a true divine king would have to be cautious. However, in Lu Ming's eyes, these people couldn't even withstand a single blow. Divine Dragon Dharma Idol. Lu Ming muttered and used the Divine Dragon Dharma Idol art. Both of his hands pressed against the void. Instantly, dragon roars resounded through the heavens and earth. 9-clawed dragon appeared one after another. Roar. The 9-clawed divine dragon that was the first to condense roared and pounced towards the fastest half-step divine king. It waved its claws and destroyed the half-step divine king's attack. Then, in front of the half-step divine king's shocked eyes, the dragon claw grabbed his body and squeezed. A miserable shriek was heard as the half-step divine king was crushed to death. What? Many people were shocked. A half-step divine king was actually killed so easily. Roar. At this time, a second 9-clawed dragon arrived in front of a second divine king. Just like the first divine king, this half-step divine king was also unable to withstand a single blow. His body was torn apart by the 9-clawed dragon. Not good. Retreat. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The remaining 6 half-step divine kings who were charging towards Lu Ming were completely shocked. They almost lost their courage and frantically retreated. You want to retreat now? What a joke. Lu Ming's cold voice rang out. The 9-clawed dragon's speed was incomparably shocking. In the blink of an eye, it arrived behind those people and unleashed a terrifying slaughter. Several half-step divine kings were killed in succession. This scene stunned the crowd. Those who knew Lu Ming were stupefied. Lu Ming was just a junior. How could he be so strong? He could easily kill half-step divine kings. That kind of strength was too terrifying. Stop! Damn it! Furious roars could be heard from the Yimo Academy and the Imperishable Sword Sect. 2 figures dashed out from the Yimo Academy as a terrifying pressure spread out from them. Divine Kings. 2 divine kings at the first divine king layer had joined the battle. The 2 of them rushed forward, wanting to stop Lu Ming. However, they were still a step too late. By the time they arrived, the 8 half-step divine kings were already dead. None of them were left alive. Brat, I'll skin you alive. I'll make you beg for death. The 2 divine kings roared and furiously charged towards Lu Ming. Their terrifying pressure caused the void to tremble unceasingly. Many people's expressions changed. Divine kings were too terrifying. Lu Ming, Wuxia, and the others were extremely worried. But at this moment, they wanted to help, but the other side's experts had locked onto them. Once they attacked, they would face a chaotic battle. Chapter 3099. Divine Kings are finally taking action. Lu Ming said indifferently. He waved his hands, and another 9-clawed dragon appeared in the sky. Adding the previous 8 9-clawed dragons, there were 9 in total. The 9 9-clawed dragons gathered together and attacked the 2 divine kings. The 2 god kings also unleashed terrifying attacks at the 9-clawed divine dragon. Boom! Boom! In the sky, there was a violent roar, and a terrifying force spread out in all directions. In a blink of an eye, the 9 9-clawed dragons had retreated several tens of thousands of meters. However, the 2 divine kings were also blocked. This scene caused many people's eyes to widen. Lu Ming could block the attacks of 2 divine kings. What kind of monster was he? The experts of the Kongxian school, Wuxia, and the others were also dumbfounded. Obviously, Lu Ming's strength had exceeded their expectations. Not as strong as the Dark Knight Devil King. Lu Ming muttered in a low voice. The reason why he hadn't used his ancient god body was because he wanted to test his opponent's strength. He realized that although these 2 divine kings were also at the first divine king realm, they were weaker than the Dark Knight Devil King, let alone the divine kings of the Jin family and the Winged Men clan. At the same level, the divine kings of the Jin family and the Winged Men clan were stronger. Lu Ming didn't need to use his ancient god body to block them. Damn it! Kill! Seeing that they had failed to take down Lu Ming, the 2 divine kings felt embarrassed. They flew into a rage out of humiliation. Both of them roared furiously and charged toward Lu Ming again. I don't want to play with you anymore. At this moment, Lu Ming said indifferently. Then his body rapidly enlarged. Roar! Lu Ming turned into the green-armored ancient god. A roar came from his throat. A wild aura spread everywhere, shaking the earth. Boom! Lu Ming threw out 2 punches. 2 mountain-like fist forces blasted towards the 2 divine kings. There was a terrifying whistling sound in the void. The terrifying fist forces pressed down on the 2 divine kings, shattering their attacks directly. This is... No! The 2 divine kings screamed in fear. In the next moment, their bodies exploded like watermelons. Their souls were destroyed. Instant kill. 2 divine kings had been instantly killed by Lu Ming. Time and space seemed to freeze. At this moment, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. Countless people were dumbfounded. Even the patriarchs of the Ice Soul clan and the Flaming Flame clan stopped fighting and looked at this scene in shock. At this moment, Lu Ming became the center of attention, and everyone's attention was focused on him. Boom! After a while, the sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. Heavens, heavens, what did I just see? He killed 2 god kings. I'm not dreaming, right? No, I must be dreaming. He's only at the 6th level of the celestial god realm. How could he kill a god king? This is crazy. At this moment, whether it was the Scarlet Flame race, the Ice Soul race, or the Xianxia 13 sex experts, they were all indescribably shocked. A 6th level heavenly god had killed 2 divine kings. That was simply inconceivable. They had never heard of such a thing. The ones who were the most shocked were the few heavenly geniuses of the 3 overlords. This time, the majority of the people who had come were heavenly gods and above. Therefore, some of the top heavenly geniuses of the various factions had also come. For example, the invincible Kinzo's son, Sword Dao Limitless. The strongest heavenly genius of the Scarlet Flame race, Scarlet Flame, Devil Pine, and the others. Even the invincible Kinzo's son, Ling Huyi, was among them. However, these people were completely dumbfounded. Their jaws dropped in shock. Clearly, they were unable to calm down. Looks like my battle with him back then was a joke. Ling Huyi smiled bitterly. Ling Huyi was the same as Lu Ming. They were both from the chaotic Astral River. Back then, they had participated in the Xianxia 13 sex assessment together. In the end, Lu Ming had obtained 1st place, while Ling Huyi had obtained 2nd place. At that time, Ling Huyi was not convinced. He felt that his talent was not inferior to Lu Ming's. Furthermore, he had made a battle with Lu Ming 1,000 years later. In these years, his cultivation had also advanced by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, he had already grasped divine-grade divine power. With his comprehension, it was only a matter of time before he grasped divine-grade divine power and became a divine son. He was originally high-spirited, but now, compared to Lu Ming, he realized that he was simply a frog in a well. The difference between him and Lu Ming was too great. There was no comparison at all. He was afraid that Lu Ming would be able to kill him with a puff of air. This brat, the dean of the Mystic Academy, the patriarch of the invincible Kenzo, and the others were terrified. Lu Ming was too terrifying. It had only been a short time, but he had already grown to this level. In a few more years, they would not be his opponents. Kill. Today, they had to kill Lu Ming. They absolutely could not let Lu Ming live. This was the patriarch of the invincible Kenzo, the dean of the Mystic Academy, and the others all had the same thought. Kill. Experts of the 2nd layer of the King God realm and above attack together and kill Lu Ming. The patriarch of the invincible Kenzo, the Winged Demon Academy, and the others all gave the same order. For the time being, they did not plan to attack. They had all obtained the King Breaking Pellet and had broken through to the 4th layer of the King God realm. However, they had just broken through and their cultivation bases had not yet stabilized. If they attacked now, it would not be good for their foundation. Moreover, they wanted to hide their cultivation bases so that when they competed with other forces in the future, they could suddenly reveal their cultivation bases and kill their opponents when they were unprepared. The leaders of the other forces all had the same idea, so they ordered their subordinates to attack first. No matter how heaven-defying Lu Ming was, they did not believe that Lu Ming could be a match for experts of the second layer of the King God realm. Moreover, there were experts of the third layer of the King God realm among them. If these people attacked together, even if there were 10 Lu Ming, he would be dead for sure. Boom boom, as soon as the order was given, terrifying auras diffused from the other forces. The terrifying pressure spread everywhere, making many people feel as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Terrifying experts stepped out from each of the major forces. The weakest among these people was at the second layer of the King God realm. Some of them were even at the third layer of the King God realm. These were the trump cards of the other forces. Lu Ming's face became solemn. Facing these experts, he was indeed not their match. Xianxia. Lu Ming's mind flickered. Xianxia on his wrist began to move, turning into an armor covering Lu Ming. Come! Lu Ming let out a long roar and took the initiative to charge out. Kill! Kill! A few experts shouted coldly. Their god power surged, attacking Lu Ming fiercely. The second layer of the King God realm was much stronger than the first layer of the King God realm. Even if they were not as strong as the experts of the Jin family, Lu Ming alone would not be able to defeat them. However, with Xianxia it was different. Boom boom, Lu Ming punched. His fist was covered with thick lightning bolts. The lightning bolts were thicker than a person's waist. They struck 2 second layer of the King God realm experts. Chapter 3100. Lu Ming threw a punch. Bolts of lightning engulfed the 2 experts at the second King God realm. Those were the lightning bolts released by Xianxia. How powerful were they? The 2 second King God realm experts didn't even have time to scream. Their bodies turned into ashes in the lightning, disappearing without a trace. This scene was even more shocking than when Lu Ming had killed the 2 first King God realm experts in just a second. It had almost scared them to death. Die! Lu Ming shouted. His aura was like a rainbow as he punched out again. Some more lightning strikes struck out. This time, a 3rd King God realm warrior was covered in them. This 3rd King God realm expert was an ancient senior elder of the Mystic Academy. He had lived for a long time, and his strength was formidable. However, at this moment, his face was filled with fear. He tried his best to resist, but found that he couldn't resist the lightning bolts. He let out an unwilling scream as all of his defenses were destroyed. The lightning struck his body heavily, cutting off his life force. This 3rd King God realm expert was turned into a charred body and was blown away. The others on the scene were numb. The experts who were fighting with Lu Ming were almost scared to death. Retreat! Retreat! They screamed crazily, retreating like crazy. Lu Ming was a demon, an invincible demon. No matter how strong they were, they would be devoured by Lu Ming. It's too late to retreat now. Die! Lu Ming roared, dashing forward. Lu Ming, you want to die? At this moment, a furious voice arose. Then, a sword light cut through the void, slashing toward Lu Ming. That sword light was 10,000 zhang long. Its power was earth-shaking. When the sword light appeared, the earth and sky trembled. It crazily pressed down on Lu Ming. Facing that sword, Lu Ming's eyes focused. He didn't have time to chase after the others. He used all of his strength to resist that sword light. Boom! Lu Ming punched out with all his strength. In an instant, more than a dozen lightning bolts shot out from his fist. The lightning bolts intertwined and shot towards the sword light. The lightning and the sword light collided heavily with each other. It was as if 2 planets had collided with each other. A monstrous force erupted, engulfing everything in its path. The surrounding people all retreated frantically, afraid that they would be dragged in. Bang, 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 then more than a dozen lightning bolts collapsed one after another, turning into energy and disappearing. As for that sword light, it was also trembling unceasingly. However, it was still stronger. Although its power was weakening, it did not collapse. After the lightning was completely extinguished, the sword light did not stop and continued to slash at Lu Ming, slashing at Lu Ming's fist. Dang, an intense explosion sounded out as Lu Ming felt a terrifying power rush out from the sword light, causing Lu Ming's body to tremble, and he was forced back thousands of meters. How powerful! Fourth King God Layer. Lu Ming took a deep breath, suppressing the surging qi and blood in his body. When the sword light dispersed, a figure appeared in the sky. It was the patriarch of the invincible Kenzo. At this moment, he was staring at Lu Ming with his cold eyes. He wished he could kill Lu Ming in one strike. A terrifying sword light shot out from his body, piercing through the sky. It was 100,000 zhang tall. Fourth King God Layer. You have also broken through to the Fourth King God Layer. Impossible! Impossible! The patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan shouted in disbelief. First, the patriarch of the Flaming Flame clan had broken through to the Fourth King God Layer. Now, the patriarch of the Invincible Kenzo had also broken through to the Fourth King God Layer. What was going on? What Fourth King God Layer? The Kongxian school and the Ice Spirit clan were all frightened. The patriarch of the Invincible Kenzo had also broken through to the Fourth King God Layer. Now, their opponents had 3 Fourth King God Layer experts. How could they fight against them? The excitement they had felt when Lu Ming had shown his invincible strength had disappeared. That's right, Fourth King God Layer. Today, you won't be able to cause any trouble. The sect master of the indestructible swordsmanship sect stared at Lu Ming. As he blinked, streams of sword aura shot out. Lu Ming, I admit that I underestimated you. Not only is your strength beyond my imagination, but you also have the help of a powerful metallic life form. However, your fate today is already decided. It can't be changed. The patriarch of the invincible Kenzo continued. His voice was cold. Just now, he had already tested Lu Ming's fighting strength. If he hadn't broken through to the Fourth King God Layer, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Lu Ming. However, now that he had broken through to the Fourth King God Layer, he was confident that he could suppress Lu Ming. Is that so? Although you're strong, I'm afraid it's not enough to kill me. Lu Ming said. Although the patriarch of the Invincible Kenzo was strong, he wasn't as strong as the Winged Clan's Fourth King God Layer expert. Back then, at the Nine Extremes Heavenly King Mansion, Lu Ming had also worn the armor that Xianxia had transformed into. He had exchanged blows with a 4th-tier king, God Realm expert. At that time, Lu Ming had been injured. Even Xianxia's armor had been broken. This time, Lu Ming had only been pushed back. His qi and blood were surging. Lu Ming was right. It wouldn't be easy for the patriarch to kill him. Is that so? What if you add me? A cold voice arose. Then the dean of the Mystic Academy stepped forward. He stood next to the patriarch of the Invincible Kenzo, releasing a terrifying aura. His aura wasn't any weaker than the patriarch of the Invincible Kenzo. Add me. As soon as the dean of the Mystic Academy stepped forward, the sacred master of the immeasurable Holy Land also stepped forward. He stood next to the patriarch of the Invincible Kenzo and the Winged Demon Academy, surrounding Lu Ming. His aura was also terrifying. He wasn't any weaker than the two in front of him. Fourth King God Layer. You're all in the Fourth King God Layer. Impossible. How can you all break through to the Fourth King God Layer? The patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan shouted in disbelief. He vaguely felt that they had fallen into a trap today. The others were also shocked, especially the experts of the top sections. Their faces were even more unsightly. The patriarchs of the 3 overlords had all broken through to the Fourth King God Layer. To the Qin Tian Star area, this was going to change drastically. In the future, the top forces would have no way to resist the 3 overlords. Even the experts of the Flaming Flame clan frowned. In the past, only the Flaming Flame clan and the Ice Spirit clan had Fourth King God Layer experts. Now, the 3 overlords all had Fourth King God Layer experts. There would be many variables in the future. The faces of the Kongxian school and the Ice Spirit clan paled. They were terrified. The difference in strength was too great. Would they really be unable to escape death today? Holy Sun Lu Ming, if you have the chance to escape, you must escape. Your talent is rare. As long as you escape, the Kongxian school will have hope to rise again. Wuxia secretly transmitted to Lu Ming. With the strength Lu Ming had just displayed, if he didn't care about others and risked his life to break out, he might be able to escape. Lu Ming, I'm not the kind of person who would ignore others and escape alone. Lu Ming smiled faintly and continued. Moreover, there's no need to escape when facing these people. Chapter 3101. No, Wuxia was startled. Could it be that Lu Ming still had a trump card? Looking at Lu Ming's confident expression, Wuxia didn't say anything else. Your cultivation can't have broken through in such a short time. You must have taken a king breakthrough pill, right? Lu Ming glanced at the sect master of the indestructible sword sect and the other two and spoke calmly. The three from the invincible Kenzo were startled. Lu Ming, why do you care how we broke through? As long as we can kill you, that's enough, said the Mystic Academy's dean coldly. Haha, ridiculous. According to what I know, although the king breakthrough pill can help you break through in a short time, the price is that you'll exhaust your potential. You'll never be able to break through again, said Lu Ming. The expressions of the sect master of the indestructible sword sect and the others changed drastically. They didn't know that the king breakthrough pill had such a side effect. However, they quickly regained their composure. With their talent, it was already difficult for them to break through. They might have been stuck in the third layer of the God King realm for the rest of their lives. Now that they could break through to the fourth layer, it was worth it. Even if they couldn't break through in the future, they would still be overlords of the Qin Tian Star Zone. The Qin Tian Star Zone doesn't have a king breakthrough pill. Tell me, who gave you the king breakthrough pill? Asked Lu Ming loudly. You're about to die, so you talk too much. There are some things you don't have the qualifications to know. The sect master of the indestructible swordsmanship sect shouted coldly. His aura was violent, and a terrifying sword force locked onto Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled in his heart. Even if the other party did not reply, he could guess that the king-breaking elixir was most likely given by the Jin family and the Wingman family. It was inconvenient for them to send their own experts over. Therefore, they wanted the forces of the Qin Tian Star sector to kill Lu Ming. Come, just the three of you aren't enough. Scarlet Flame Race, come at me together. Lu Ming looked at the Scarlet Flame Race's patriarch. He wanted to eliminate the enemy's core strength in one fell swoop. Arrogant. You overestimate yourself. The sect master of the invincible Kenzo and the dean of the Mystic Academy shouted coldly and made their moves. A beam of sword gleam cut through the sky and charged toward Lu Ming in a mighty manner. At the same time, the dean of the Mystic Academy struck out with his palm. A demonic palm covered a radius of 1,000 miles as it slammed towards Lu Ming. The two overlords of the Qin Heavenly Star Field attacked at the same time. Their strength was earth-shattering, and no one in the Qin Heavenly Star Field could ignore them. Swish Lu Ming used the Nine Heavens Kuan Peng technique, transformed into a huge Kuan Peng, and rushed in a direction. You want to leave? Stay, shouted the Winged Devil Academy's dean. Devilish chi surged, and his devilish palm rapidly grew in size as it shot toward Lu Ming. Break! Lu Ming bellowed and punched out. Streaks of lightning burst out from his fist. The lightning interweaved and blasted towards the devil palm. Boom! The lightning struck the demonic palm, causing it to vibrate violently. In the end, a hole was blasted open. Lu Ming dashed through it and skyrocketed into the starry sky. I already said that you can't kill me. Lu Ming laughed as he flew. Chase! Roared the invincible Kenzo-S master. He turned into a ray of sword light and chased. At the same time, the Winged Devil Academy's dean and the Boundless Sacred Grounds' sacred master chased after him. Today, they absolutely couldn't let Lu Ming escape. If Lu Ming didn't die, it wouldn't be long before his power surpassed theirs. On the other side, the Scarlet Flame Race's patriarch's expression changed. He soared into the sky and charged at Lu Ming. His thoughts were similar to the others. They had to kill Lu Ming. They couldn't allow Lu Ming to rise. So he didn't hesitate to join the ranks of those attacking Lu Ming. Despicable, roared Wuxia, the Ice Soul Race's patriarch, and the others. The Scarlet Flame Race's Patriarch and the Winged Devil Academy's Dean were actually joining hands to deal with the Junior. They were truly shameless, but they couldn't interfere. They could only worry. They're finally attacking together. No one noticed that the corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. What he wanted was for the Scarlet Flame Race's Patriarch to attack together so he could catch them all in one fell swoop. The reason he had pretended to flee was to draw the Scarlet Flame Race's Patriarch's attention. Lu Ming's flying figure suddenly came to a halt. As soon as Lu Ming stopped, the Winged Devil Academy's Dean and the others immediately chased after him. The 4 experts surrounded Lu Ming. "Let's see where you can run now," roared the Winged Devil Academy's Dean. "Don't waste words with him. Attack together and kill him," shouted the invincible Kinzo's master. He didn't know why, but he didn't feel confident facing a junior like Lu Ming. He wished he could immediately kill Lu Ming. Only then would he be at ease. "I've been waiting for you," Lu Ming sneered, and a small pagoda flew out of his hand. This small pagoda was the King Pagoda that Blue Merchant had given him. As soon as the King Pagoda flew out, it rapidly grew in size and emitted profound fluctuations. It immediately enveloped the Winged Devil Academy's Dean, the invincible Kinzo's master, the Boundless Sacred Land's Sacred Master, and the Scarlet Flame Race's Patriarch. Once they were enveloped by the King Pagoda, their divine energy fluctuated and their auras weakened. "What's going on? What kind of treasure is this?" The 4 of them roared in fright. They had never seen a treasure like the King Pagoda before. A treasure like the King's Subduing Pagoda was rare even in the Xianxia Star area. Most of them could only affect low-level King God Kings in the 1st or 2nd King God layers. There were very few that could affect 4th-level God Kings. This was something that Blue Merchant had personally refined. "Kill!" Lu Ming took this chance to attack the Winged Devil Academy's Dean. Creak! Xianxia turned into a suit of armor. Its power was completely under Lu Ming's control. Lu Ming clenched his fist, and endless lightning filled the air. It turned into a lightning spear that pierced towards the Winged Devil Academy's Dean. The Winged Devil Academy's Dean roared and used his full strength to attack. However, his star core was suppressed by the King Pagoda. When he tried to use his divine energy, he was met with great resistance. He could only use 60 to 70% of his strength to attack. However, the Winged Devil Academy's Dean had relied on the King Breakthrough Pill to forcibly break through. Furthermore, he had just broken through, so his foundation wasn't stable. Although he was a 4th-level God King, he was one of the weakest among them. He couldn't block Lu Ming and Xianxia's attack. Boom! The lightning spear directly pierced through the Winged Devil Academy's Dean's demonic palm. The spear didn't stop and flashed past. Pooh! The spear directly pierced through the Winged Devil Academy's Dean's forehead. The Winged Devil Academy's Dean stiffened, his eyes filled with disbelief. Then, with a miserable shriek, his body exploded. Countless tiny bolts of lightning shot out of his body. The Winged Devil Academy's Dean had died. The people who witnessed this scene were almost frightened to death. The Winged Devil Academy's Dean, an overlord of the Xianxia Starfield, had died just like that. He had been killed by a junior. Chapter 3102. Kill. After killing the Winged Demon Academy's Dean, Lu Ming didn't hesitate at all. His figure flickered as he charged toward the invincible Kinzo Sect Master. Not good. The invincible Kinzo Sect Master's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly retreated, not daring to clash head-on with Lu Ming. However, under the suppression of the King's Subduing Pagoda, his strength was greatly reduced, just like the Winged Demon Academy's Dean. Even his speed was greatly reduced. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was not affected at all. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on the Sect Master of the Indestructible Sword Sect. The lightning spear condensed again, and he charged toward the Sect Master of the Indestructible Sword Sect. Block it for me. The invincible Kinzo Sect Master roared as he slashed out with his sword with all his strength. Boom! The lightning spear collided with the invincible Kinzo Sect Master's sword light, causing a shocking explosion. Countless tiny bolts of lightning and sword chi shot out in all directions. Then, the invincible Kinzo sect master's sword light violently vibrated and exploded with a boom. The lightning spear didn't stop as it continued to stab toward the invincible Kinzo sect master. The invincible Kinzo roared as it frantically used its remaining strength to dodge to the side. However, it was still a step too late. Half of its body was struck and exploded. The invincible Kinzo sect master was heavily injured and frantically retreated, wanting to escape. However, how could Lu Ming let him escape? Sizzle, Lu Ming punched out, and a total of 7 lightning bolts as thick as a human waist shot toward the invincible Kinzo sect master, enveloping him within. I'm not willing to accept this. The invincible Kinzo sect master roared as he turned into ashes amidst the lightning. Another Overlord-level character had been killed. Run! Run! At this moment, the Scarlet Flame Patriarch and the Boundless Sacred Grounds Sacred Leader were so scared that they almost pissed their pants. The two of them fled in 2 different directions. Lu Ming did not hesitate in the slightest. He immediately chased after the Scarlet Flame Patriarch. Comparatively speaking, he would rather let go of the Boundless Sacred Grounds Sacred Master than the Flame Clan's Patriarch. The King's Suppression Pagoda enveloped the Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch and followed him like a shadow. He couldn't escape at all and was quickly caught up by Lu Ming. As for the immeasurable Sacred Grounds Sacred Master, he had escaped the range of the King subduing Pagoda. People of the immeasurable Holy Land, follow me. Retreat. Boundless Holy Land's Holy Lord roared. He had managed to escape with great difficulty, so he no longer dared to oppose Lu Ming. He called out to the people of Boundless Holy Land and madly flew out of the star system, disappearing without a trace. Let's go. Retreat. The people of the Winged Demon Academy and the invincible Kinzo no longer had the heart to stay after seeing their principals and sect masters killed. They all began to flee. Don't let them escape. Kill them. The Ice Soul Patriarch was an extremely decisive person. How could he let go of this opportunity? He roared and charged towards the 2 great sections. The immeasurable Holy Land had fled. As for the Winged Demon Academy and the invincible Kinzo, many of their experts had been killed by Lu Ming, especially the few third-layer Godly King experts. They were all killed by Lu Ming. No one could stop the Ice Soul Patriarch. The other experts of the Ice Soul Patriarch charged towards the Scarlet Flame Tribe. A chaotic battle unfolded. The Ice Soul Patriarch was invincible. He killed the invincible Kinzo and several Godly King experts of the Winged Demon Academy in a few moves. At this moment, Lu Ming caught up with the Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch. Ancestor, save me. The Patriarch of the Flaming Tribe shouted in horror. He wanted to call the Flaming Ancestor to save him, but the Ancestor of the Flaming Tribe couldn't leave because the Ancestor of the Ice Soul Clan was attacking him with all his might. The 2 ancestors were locked in a fierce battle. Die. After Lu Ming caught up with the Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch, he launched a fierce attack. The Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch had also broken through after consuming a King Breakthrough Pill. He was on the same level as the Winged Demon Academy's Dean and the invincible Kinzo as Patriarch. He couldn't stop Lu Ming's attacks. After enduring 2 moves with all his might, he was killed by Lu Ming. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming put away the Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch's storage ring. Then, he charged towards the Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch. The Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch and the Ice Soul Patriarch were engaged in a fierce battle. When he saw Lu Ming charging towards him, the Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch was almost scared to death. He fought with all his might, trying to escape. However, the Ice Soul Patriarch knew that this was the best time to kill the Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch. How could he let him escape? The Ice Soul Patriarch risked his own injuries to tie down the Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch. He set up countless ice mountains in the sky to block the Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch. Those who cultivated ice-attributed divine power were more effective in intercepting the Patriarch. Get lost. Get lost. The Scarlet Flame Tribe's patriarch kept roaring. His body was like a star as he launched crazy attacks, trying to break out of the encirclement and escape. One by one, the icebergs exploded, but immediately more icebergs formed in their place. Buzz! At this moment, Lu Ming arrived. The king-subduing pagoda emitted a dazzling light that enveloped the Scarlet Flame Tribe's patriarch. The Scarlet Flame Tribe's patriarch's aura suddenly weakened. His star core was greatly suppressed. However, the Ice Soul Patriarch was completely fine. How could the Ice Soul Patriarch miss this opportunity? He formed an ice sword and slashed out. Boom! Half of the Scarlet Flame Tribe's patriarch's body was severely injured. Lu Ming didn't even need to do anything. The Scarlet Flame Tribe's patriarch and the Ice Soul Patriarch's strength were originally on par. Now that the Scarlet Flame Tribe's patriarch was suppressed by the king-subduing pagoda, his strength was greatly weakened. He wasn't a match for the Ice Soul Patriarch at all. After being heavily injured in one move, the Scarlet Flame Tribe's patriarch barely managed to block a few moves before he was killed by the Ice Soul Patriarch. At this point, the boundless sacred ground had escaped. The Scarlet Flame Tribe, the Invincible Kinzo, and the Winged Demon Academy's top experts had all fallen. As for the other top sects, they had long since fled. Lu Ming and the others couldn't be bothered to care about them. Young friend Lu Ming, many thanks. The Ice Soul Patriarch cupped his fists and thanked Lu Ming. Senior, there's no need to be so polite. Let's deal with the Invincible Kinzo and the Winged Demon Academy first. Lu Ming said, Okay. The Ice Soul Patriarch nodded and charged towards the Scarlet Flame Tribe. Although there were still some experts among the Scarlet Flame Tribe that were fighting with the Ice Soul Patriarch, the situation was completely one-sided with the Ice Soul Patriarch. The Scarlet Flame Tribe's experts were killed one after another by the Ice Soul Patriarch. Lu Ming controlled the King Suppression Pagoda and charged towards the Invincible Kinzo and the Winged Demon Academy. There weren't many experts left from the Invincible Kinzo and the Winged Demon Academy. Some of them had been killed by the Ice Soul Patriarch, so there were even fewer left. There was almost no suspense in this battle. Not long after, the experts of the major forces were killed one by one, especially those above the Divine King realm. They were all killed. Only a few of them managed to escape. However, some heavenly gods managed to escape, but the top experts of these sects were all slaughtered. They were only a name now. Soon, they would be occupied by other sections. From then on, the situation of the Qin Tian starfield would change drastically. Not long after, the area finally quieted down. The battle had come to an end. Chapter 3103. The battle had come to an end. In the end, the experts of the Winged Demon Academy, the Invincible Kinzo, and the Flame Tribe had all been killed. Ha ha ha! The patriarch of the Ice Soul clan laughed heartily. He was overjoyed. The Ice Soul clan had benefited greatly from this battle. Not only had they eliminated the Dark Ice Tribe, but they had also eliminated their archenemy, the Flame Tribe. After leaving this place, he could lead his army to invade the Flame Tribe's territory. From then on, the Ice Soul clan would become stronger and stronger. It would not be impossible for them to return to their former glory. The other members of the Ice Soul clan were also smiling. Not only the Ice Soul clan, but everyone in the Kongxian school was also happy. After this battle, the Winged Demon Academy and the Invincible Kinzo had been eliminated. Of the three overlords, only the Boundless Sacred Land was left. Although the Boundless Sacred Land was stronger than before, the Kongxian school had Lu Ming. They would most likely surrender obediently. In the future, the Qin 13 sects would be led by the Kongxian school. How could they not be happy? Just as everyone was happily cleaning up the battlefield, a voice suddenly rang out. Lu Ming suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He raised his head and shouted, "Who is it?" Whoosh! As soon as Lu Ming's voice fell, a pitch-black blade light slashed down from the sky. The blade light was extremely fast. It was not aimed at Lu Ming, but the Ice Soul clan's forefather. The Ice Soul clan's forefather's expression changed drastically. He roared and unleashed all his divine power. He pushed his hands out and instantly set up dozens of ice walls above his head. However, when the pitch-black blade light slashed down, the ice walls shattered one after another. In an instant, the dozens of ice walls were all cut open. The blade light did not stop and slashed toward the Ice Soul clan's forefather. Pucci! There was a flash of blood as the Ice Soul clan's forefather was cut in half. Fortunately, the Ice Soul clan's forefather had avoided being hit in the head at the critical moment. Only his body was hit, but he was still severely injured. 5th level King God Realm. The Ice Soul clan's forefather shouted in horror. He could sense that the attacker was a 5th level King God Realm cultivator. What? 5th King God layer? The others were also shocked. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a terrifying aura came from the sky. A terrifying pressure pressed down on them. Following that, several black-robed figures appeared in the sky. Lu Ming scanned the area and discovered that there was a total of 18 black-robed men. They were scattered in all directions, keeping a distance from each other. Each of them exuded a terrifying aura, locking onto everyone present, especially Lu Ming. Every single one of them exuded a terrifying aura. Even the weakest of them was no weaker than the Ice Soul clan's old ancestor. The weakest one is in the 4th King God Realm. The face of the Ice Spirit clan's old ancestor was deathly pale. The others were just as horrified. Among the 18 black-cloaked men, the lowest cultivation base was at the 4th sky of King God Realm. Some of them had a terrifying aura, which was several times stronger than the 4th sky of King God Realm. That was definitely a cultivator of the 5th God King layer or above. Why would so many experts appear here all of a sudden? Furthermore, they didn't seem to be here with good intentions. I thought we didn't have to do anything. Who would have thought that those people would be so weak? One of the black-cloaked men said coldly. Although his face couldn't be seen clearly, everyone could feel his cold gaze fixed on Lu Ming. It seems like you're here to kill me? Lu Ming asked. You're quite smart. Not bad, but you can also get rid of everyone here. The black-cloaked man said, his voice filled with murderous intent. The people of the Ice Soul clan and the Xianxia school turned pale. If these experts want to kill them, they were dead meat. Although Lu Ming had the king's subduing pagoda, how could he deal with so many experts? Who sent you guys here? The Jin family? The Wing family? No, it can't be. Lu Ming paused for a moment. His eyes glittered as he said, Are you sent by the culprit who stole the 9 extinction divine crystal? The black-cloaked men remained silent. Lu Ming knew that he had guessed correctly. The Jin family, the Winged family, and the Qin family were all being watched by the Wu family. It was impossible for them to send so many experts here without anyone noticing. There was only one possibility. They were sent by the culprit who stole the 9 extinction divine crystal. Lu Ming wasn't surprised. Instead, he was happy. Perhaps this time, he could find the culprit. Who was it? Don't talk nonsense with them. Attack and kill them to prevent more trouble. Another black-cloaked man said coldly. Then, he slashed his saber at Lu Ming. The power of this slash was earth-shattering. It was several times stronger than the slash that was aimed at the ancestor of the Ice Soul clan. This person's cultivation had probably surpassed the 5th layer of the Divine King realm and reached the 6th layer of the Divine King realm. Facing such an expert, Lu Ming couldn't do anything. The difference between their cultivation levels was too great. Only death awaited him. However, Lu Ming still had Guillemot by his side. Guillemot hadn't made a move before. He had even allowed the boundless Sacred Grounds sacred leader to escape. Senior Guillemot, I'll leave it to you. Lu Ming sent a message to Guillemot through telepathy. Finally, you want me to make a move? Guillemot chuckled. Then, he appeared in front of Lu Ming and flicked his finger. Boom! As Guillemot flicked his finger, the air exploded violently. An extremely terrifying energy rushed forward. The black-cloaked man's saber light was like a piece of paper. It crumbled under the terrifying energy. Then, the energy moved toward the black-cloaked man. The black-robed man only had time to let out a blood-curdling scream before his body was turned into ashes by the force. Guillemot had killed the 6th layer of the Divine King realm expert with a flick of his finger. Silence. The scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone, including the remaining black-cloaked men, looked at Gu Mo in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. A terrifying expert was killed by Gu Mo with a flick of his finger. What kind of existence was he? Not good. There's a terrifying expert on the other side. Retreat. One of the black-cloaked men reacted and shouted. They clearly knew that the man in the black cloak was a genuine expert of the 6th King God Layer. If he could kill a 6th King God Layer expert with a flick of his finger, he had to be at least of the 8th King God Layer or even higher. Facing such an expert, no matter how many of them there were, only death awaited them. These black-cloaked men were very decisive. Their bodies flickered and they rushed in a direction. They wanted to escape. Trying to escape under my nose? Ridiculous. Guamos said coldly. Then he opened his mouth and sucked. Huff, huff, huff. Suddenly, a terrifying suction force burst out from Gumo's mouth. It swept across the sky and enveloped all the black-cloaked men. The flying figures of the black-robed men immediately stiffened. Then, they flew backwards towards the Bone Devil's mouth. Chapter 31:04. These black-robed people screamed in fright. Then, they attacked with all their might. Terrifying attacks burst out one after another. However, as soon as they attacked, their attacks automatically dissipated. Then, one by one, the black-robed men flew into the Bone Demon's mouth and disappeared. Leave some of them for questioning, Lu Ming shouted. He was afraid that the Bone Demon would swallow them all. The Bone Devil nodded and sucked. The dozen or so black-robed men flew into its mouth and were devoured. Only 2 of them were left, but their cultivation bases were crippled and they fell to the ground. The Ice Spirit Clan and the Kongxian School were dumbfounded. They felt like they were dreaming. Each and every one of the black-robed men was a terrifying existence. Each and every one of them gave them the feeling that they were invincible. Just now, one of them had severely injured the ancestor of the Ice Spirit Clan. From the ancestor of the Ice Spirit Clan, they knew that the weakest of the black-robed men was in the 4th layer of the King God realm. Any one of these experts was an existence that could move unhindered in the Qin Tian Star field and become the overlord of the Qin Tian Star field. However, all of them had been swallowed by an inconspicuous man beside Lu Ming, and this burly man seemed to be very obedient to Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming was unfathomable in everyone's eyes. So, he is such a terrifying expert by his side. No wonder he's been so calm all this time. The patriarch of the Ice Spirit Clan muttered. However, he heaved a sigh of relief. At least they were safe. Tell me, who's behind you? Tell me, and I'll give you a quick death. Lu Ming came to the last 2 black-robed men and started interrogating them. Kill us if you want. Don't expect us to say a word. One of the black-robed men said coldly. You're quite stubborn. Lu Ming's gaze was cold as he stepped forward, crushing the arm of one of the black-robed men. However, the black-robed man only let out a low roar and coldly stared at Lu Ming, not saying a single word. Lu Ming, it seems like these people are specially trained death-sworn. Their bones are tough, and it's almost impossible to get any information out of them. Leave them to me. I'll search their souls. Guamo said. Another death warrior. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. Back then in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, he was ambushed by some death warriors when he set off from the Wu clan to the Starry Sky camp. Were the 2 groups of death warriors sent by the same force? All right, I'll leave it to you, Lu Ming said. Gu Mo nodded and stepped forward to search his soul. But when the Bone Devil began to soul search them, the 2 black-robed men let out miserable screams. Their bodies trembled, and then their heads exploded. They directly died. Just as I expected, their souls were placed with a powerful seal. Once their souls are searched, they will explode. Gu Mo shook his head. Damn it, Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. These people were definitely sent by the person who stole the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. Unfortunately, the clues were cut off. Ice Tribe leader, pack up. Let's go back. Lu Ming then said to the Ice Spirit Tribe leader. All right. The Ice Spirit Tribe leader nodded repeatedly. At this moment, Lu Ming's position in his heart was high and untouchable. As long as Lu Ming gave the order, he could easily dominate the Qin Tian star field. Of course, Lu Ming had no intention of dominating the Qin Tian star field. After cleaning up the battlefield, they left one after another. After some time, the Ice Spirit tribe returned to their territory, while Lu Ming and the Kongxian school returned to Kongxian planet. Not long after, the news of the battle with the Dark Ice tribe spread like a hurricane throughout the Qin Tian star field. The entire Qin Tian star field was shaken. It was as if a strong wind was blowing. Countless people were dumbfounded. Everyone knew that the Qin Tian star field was about to change. Sure enough, one of the three overlords, the Immeasurable Sacred Ground's sacred leader, personally led people to the Kongxian school and expressed his willingness to follow the Kongxian school's lead and obey the Kongxian school's orders. The Immeasurable Sacred Leader was scared out of his wits by the Dark Ice tribe. After fleeing back to the Immeasurable Sacred Ground, he could not eat or sleep in peace. Lu Ming's strength was too strong, and he was still growing rapidly. Even if he hid in the Immeasurable Sacred Ground and focused on defense, he could not be at ease. Thus, he led people to surrender. The enmity between the Immeasurable Sacred Ground and Lu Ming wasn't that great. Lu Ming also couldn't be bothered to exterminate them, so he accepted the Immeasurable Sacred Ground surrender. As soon as the news spread, the other top sects of the Qin Tian 13 sects could no longer sit still. They led people to surrender, and all of them surrendered to the Kongxian school. In an instant, the Kongxian school's prestige soared. Of course, Lu Ming was too lazy to care about this. He left it all to Ouyang Qingxiang, Yu Wuya, and the others. Ouyang Qingxiang, Yu Wuya, and the others were also very fast. After the Immeasurable Sacred Ground and the other sects surrendered, they immediately gathered these sects and launched an attack on the Invincible Kenzo and the Winged Devil Academy's territory. There was no suspense at all. Almost all of the God King realm experts of the Winged Devil Academy and the Invincible Kenzo fell in the battle against the Dark Ice tribe. Even if there were some left, they couldn't withstand a single blow from the combined forces of the Kongxian school and the Immeasurable Sacred Ground. In just a few months, the huge territory that the Invincible Kenzo and the Winged Devil Academy had originally occupied was occupied by the Kongxian school. Naturally, these territories all belonged to the Kongxian school. The original Invincible Kenzo and the Winged Devil Academy's geniuses either surrendered or fled. For example, the Invincible Kenzo's son, Sword Dao Wuji, had fled, and his whereabouts were unknown. As for Ling Huyi, the genius who had competed with Lu Ming in the past, he surrendered and joined the Kongxian school. For a time, the Kongxian school had become the overlord of the Qin Tian Star Zone. At the same time, the Eye Soul race had also gathered an army and launched an attack on the Flame race. Not long after the Kongxian school had occupied the Invincible Kenzo and the Mystic Academy's territories, the Eye Soul race had also completely conquered the Flame race. The Flame race was almost completely annihilated. The remaining members fled across the universe and fled to other star zones. The Qin Tian Star Zone had become the domain of the Eye Soul race and the Kongxian school. The two forces had practically divided the vast territory of the Qin Tian Star Zone, and all of this was caused by one person, Lu Ming. Lu Ming's name resounded throughout the Qin Tian Star Zone, and he became a legend. During this time, Lu Ming had taken time to return to the chaotic Astral River and brought Lu Shenwang, Ancestral Gragon, Nine Lives Demonic Cicada, and the others to the Qin Tian Star Zone to cultivate. They had originally wanted to go out and explore, and now was the right time to come to the Qin Tian Star Zone. With Lu Ming's current reputation, many of the Kongxian school's resources would be tilted towards them, and they would improve very quickly. After dealing with Qin Tian's matters, Lu Ming returned to the Jiuju Heavenly King residence. Now that the matters in the Qin Tian Star Zone had been resolved, Lu Ming had to put all his attention on Jingyu's matter. Chapter 3105. Now, Lu Ming's main goal was to deal with Jingyu's matter. While increasing his strength, he would also prepare for Jingyu's matter. After a long journey, Lu Ming returned to the starry camp. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming saw a huge battle the moment he returned to the starry camp. In the sky, a few young men were fighting fiercely, and it was a chaotic battle. Lu Ming took a closer look and realized that the young men belonged to two different families. How dare you accuse my Lu family of stealing the 9 extinction divine crystal? You're courting death. One of the young men roared. Who else could it be if not your Lu family? The young man who was fighting with him sneered. I said it was your Zhang family who stole the 9 extinction divine crystal. Your Zhang family is the mastermind. The young man from before shouted. Bullshit. Kill. Both sides were locked in a fierce battle, and there were many onlookers in the surroundings. In the end, both sides suffered heavy injuries and were wary of each other. Hence, they ended the battle and retreated. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before heading to the place where Blue Merchant lived. You got the 9 extinction divine crystal? Blue Merchant smiled. I got it. Lu Ming smiled and took out the 9 extinction divine crystal and passed it to Blue Merchant. Blue Merchant could pass the 9 extinction divine crystal to the Heavenly King divine guards. After that, there was nothing for him to do. I didn't misjudge you. Lanshang laughed and sized Lu Ming up carefully. You should have cultivated the universe 10,000 Dao Sutra and mastered many kinds of divine-grade divine powers, right? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, but he soon felt relieved. According to Jingyu, he had obtained the universe myriad Dao technique from an ancient ruin, and almost no one knew about it. However, that didn't mean that no one knew about it. Blue Merchant was Jingyu's teacher, and it was normal for him to know about it. Yes, Lu Ming nodded and admitted it. There are advantages and disadvantages to being able to wield multiple types of divine power. The advantage is that it can make your combat strength extremely powerful. Every time you break through a level, your combat strength will skyrocket, far surpassing those of the same level. However, there are also many disadvantages. First, the energy required for cultivation is too much. The speed at which you have improved has already exceeded my expectations. The other thing is that you need to comprehend the divine power of origin. For an ordinary person, it would take them a lifetime to comprehend the divine power of origin. Moreover, you have to comprehend so many different types of divine power. Blue Merchant said all of this in one breath. He paused and pondered for a moment before continuing. Therefore, you have to act according to your ability. The amount of divine power you have is not the more you have, but it has to be within your control. If it seriously affects your cultivation, you have to reduce the amount of divine power you cultivate. All right, Lu Ming understands. Lu Ming nodded. He had discovered this long ago. Therefore, during this period of time, he did not cultivate the other divine grade techniques that he had obtained. He was afraid that he would bite off more than he could chew. Show me all of the divine powers you have mastered. I want to see how far you have mastered them. Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming nodded. Then, he performed the 7 types of divine grade divine powers that he had mastered one by one. The Sovereign's divine power has already awakened the divine power of origin. The indestructible sword force is 99% awakened. As for the others, there is still a long way to go. Blue Merchant muttered under his breath. Then, a jade token appeared in his hand, and he handed it to Lu Ming, saying, Among the divine powers you have mastered, I am most familiar with the Sovereign's divine power. The divine power I mastered in the past was also the Sovereign's divine power. Here are some of my cultivation experiences. Take a look. As for the other divine powers, I need some time to prepare. You can go back first and come to me after some time. I will guide you in cultivating the other divine powers. Many thanks, Uncle Lan Shu. Lu Ming received the jade token and quickly expressed his gratitude. He was overjoyed in his heart. Blue Merchant was Jingyu's teacher in the past. Before the Star Core was destroyed, he was one of the strongest experts in the Taishu dynasty. His strength was unfathomable. With Blue Merchant's cultivation experiences and his guidance, Lu Ming's cultivation speed would definitely increase exponentially. He would not have to take many detours. And you could go back and take a look, Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming bid farewell and left Blue Merchant's residence. He headed back to his own residence. However, when he was near his residence, he saw two young men fighting fiercely. Lu Ming found it strange. Although the space camp was filled with competition, the frequency of fights was not as high. He had just returned, and he had already seen several big fights. There were many people watching from his side. Lu Ming immediately saw Wu Ming and Wu Yu. Lu Ming flew over. Lu Ming, you're back. Wu Ming and Wu Yu were overjoyed when they saw Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming. Others also saw Lu Ming, especially the geniuses from the Jin family and the Qin family. There was a flash of surprise in their eyes when they saw Lu Ming. In their eyes, Lu Ming was most likely going to die in Qin Tian Star Field. They did not expect that Lu Ming was still alive and had returned to the space camp. This made the other sects feel uncomfortable. Lu Ming ignored the Jin and Qin family's sky prides and landed beside Wu Ming and Wu Yu. He asked, "What's going on?" When I returned, I saw several fights. It's because of the 9 extinction divine crystal, Wu Ming said. 9 extinction divine crystal? Lu Ming was surprised. Wasn't the 9 extinction divine crystal given to him to handle in Qin Tian Star Field? What did it have to do with these families? Although we know the whereabouts of the 9 extinction divine crystal, we've confirmed one thing. There's a spy in the 9 extinction Heavenly Lord Mansion who helped outsiders steal the 9 extinction divine crystal. However, this spy was not found. Hence, the families in the 9 extinction Heavenly Lord Mansion began to suspect each other, especially those families who have a grudge against each other. They accused each other of being the spy, and the conflict intensified. Wu Ming explained. Hence, in the space camp, the sky prides of the various families were fighting each other. Outside the space camp, the families were even attacking each other. Some families were in a frenzy. Now, the 9 extinction Heavenly Lord Mansion is in chaos. Wu Yu explained. Lu Ming was stunned. He did not expect the 9 extinction divine crystal to cause so much trouble. In the air, the two young men exchanged more than 100 blows. In the end, the young man escaped with serious injuries, and the battle ended. Lu Ming chatted with Wu Ming and Wu Yu for a while before flying back to his residence. The sky prides of the Jin and Qin families looked at the direction where Lu Ming left with cold eyes. They exchanged a few words and left the space camp. They were most likely going back to report the news. Young Master. When Lu Ming returned to his courtyard, Qiu Autumn Moon flew out with a joyful face. She had been worried about Lu Ming going back to Qin Tian Star Field alone to steal the 9 extinction divine crystal. Now that Lu Ming had returned, she was relieved. Qiu Autumn Moon, you made a breakthrough in your cultivation? Lu Ming looked at Qiu Autumn Moon and was surprised. After not seeing her for a while, Qiu Autumn Moon's cultivation had broken through to the half-step Divine King realm. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Chapter 3106. Autumn Moon's cultivation had reached the half-step Divine King realm. When Lu Ming went to Qin Tian Star Field, Autumn Moon's cultivation was only at level 9 Heavenly God realm. In addition to the time taken to travel, it had only been a few years. This speed was too exaggerated. Yes, Autumn Moon nodded and said, "It's mainly because I have not digested the last inheritance. That's why my cultivation has progressed so fast." Good. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The faster Autumn Moon progressed, the happier he was. After chatting with Autumn Moon for a while, the two entered their respective rooms to cultivate. However, after Lu Ming entered his room, he could not calm down. His mind was still troubled by the person behind the 9 extinction divine crystal. Who is this person behind the scenes? What is his purpose? Lu Ming frowned and pondered. He had a feeling that the person behind the scenes had instructed the Dark Ice tribe to steal the 9 extinction divine crystal, but did not take it himself. His purpose was definitely not that simple. How can I find out who is behind the scenes? Lu Ming whispered. The person behind the scenes had sent men of sacrifice to kill him several times. Lu Ming would not be at ease until he found out who was behind the scenes. Who knew if he would be assassinated again when he went out in the future? Lu Ming could not guarantee that he would be safe every time. How can I find out who is behind the scenes? Are there any clues that I have overlooked? Lu Ming calmed down and thought quietly. Thoughts flashed across his mind as he recalled the incident of the 9 extinction god crystal being stolen from him. Wait! Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He realized that he had overlooked an important clue. This clue was the Demon Capital Mountain. In the Demon Capital Mountain, Lu Ming had heard more than once that the Demon Capital Mountain had a backer in the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Therefore, no one dared to touch the demonic night spring of the Demon Capital Mountain. Otherwise, with the Dark Night Demon King's cultivation, you would not be able to protect the demonic night spring. It was very obvious that Devil Capital Mountain's backer was very likely the mastermind behind the 9 extinction god crystal incident. And there must be people who knew who the backer behind the Devil Capital Mountain was, which was why they didn't dare to make a move. If it was just hearsay, how could those powers resist the temptation of the Devil Night Spring? If that was the case, wouldn't they be able to find a mastermind behind the Demon Capital Mountain as long as they could find out who was backing them? That's right, I actually overlooked such a simple thing. Lu Ming clapped his hands and shook his head with a bitter smile. He had been so focused on the evidence left behind by the Night Devil that he neglected such a simple logical problem. Go ask Wu Zifeng. Lu Ming smiled and secretly left the Starry Sky camp, heading towards the Wu clan. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the Wu residence and saw Wu Zifeng. In a courtyard, Lu Ming, Wu Zifeng, and Yu Linglong sat at a round table. During this period of time, Yu Linglong had been cultivating in the Wu clan. Their cultivation had progressed very quickly, and they had both stepped into the heavenly god realm. Zifeng, you should have heard that Devil Capital Mountain has the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion backing them. I've been thinking about something. Since other forces don't dare to have any ideas about the Devil Capital Mountain, they must know who the backer behind the Devil Capital Mountain is. As long as we find out who the backer behind the Devil Capital Mountain is, it would be equivalent to finding the mastermind behind the theft of the 9 extinction god crystal. Lu Ming said, "That's right, why didn't I think of that?" Wu Zifeng clapped his hands and his eyes lit up. Does your Wu clan know who the backer behind the Devil Capital Mountain is? Lu Ming asked. I'm afraid I don't know. Wu Zifeng shook his head. You don't know? Lu Ming was surprised. Yes, rumor has it that the Devil Capital Mountain has a backer behind them. Other forces don't dare to have any ideas about them. Those forces don't refer to the forces of the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Wu Zifeng said. Why do you say that? Lu Ming asked. Although the Devil Capital Mountain's Devil Night Spring is precious, the forces of the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion don't put it in their eyes. For example, our Wu clan, Jin clan, Qin clan, etc. Although some of them have heard of the Devil Capital Mountain, they don't put it in their eyes at all. They are too lazy to send people to deal with the Devil Capital Mountain. It's not that they are afraid of their so-called backer. Those forces that are afraid of the backer behind the Devil Capital Mountain should be referring to the major forces of the Chu Tian star field. Wu Zifeng explained. I see. Lu Ming suddenly understood. The Chu Tian star field was close to the Qin Tian star field. It was also the border of the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Powerful forces like the Wu clan and Jin clan didn't care about the Devil Capital Mountain at all. Naturally, there was no such thing as fear. Those who had ideas about the Devil Capital Mountain, and those who were afraid of the backer behind the Devil Capital Mountain, were only the forces of the Chu Tian star field. For example, in the Qin Tian star field, if a small force had some kind of treasure, only the Qin Tian 13 sects, the I Soul race, or the Scarlet Flame race would have their eyes on it. As for the Wu clan and Jin clan, why would they care about the treasure of a small force? Then as long as we find the powerful forces of the Chu Tian star field and find out who they are afraid of, wouldn't we know who the mastermind is? Lu Ming's eyes lit up again. That's right. As far as I know, there are a total of 2 strongest forces in the Chu Tian star field. One is the Wind Moon sect, the other is the ancient Han clan. Wu Zifeng said. All right, I'll make a trip to the Chu Tian star field. Lu Ming said. Wait, Brother Lu, I'll find someone familiar with the Chu Tian star field to accompany you. After all, the Chu Tian star field is too big. Wu Zifeng said. All right. Lu Ming nodded and did not refuse. Having someone to lead the way was better than him searching blindly. Wu Zifeng took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent a message. Then they chatted while waiting. They did not wait for long before a middle-aged man came to the courtyard. Young master, why are you looking for me? The middle-aged man bowed to Wu Zifeng. Wu Shan, it's like this. Wu Zifeng told him what had happened and said, Go to the Chu Tian star field with Brother Lu and investigate. Yes, young master. Wu Shan accepted the order and looked at Lu Ming, saying, Young Master Lu, please. All right, there's no time to lose. Let's go. Lu Ming nodded and said goodbye to Wu Zifeng and Yuling Long before leaving the Wu clan with Wu Shan. Lu Ming did not return to the Starry Sky camp. He left the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence with Wu Shan and took the teleportation formation to the Chu Tian starfield. On the way, Lu Ming found out that Wu Shan was a third-layer Divine King Realm cultivator. The two of them took the teleportation formation and finally arrived at the Chu Tian starfield. The two biggest forces in the Chu Tian starfield are the Wind Moon sect and the Han family. These two forces have never dared to touch the Demon Capital Mountain. Instead, they often buy the demonic night spring from the Demon Capital Mountain. They definitely know who is behind the Demon Capital Mountain. This place is closer to the Wind Moon sect. Let's go to their headquarters first, Wu Shan suggested. Wu Shan, you're more familiar with this place. You lead the way, Lu Ming said with a smile. Chapter 3107. The two of them headed towards the Wind Moon sect's headquarters. However, when they arrived at the Wind Moon sect's headquarters, they were dumbfounded, dilapidated, ruined, and a complete mess. In the Wind Moon sect's headquarters, the mountain range was destroyed, the ground cracked, and the palace collapsed. It was a doomsday scene. Among the dilapidated walls, there were corpses. On the wide ground, there were corpses everywhere. The smell of blood filled the air. The Wind Moon sect was annihilated. Damn it, we were too late. Lu Ming roared. Obviously, the mastermind wanted to annihilate the sect and erase the evidence. They were one step ahead of them and annihilated the Wind Moon sect. Let's go and see if there are any survivors. Lu Ming suppressed his anger and rushed forward. However, there were corpses everywhere. Not even chickens or dogs were spared. Not a single person was seen alive. Such ruthless means, such ruthless means. Lu Ming roared. Lu Ming was considered someone who had seen big scenes, but such ruthless means were rare. How many people did the Wind Moon sect, a huge force that dominated the Chu Tian star zone, have? It was hard to calculate, but now they were all dead. No one was left alive. It seems like these people were killed not long ago. Otherwise, the news would have spread. Wu Shan frowned. Not good. Let's go to the Han family. Quick. Lu Ming's face changed. The other party annihilated the Wind Moon sect and would definitely not let the Han family off. Let's go. Wu Shan's face changed too. Immediately, the two of them rushed towards the Han family. The Han family's headquarters was also on a vast planet. On this planet, there was a mountain range with the densest divine aura. Most of the Han family members lived here. However, when Lu Ming and Wu Shan arrived, they discovered that the mountain range had also collapsed. The palace was destroyed and corpses were scattered among the rocks. The smell of blood assailed their nostrils. It was like hell on earth. Damn it, Lu Ming roared. They were too late again. The other party was ruthless. The two of them were unwilling to give up. They searched the ruins to see if they could find any survivors. Unfortunately, they were all corpses. Even the desolate beasts had been killed. Not a single one was left alive. Lu Ming's face was extremely gloomy. It wasn't easy to find a clue. Could it be that it was broken again? Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Several black-robed men rushed out from a broken wall and surrounded the two of them. An ice-cold killing intent enveloped the two of them. It's them. At first glance, Lu Ming recognized that these people were very similar to the death warriors who had tried to assassinate Lu Ming in the Qin Tian Star Field. These people exuded a strong, murderous aura, as if they were demons. "Did you kill all the people here?" Lu Ming asked in an extremely cold voice. "Nonsense. Hee. Looks like there are still some fish that escaped the net from the Han clan. They actually came back to court death." A black-robed man said coldly. Suddenly, a saber light burst out from his hand and slashed towards Lu Ming. These people obviously didn't know Lu Ming. The black-robed man who attacked was a first-layer king god realm cultivator. We saw that Lu Ming was only a sixth-layer heavenly god. He thought that he could easily kill him. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted coldly and threw out a punch. The bracelet on his wrist that was Xianxia shone, and a bolt of lightning shot out. Bang! The saber light of the black-robed man was shattered. The bolt of lightning struck the man's body. The man screamed in pain and turned into ashes. One move, instant kill. The remaining black-robed man was stunned. Then he shouted angrily, "Kid, you're courting death. Kill them." The remaining 5 black-robed men were enraged and attacked together. These black-robed men were all King God Realm cultivators. The strongest one was at the 3rd layer King God Realm. Logically speaking, they should be able to kill Lu Ming and Xianxia easily. However, Lu Ming had Xianxia with him. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted and threw out another punch. Xianxia used all of his strength. Thick bolts of lightning shot out from his hand. The 5 black-robed men were all covered in lightning. Bang! 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 The 5 black-robed men screamed and were sent flying. They fell heavily on the ground. Their bodies had turned into ashes, and there was no sign of life. Even the 3rd layer King God Realm cultivator was killed. Since Xianxia had eaten the treasures Lu Ming had taken from Star Moon Ancient City, its aura had become stronger and stronger. Its cultivation base had increased rapidly. Now it was close to the 3rd layer King God Realm. Naturally, its strength had also increased. The lightning it shot out could easily kill a 3rd layer King God Realm cultivator. Wuxian was ready to fight, but when he was about to make a move, he found that the enemy was already dead. "Young Master Lu Ming, you really live up to your reputation," Wuxian exclaimed. "Wuxian, these men of sacrifice are still here. It means that the Han family was destroyed not long ago. Let's look around. Maybe there are still survivors," Lu Ming said. Immediately, the 2 of them started to search the area. However, they were much more careful. They restrained their auras and hid their figures, afraid that the men of sacrifice would discover them. The overall strength of the Chu Tian Star area was much stronger than the Qin Tian Star area. As one of the 2 overlords of the Chu Tian Star area, the Han family was also very strong. They were much stronger than the Flaming Tribe and the Ice Soul Tribe of the Qin Tian Star area, that definitely had experts above the 5th layer of the King God Realm. If they could destroy the Han family in such a short time, the experts sent by the other party were definitely terrifying. If they encountered such experts, Lu Ming and the others would be in trouble. "Be careful. There are people here," Lu Ming suddenly said while walking. He and Wuxian hid well. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Beams of black light shot up into the sky, breaking through the clouds and rushing into the starry sky. It was the men of sacrifice. The men of sacrifice suddenly left the area, which confused Lu Ming and Wuxian. The 2 of them pondered for a while and continued to search the area. However, they found nothing. "There are people over there." After a while, Lu Ming and Wuxian saw some figures flashing in front of them. They restrained their auras and approached carefully. They saw a few men in black robes. "There are no survivors here. However, we just received news that the core members of the Han family are training outside the Red Flame Star. They probably know our secret. Our superiors want us to go to the Red Flame Star to kill them," one of the men in black robes said. Although his voice wasn't loud, Lu Ming and Wuxian still heard him. "Let's go. This time, we can't let the core members of the Han family go," another man in black robes said. Then, They shot up into the sky and flew into the starry sky. There are survivors from the Han family? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. From what they said, it seemed that the survivors of the Han family might know something important. The men in black robes who had left before were probably heading to the Red Flame Star. The survivors of the Han family must not die. We must find the survivors of the Han family before the enemy finds them. Lu Ming said firmly. I know where the Red Flame Star is. Follow me. Wuxian said. Okay, let's go. Then the two of them shot up into the sky and turned into two beams of light, rushing into the starry sky. The two of them crossed the starry sky and came to the nearest teleportation platform. They stepped into the teleportation platform and rushed to the Red Flame Star. Chapter 3108. The Scarlet Flame Planet was located in the south of the Chutian star field. It was a barren land. The environment here was very complicated. Stars would often explode, affecting the environment. The environment here was very hot. On the Scarlet Flame Planet, there were flames everywhere. Many fire elemental creatures and fire elemental treasures were born here. The people of the Chutian star field loved to come here for adventure and training. The Han family had avoided disaster because they had core members who came to the Scarlet Flame Planet for adventure and training. However, the teleportation array could not transport them directly to the Scarlet Flame Planet. It could only transport them to a planet far away from the Scarlet Flame Planet, and they had to fly a long distance. Lu Ming and Wuxian traversed the starry sky and flew towards the Scarlet Flame Planet. Lu Ming, I'm hungry. I want to eat. Do you still have the treasures you gave me last time? I want to eat. Suddenly, Xianxia's voice rang in Lu Ming's mind. Clearly, the treasures that Lu Ming gave Xianxia last time had been refined by Xianxia. Of course. Here. Lu Ming took out a few treasures he obtained from Star Moon Ancient City and gave them to Xianxia. Lu Ming obtained about a dozen treasures. These treasures had lost a lot of their spirituality, but the materials were still very precious. Lu Ming planned to let Xianxia eat them all. Xianxia turned into a metal ball and opened its mouth. It stuffed the treasures into its mouth and started chewing. Wuxian was dumbfounded. Lu Ming, I feel like I'm about to evolve. Xianxia said, Really? Then you have to cultivate well. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Xianxia turned back into a bracelet and wore it on Lu Ming's wrist. The two of them continued flying. Even with their cultivation, it took them half a month to reach the Scarlet Flame Planet. In the void in front of them, there was a huge scarlet planet that was rotating slowly. The two of them rushed towards the Scarlet Flame Planet and slowly descended. Where are the Han family survivors? Lu Ming frowned. On the Scarlet Flame Planet, there were mountains that reached into the clouds. On these mountains, there were many scarlet plants. The roars of desolate beasts could be heard constantly. As far as the eye could see, it was boundless. It was extremely difficult to find someone on such a vast and boundless planet. However, even if it was difficult to find, he still had to find it. The two of them flew high up in the sky and began to search. However, after searching for 10 days, he still found nothing. Lu Ming became a little anxious. It's not easy for us to find them, but it's also not easy for those men of sacrifice to find them. This is a good thing. Wuxian advised. Lu Ming nodded, and the two of them continued their search. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from Lu Ming's wrist. This aura came from Xianxia. Xianxia flew out from Lu Ming's wrist and turned into a ball. It floated in the air and emitted an aura that grew stronger and stronger. It was about to break through. Xianxia was actually about to evolve and break through at a time like this. Lu Ming smiled wryly. Of all times, it had to break through at this moment. However, Lu Ming could only stop and wait for Xianxia to complete its breakthrough before continuing. He couldn't just leave Xianxia here alone. Wuxian also looked at Xianxia in surprise. He said, Lu Ming, why don't you wait here? I'll look around first. Then I'll have to trouble you. Lu Ming said helplessly. This was the only thing he could do for now. Wuxian nodded. He turned into a beam of rainbow light and left the place. Lu Ming, on the other hand, waited there. Luckily, Lu Ming didn't have to wait too long this time. A few days later, a powerful attractive force erupted from Xiaoqiu's body. The divine qi of heaven and earth frantically converged towards Xiaoqiu. Xiaoqiu was about to break through. Immediately, Lu Ming took out a large number of high-grade divine crystals and shattered them. They turned into dense divine qi that surged towards Xiaoqiu and was absorbed by it. Boom! Suddenly, Xiaoqiu's aura skyrocketed. It broke through a bottleneck and entered a new level. Third King God Realm. Xiaoqiu had entered the third King God Realm from the second King God Realm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A steady stream of divine qi continued to converge towards Xiaoqiu, stabilizing its cultivation base. At this moment, Lu Ming took out a sound transmission jade talisman and sent a message to Wu Shan, asking him to come back and meet him. Half a day later, Xiaoqiu's aura stabilized. Lu Ming, I've broken through. Haha, your treasures are too effective. Xiaoqiu grinned. Lu Ming was also surprised. It seemed that the treasures he had brought back from Star Moon Ancient City were indeed extraordinary. Although their spiritual energy had been severely depleted, it had still helped Xiaoqiu break through another level in such a short time. One should know that breaking through to the King God Realm wasn't easy. Now that Xiaoqiu had broken through to the third King God Realm, its strength had undoubtedly increased. Amazing, Lu Ming exaggerated. Then, he had Xiaoqiu turn into a bracelet and wear it on Lu Ming's wrist. Whoosh! After a while, a beam of light rushed over. It was Wu Shan. Wu Shan, do you have any clues? Lu Ming asked. I do. I just saw a few black-clothed death warriors flying in a direction. I think they might have found the traces of the Han family survivors. Wu Shan said. What? Let's go, let's follow them. Lu Ming's expression changed. If they found the Han family survivors first and killed them, then the clues would be cut off. Wu Shan led the way, and the two quickly flew in a certain direction. In a flaming valley, a young woman was fighting a flaming lion. The flaming lion was extremely huge. It was dozens of meters tall and had a powerful aura. It was an 8th-layer heavenly god. On the other hand, the young woman was only a 6th-layer heavenly god, but she was evenly matched with the lion. It was obvious that the young woman was also a peerless genius. In fact, the young woman was the third daughter of the Han family's patriarch, Han Ing. She was extremely talented since she was young and had Master Divine Grade Divine Force. She was the #1 genius of the Han family's younger generation. Not far away, there were two old men. They were both in the Divine King realm. They had accompanied Han Ing to the Crimson Flame planet to train. It was obvious that they were unaware that the Han family had been wiped out. Young lady's cultivation is getting stronger. I believe she will soon reach the 7th-layer heavenly god realm. One of the old men said with a smile while stroking his beard. That's right. In a few years, when young lady's cultivation is higher, she will be sent to the Ninju Heavenly King Palace to cultivate. If she's lucky enough to join the Ninju Heavenly King Palace's Starry Sky Camp, it will be a meteoric rise. In the future, our Han family will be able to surpass the Wind Moon sect and dominate the Chu Tian star field. The other old man said with a smile. He looked at Han Ing with doting eyes. Roar! The flaming lion roared furiously. Its battle with Han Ing was getting more intense. Han Ing yelled. The long sword in her hand emitted sword rays. Her attacks became sharper and sharper, slowly gaining the upper hand. After a few more moves, Han Ing seized the opportunity and struck the flaming lion's vital point with his sword, killing it. Chapter 3109. Great! The two old men clapped their hands and laughed after Han Ing killed the fiery lion. Third mistress, you're only a step away from the 7th-layer heaven god realm. I believe you'll be able to achieve a breakthrough soon. Once you've achieved a breakthrough, we'll head back. I believe the patriarch will be shocked. One of the old men said, Sure, I'll try my best to achieve a breakthrough within 3 months. Han Ing nodded with a firm gaze. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that instant, several black rays were fired from afar. In just a few breaths' time, More than 10 black-robed figures appeared in the sky, surrounding Han Ing and his crew. Their bodies were emitting icy auras. Han Ing and the two old men were shocked. Subconsciously, the two old men protected Han Ing in the middle. "Who are you?" one of the old men asked. "You're Han Ing, the third mistress of the Han clan?" One of the black-robed figures glanced at Han Ing and asked. "That's right, I'm Han Ing." Han Ing said, "Very well, we've finally found you." One of the black-robed figures uttered a hollow laugh. "You're looking for me? Why are you here?" Han Ing asked. "Of course, we're here to kill you." The black-robed figure laughed coldly. Han Ing and the two old men were startled upon hearing this. "Who are you? You should know that we're from the Han clan. If you dare to touch us, the Han clan won't forgive you." Han Ing snapped. The Han clan was one of the overlords of the Chu Tian starfield. They were extremely powerful. In the Chu Tian starfield, very few people dared to not give the Han clan face, let alone kill a member of the Han clan. The Han clan won't forgive us?" The black-robed figures burst out laughing mockingly. The black-robed figures did not make their move immediately, as if they wanted to see the despair on Han Ing and her crew's faces. One of them said with a hollow laugh, "I bet you have no idea that your Han clan has been eliminated. Not even a chicken or a dog was spared. Only a few of the core members of the Han clan are left." Han Ing and the two old men shuddered upon hearing this. Their faces were filled with disbelief. "Impossible, you're lying. Are you trying to scare us with such a method? Don't even think about it. We won't fall for it." Han Ing yelled in disbelief. "You don't believe me? I'll make you give up then. Take a look at this." One of the black-robed figures took out a shadow stone. The stone glowed and projected a projection. On the screen was the scene of the Han clan being annihilated. One by one, the members of the Han clan were killed on the spot. No. Han Ying's figure began to tremble. His face turned extremely pale, without any sign of blood. The two old men from the Han clan were about the same. Aren't you feeling hopeless? More than 10 black-robed men sneered. Seeing Han Ing and the others in despair, they felt very happy. They could have killed Han Ing and the others immediately, but they chose not to do so. They wanted to see the despair in Han Ing and the others. These men of sacrifice have been trained harshly since they were young. Their lives were in the hands of others, and they were a little perverted. Why did you do this? Why did you destroy my Han clan?" An old man from the Han clan roared. "That's because your Han family knows something you shouldn't know." A black-robed man sneered. "I'll kill you," Han Ing screamed. She was about to pounce on the black-robed figures, but one of the old men waved his hand and trapped Han Ing with his divine power. "Miss, the Han clan has been destroyed. You can't die. You must escape." One of the old men from the Han clan shouted. "That's right. You're the only descendant of the Han clan. You can't die. We'll save you even if we have to risk our lives." "You can't die," the other old man shouted. "You want to live? How naive. All right, I'll send you on your way." One of the black-robed figures said coldly. His killing intent was cold. "Charge!" The two old men from the Han clan led Han Ing and launched a fierce attack. The two old men from the Han clan weren't weak. They were both third heaven divine, God realm experts. Their attacks were as fast as lightning. Bam! Bam! One of the black-robed figures was careless and was sent flying by the two old men. He spat out blood. "You're courting death." The remaining black-robed figures shouted coldly. A few terrifying saber lights shot towards Han Ing and the two old men from the Han clan. They were as fast as lightning. There were two fourth heaven divine, God realm experts among the black-robed figures. The two old men from the Han clan were no match for them. As soon as the black-robed figures attacked, the two old men from the Han clan knew that they couldn't stop them. "You guys run. I'll hold them back," one of the old men from the Han clan shouted. He turned around and pounced on the black-robed figures. His body emitted a dazzling light. He wanted to detonate his star core to take them down with him. "Grandpa Lu!" Han Ing screamed. "Run!" the old man shouted. Then his body exploded. The explosion of a third heaven divine, God realm cultivator was extremely powerful. However, when he self-detonated, The dozen or so black-robed men were already prepared for it. They all retreated at the same time. They were as fast as lightning, avoiding the destructive force produced by the old man's self-destruction. Some of them only suffered light injuries. The remaining old man from the Han clan took Han Ing and flew away quickly. Chase! The black-robed figures shouted coldly. They turned into rays of black light and chased after Han Ing and the old man. The old man from the Han clan was a third heaven divine god realm cultivator. Moreover, he was carrying Han Ing. He couldn't run fast enough. The black-robed figures quickly closed the distance between them. Does God want to destroy the Han clan? Does he want to kill the last member of the Han clan? The old man from the Han clan was furious. He wasn't afraid of death. He was just afraid that he couldn't protect Han Ing. There are people. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he saw two figures rapidly approaching from the front. Only third heaven divine god realm cultivators. What a pity. The old man from the Han clan became gloomy immediately. Of course, he saw Lu Ming and Wu Shan. He thought that Lu Ming and Han Ing had come out to train. Third heaven divine god realm cultivators couldn't help them. You two run. It's dangerous here. The old man from the Han clan shouted to warn Lu Ming and the others. However, Lu Ming and the others had come for Han Ing. How could they leave? They continued to rush towards Han Ing and the old man from the Han clan. Die! At that moment, the two black-robed figures were about to catch up with Han Ing and the others. They slashed their sabers. A terrifying saber light slashed toward Han Ing at an astonishing speed. Be careful, Lu Ming shouted. He was still a distance away from Han Ing and the others. He wanted to help them, but it was too late. At the critical moment, the old man from the Han clan pushed Han Ing away. He turned around and blocked the attack alone. The old man from the Han clan slashed out a sword light. However, a third heaven divine god realm cultivator was much weaker than a fourth heaven divine god realm cultivator. The saber light slashed down and the sword light shattered. The old man from the Han clan tried his best to dodge, but one of his arms was cut off. The old man from the Han clan hastily retreated. He coughed up blood and his face turned pale. Chapter 31:10. The old man from the Han family was severely injured and his face turned pale. However, because he had resisted for a while, Lu Ming and Wu Shan finally arrived. Lu Ming used his god power to catch the old man from the Han family. His god power flowed into the old man's body to stabilize his injuries. He asked, "Senior, are you all right? Why didn't you leave?" The old man from the Han clan sighed as he spoke. Leave. None of you will be able to leave. At this moment, the black-robed men had arrived. More than 10 of them surrounded Lu Ming and the others. It was none of your business, but you came here to die. Then, I will kill you as well. One of the black-robed men glanced at Lu Ming and Wu Shan coldly. However, Lu Ming ignored the black-robed men. He looked at Han Ing and the old man from the Han family and asked, "You two, are you from the Han family?" Han Ing and the old man from the Han family were surprised. "That's right. We are from the Han family. Who are you?" The old man from the Han family asked. "We are here to save you. The Han family has been destroyed, but you can't die." Lu Ming said, "Save us." "Unfortunately, they are too strong." The old man from the Han family sighed. "You want to save us? Let's attack together and kill them. Let's end this quickly." A black-robed man of the fourth king god realm shouted coldly. He slashed his saber at Lu Ming. Lu Ming had dared to ignore him, so he would kill Lu Ming first. "Be careful," the old man from the Han family shouted. Although he knew he would die today, he was still anxious. "Let me," Lu Ming said indifferently. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the old man. He threw a punch at the black-robed man's saber light. When Lu Ming threw a punch, Cho wriggled on its own and wrapped Lu Ming's fist tightly. Clang! Lu Ming's fist collided with the other party's saber, and there was a deafening sound. The saber vibrated continuously. The black-robed man's body was also shaken, and he was pushed back. What? The others were astonished. Lu Ming had defeated the black-cloaked man, who was a cultivator of the fifth king god layer. The Han clan members eyes lit up. Perhaps they were saved. Damn it, let's kill this brat first. The black-robed man was also greatly shocked. He roared, and an even more shocking aura burst out from his body. He used his full strength to attack Lu Ming. He did not use his full strength in that move just now. Kill! Kill! The other black-robed men also charged towards Lu Ming. The combined might of more than 10 black-robed men was astonishing. That's great. Let's get rid of them all at once. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold as he punched out again. Creak, creak, creak. This time, bolts of lightning shot out from Lu Ming's fist. More than 10 huge bolts of lightning shot out from his fist and rushed towards the black-robed men. The attacks of the black-robed men collapsed after being hit by the lightning bolts. Their bodies twitched as they were sent flying backwards. Except for the 2 cultivators of the 4th King God Layer, the rest of the black-robed men fell on the ground. Their bodies were charred black, and they were no longer breathing. These black-robed men were killed instantly. Only the 2 cultivators of the 4th King God Layer were still alive. However, they were severely injured. Their bodies were charred black, and black smoke was rising from them. Their auras were extremely weak. Xianxia had just broken through to the 3rd King God Layer, so it had the ability to kill cultivators of the 4th King God Layer. However, its power was too scattered, which was why the 2 cultivators of the 4th King God Layer survived. Seeing this, Han Ying and the old man of the Han clan were dumbfounded. They thought they were dreaming. Lu Ming had killed more than 10 black-robed men with one move. Run! Run! The remaining 2 black-robed men rushed in 2 different directions, frantically fleeing. Xianxia, kill! Lu Ming waved his hand. Xianxia flew towards one of the black-robed men. That black-robed man was severely injured, so his speed was greatly reduced. Xianxia caught up with him in a few moves. A saber extended from Xianxia's body and slashed down. The black-robed man tried his best to resist. However, even if he was in his best condition, he wouldn't beat Xianxia's opponent, let alone when he was severely injured. Xianxia's saber slashed down and cut the black-robed man into 2 halves, killing him on the spot. Then, Xianxia turned around and dashed towards the other black-robed man. The distance between Xianxia and that black-robed man was getting closer and closer. That black-robed man knew he couldn't escape. He shouted, "If you kill us, you'll die too." Blood-tongue drawl, that black-robed man suddenly stopped, turned around and roared. His body emitted a strange red light. Then, he opened his mouth and a small red snake flew out of his mouth. That little snake was not an illusory body. Instead, it was a real snake. Bam! As soon as the small snake flew out, it exploded and turned into a ray of bloody light that charged towards Lu Ming. The speed of the bloody light was shockingly fast. Lu Ming wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The bloody light rushed into Lu Ming's body and disappeared. Lu Ming carefully sensed his body and found that he was completely fine. He circulated his divine power, but didn't discover the existence of the bloody light. At that moment, Xianxia had caught up to the black-robed man and killed him with a slash of his saber. Come, let's leave this place quickly. After killing the black-robed man, Xianxia flew back to Lu Ming's wrist and turned back into a bracelet. Lu Ming came to Han Ying and the others. Who are you people? Why did you save us? The Han family elder asked. We'll talk later. Let's leave quickly. That black-robed man was only one wave. There are more black-robed men on this planet. If we encounter stronger ones, we will all die, Lu Ming said. Han Ying and the Han family elder nodded. The few of them rushed into the sky. Soon, they flew out of the atmosphere and into the universe. Let's go to the nearest teleportation portal first, Han Ying said. No, since these black-robed men are looking for you in this area, they must have set up a trap. There must be experts guarding the teleportation portals nearby. If we go there, we will be walking right into their trap, Lu Ming said. Then what should we do? Han Ying's face was pale. Fly. Only if we fly far enough, and use the teleportation portal to leave this place, Lu Ming said. Then, Lu Ming and the others randomly chose a direction and flew at full speed. Not long after Lu Ming and the others left, more than 10 black-robed men appeared at the place where they killed the black-robed men. Looking at the corpses of the black-robed men, these black-robed men exuded shocking, killing intent. The target has escaped. Most likely, he was rescued by someone. One of the black-robed men said. Then what do we do? Someone asked. Ilu has mastered the blood tongue lure. If he can use the blood tongue lure in time, the target won't be able to escape. One of the black-robed men said. Then, this person stretched out his arm, which was covered with blood-red threads. It was extremely strange. Chapter 31:11. Ilu really used the blood tongue technique. Found him. He has already escaped from this planet, the black-robed man said. Inform the others and give chase. One of the black-robed men with the strongest cultivation level gave the order. Then, they soared into the sky, transforming into beams of black light. They dashed out of the starry sky of the universe and chased after Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming, Han Ying, and the others flew at full speed, passing by one planet after another. They had been flying for more than half a month, swallowing divine pills to recover their divine power while flying. Lu Ming had the quantifying character formula and had an endless supply of divine power, so he did not need any divine pills to recover his divine power. However, to avoid suspicion, he also pretended to swallow divine pills to recover his divine power. It's been so long, we should have shaken them off by now, right? Han Ying said. All right, let's go to the planet in front and rest for a while. Lu Ming said. There was a planet in front of them that was devoid of life. The few of them landed, then swallowed divine pills and meditated. Not long after, they had basically recovered 70 to 80% of their divine power and were in a much better state. You two, who are you? Why did you save us? Can you tell us now? Han Ying looked at Lu Ming and asked. After this period of adjustment, Han Ying's mood had improved a lot. He had walked out of the sorrow of the Han family's annihilation. We're from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residents. Lu Ming said. 9 Extinction Heavenly King residents? Han Ying and the old man from the Han family were surprised. That's right. A treasure of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residents was stolen. There's a spy in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residents. We're here to investigate the spy. Then, Lu Ming briefly explained the theft of the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal and the person behind the Demon Capital Mountain. So that's how it is. So my Han clan has been silenced. Han Ying smiled bitterly. Lu Ming sighed. He did not know how to persuade Han Ying about this matter. You're here to find out who's behind the Demon Capital Mountain, right? Han Ying took a few deep breaths. His eyes were filled with hatred. You know, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. I don't know. My father once told me about it. The Demon Capital Mountain produces the Demon Night Spring. The Demon Night Spring can nourish the soul and is priceless. My Han clan and the Wind Moon sect both coveted it before, but later on, we were warned by someone. The person who warned us was the backer of the Demon Capital Mountain. Han Ying said. Who is it? Lu Ming quickly asked. 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, Sikong clan. Han Ying gritted his teeth as the hatred in his eyes intensified. It's actually the Sikong clan. Wuxia exclaimed. Sikong family? Which Sikong family? Lu Ming asked. He was not very familiar with some of the big families in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Among the powerful families in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, there's only one Sikong clan. Wuxia said with surprise in his eyes. The Sikong clan is very powerful, stronger than the Jin clan or the Qin clan. However, they have always been neutral and rarely have conflict with other clans. The most important thing is that the sister of the current clan master of the Sikong clan is the 9 Extinction Heavenly King's wife. What? The 9 Extinction Heavenly King's wife? This time, even Lu Ming was shocked. The sister of the clan master of the Sikong clan was the 9 Extinction Heavenly King's wife, which meant that they were family. The Sikong clan actually ordered others to steal the 9 Extinction Heavenly King's treasure, the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. What were they trying to do? Is the one behind the Demon Capital Mountain really the Sikong clan? Lu Ming whispered and was very puzzled. Definitely. My father told me this himself. Not only the Han clan knows about the Chu Tian Star Zone, but the Wind Moon sect also knows about it. It's because we know who's behind them that the Han clan doesn't dare to touch the demon capital mountain. By the way, how's the Wind Moon sect? Han Ning said. The Wind Moon sect has also been destroyed. There's no one left alive. Lu Ming said. Sure enough, sure enough. What a ruthless method, what a ruthless method. I must take revenge for this. Han Ning clenched his fists and his eyes were full of hatred. Oh no, let's go. They're coming. Suddenly, Wuxian exclaimed. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the starry sky. Sure enough, they saw a few rays of black light flying toward them. Let's go. Lu Ming hollered. Everyone dared not stay any longer. They dashed in another direction. A great escape had begun. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. On this day, a few more figures suddenly appeared on a meteorite. It was Lu Ming and the others. However, Lu Ming and the others originally had 4 people. Now, there were only 3 left. Lu Ming, Wuxian, and Han Ning. The 3 of them were all injured. Their auras were weak and their faces were pale. It was obvious that they had gone through a fierce battle. These 3 months of escape could be said to be extremely dangerous. Once, they were caught by a group of black-robed people, and the 2 sides engaged in a great battle. In that battle, they were all injured. The old man from the Han clan also died in that battle. In the end, Xianxia risked being injured, and they narrowly escaped. During this period, no matter how we escape, the other party can catch up. What's going on? Lu Ming frowned. The other party must have some way to track us. Lu Ming, do you still remember the red light that fell on your body when the black-robed person used the blood snake art? Wuxian said. So it was that red light. Lu Ming suddenly understood. Before the black-robed man died, he shot out a beam of red light that landed on Lu Ming's body. There was nothing unusual about Lu Ming's body. He tried to sense it carefully, but he could not find anything unusual. It was most likely some kind of mark that fell on Lu Ming's body. The other party could use this mark to find them. No wonder they could not shake off the other party, no matter how they ran and changed directions. The only thing we could do now is ask Guimo for help. Lu Ming muttered. Then, a pitch-black bone appeared in his hand. This bone was given to him by Guimo when Lu Ming left the Qin Tian Star Zone. Guimo was still cultivating in the Yulong secret domain. He was waiting for the Yulong secret domain to recover his strength and see if he could enter the Divine King realm. When Lu Ming left, Guimo gave him this pitch-black bone. He told Lu Ming that if he encountered any trouble, he could activate this bone. Even if Lu Ming was in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence, Guimo would be able to sense it and rush over to help him. This was much more useful than a voice transmission Jade Talisman. A voice transmission Jade Talisman could not transmit information over a long distance. Even a high-grade voice transmission Jade Talisman had a distance limit. It was very difficult to transmit from the Qin Tian Star Zone to the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence. Of course, some powerful forces had special methods to transmit information quickly. In this situation, Lu Ming could only ask Guimo for help. He could not solve it with his own strength. He activated his divine power and injected it into the pitch-black bone. The pitch-black bone immediately emitted a mysterious fluctuation. It flickered a few times before calming down. Chapter 31:12. I've contacted a senior expert. He'll be here soon, but we have to avoid the pursuit of those black-robed death warriors before he arrives. Lu Ming said. Wuxian and Han Ning nodded. Their eyes looked ahead. Countless meteorites were suspended in the starry sky in front of them. Countless meteorites of different sizes were suspended in the starry sky. The territory was boundless, and there was no end in sight. A long time ago, this was probably a tragic battlefield. Many planets were destroyed, forming countless meteorites that floated in the starry sky. Their goal was this area. This area was extremely complicated. Countless meteorites were messy, and some of them were huge. Next, they had to use this terrain to avoid the pursuit of the enemy and hold on until the Bone Demon arrived. "Let's go," Lu Ming shouted softly. The three of them flew forward into the group of meteorites. Soon, they disappeared into the meteorite group. While Lu Ming and the others were fleeing, 9 Extinction Heavenly King residents, Seacombe family. In a secret hall, a black-robed man was reporting to a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was the current head of the Seacombe family, Seacombe Nan. Bam! Seacombe Nan slapped the armrest of the chair, and a terrifying aura was emitted from his body. What a bunch of trash. You can't even wipe out a small force like Chu Tian Starfield. Why would I raise you? Seacombe Nan's cold voice sounded, causing the black-robed man to tremble. Master, according to reliable news, the young lady of the Han family was rescued by Lu Ming. The black-robed man said. Lu Ming again. That little bastard always ruins my business. He's courting death. Seacombe Nan shouted coldly. Go, send out more experts. We must kill them. Our information must not be leaked out. Yes, I'll do it right away. I'll send the strongest experts. The black-robed man nodded repeatedly, then turned and left. No, I'm still worried. This matter must be foolproof. I'll go there personally. Seacombe Nan whispered. Then his figure flashed and left. Chu Tian Starfield. More than an hour after Lu Ming and the other two entered the group of meteorites, many figures appeared outside the group of meteorites. All of them were black-robed men. There were more than 10 of them, and all of them were experts. Even the weakest of them was a divine king. The target is in this group of meteorites. One of the black-robed men said, Are they trying to play hide-and-seek with us using these meteorites? What a joke. Let's split up and search for them. Let's see where they can hide. Once we have any news, we'll inform the others immediately. A powerful black-robed man said. Immediately, the dozens of black-robed men spread out and flew into the meteors in groups of 3 to 5. Lu Ming, Wuxia, and Han didn't stay in one place after flying into the meteorites. They stayed on one meteorite for a while, then immediately moved to another meteorite in order to disrupt the enemy's search. Just like that, they wandered around the meteors for 3 days. Ooh! Suddenly, Lu Ming shouted coldly in a certain direction. Kid, your spiritual sense is quite sharp, isn't it? A chuckle was heard. Then, a black-robed man appeared in front of them. Seeing the black-robed man, Wu Shan and Han Ying's expressions changed drastically. Their bodies tensed up and they were ready to fight. However, Lu Ming smiled and said, Senior Bone Demon, you're finally here. Bone Demon's speed was really amazing. It only took him 3 days to come here from Qin Tian Starfield. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Wu Shan and Han Ying heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that the senior that Lu Ming mentioned was here. Lu Ming, you guys are really in a sorry state. Bone Demon said with a smile. Senior Bone Demon, don't mock me. By the way, did you see any black-robed men when you came in? Lu Ming asked. I saw them. There were dozens of them, including many experts. They're looking for you. Bone Demon said. Very good. Now, let's catch them all in one fell swoop. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with murderous intent. After being chased for so long, he had a belly full of anger. It was time to fight back. Lu Ming, what are you going to do? Bone Demon said with a smile. Of course, I'll lure them into the trap. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Then, they stopped running and rushed in the direction they came from. Not long after swoosh, 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 in a flash, 5 or 6 black-robed men surrounded Lu Ming and the others. Kid, let's see how you're going to escape. One of the black-robed men said ferociously. His murderous intent was as cold as a knife. They glanced at Bone Demon, but Bone Demon had concealed his aura. With their cultivation, they couldn't see through Bone Demon at all. Therefore, they didn't take Bone Demon seriously. Escape? Why should I escape? Lu Ming sneered. Not escaping? You know you can't escape. One of the black-robed men sneered. These black-robed men weren't in a hurry to attack. They were still a little wary of Lu Ming's group. They were still outnumbered. If Lu Ming's group went all out, they would most likely suffer losses. Now that they were in an advantageous position, and they had already sent a message to the others. The others would be here soon. At that time, dealing with Lu Ming's group would be a piece of cake. Since the black-robed men didn't attack, Lu Ming's group naturally didn't attack either. Lu Ming was also waiting for the black-robed men to gather together and catch them all in one fell swoop. Wuxian and Han were a little worried. After all, they didn't know Bone Demon's strength. However, seeing Lu Ming's calm face, they could only brace themselves and wait. The black-robed men were also a little puzzled. Why didn't Lu Ming's group break through the encirclement? If they didn't break through now, wouldn't they have no chance when there were more of them? Who cares what trick you're playing? In the face of absolute power, it's a dead end. Some of the black-robed men thought. As expected, not too long later, more and more black-robed figures began to gather from all directions. More than 10 black-robed men surrounded Lu Ming's group. Why aren't you attacking? Kill them. One of the black-robed men said coldly as he slashed his saber at Lu Ming. This person's cultivation was terrifyingly strong. His aura was violent. Lu Ming felt his body being locked down, unable to move. This black-robed man's cultivation was definitely above the 5th layer of the Divine King realm. Luckily, they hadn't encountered this person before. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to escape. But now, Bone Demon took a step forward, arriving in front of Lu Ming. Then, he reached out his hand and grabbed. In an instant, a giant dragon claw appeared in the air, grabbing at the black-robed man. His opponent's saber light shattered like paper. The dragon claw didn't stop, grabbing the black-robed man. The black-robed man screamed in disbelief. Chapter 31:13. The black-robed man screamed in fear when he was caught by Gu Mo. He was a 6th-layer Divine King Realm cultivator, but he was like an ant in front of Gu Mo Bang. Gu Mo clenched his fist, and the black-robed man exploded. He died on the spot. How is this possible? The rest of the black-robed men were shocked. They could not believe it. A 6th-layer Divine King Realm expert was not killed by Gu Mo. That black-robed man was one of their leaders. Let's go. We can't defeat him. Let's go. Some of the black-robed men shouted and retreated. They wanted to run away. Gu Mo could easily kill a 6th-layer Divine King Realm expert. He was too terrifying. They could not deal with him. Roar. At this time, the Bone Devil let out a loud roar. Terrifying fluctuations burst out from the Bone Devil's mouth, forming circular shockwaves that rushed out in all directions. Bang! Bang! Those black-robed men were hit by the shockwaves and exploded. They died on the spot. Not even their bones were left. Dozens of black-robed men were killed. Wuxian and Han were dumbfounded. Dozens of powerful black-robed people were actually all annihilated after the Bone Devil roared. They finally knew why Lu Ming was so relaxed and calm after Gumo's arrival. Gumo's strength was unfathomable. This man is as strong as the family master. A thought flashed through Wuxian's mind, and he was shocked. An expert like him was an overlord even in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. It was unexpected that there was such an expert by Lu Ming's side. There's still a few left. I'll be back soon, Gu Mo said. His figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Not all of the black-robed men who entered the meteorites had arrived. Some of them who were further away had not arrived yet. Gu Mo was going to kill them all. They did not have to wait for long before Gu Mo returned. It's done. Where are you going now? Gu Mo asked. To the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace, and expose the Sikong family. Lu Ming said, a cold light flashing in his eyes. It was obvious that the Sikong clan was the one who had sent people to assassinate Lu Ming. Lu Ming wouldn't be at ease until the Sikong clan was completely dealt with. Go! Bone Demon waved his hand, and a gust of divine power was released. It shrouded Lu Ming and the others, swept them up, and broke through the air. The Bone Devil's speed was too fast. As they traversed the starry sky, one star after another flew past them. In the Chutian star field, there were a total of 2 interstar field transfer arrays. They flew towards one of them. In just half a day, They approached one of the interstellar domain teleportation portals. Their speed was many times faster than when Lu Ming and the others were flying. This interstellar domain teleportation array was located on a huge meteorite. Near this meteorite was a huge commercial planet. They flew towards the teleportation array. Not good. At this moment, Bone's expression changed slightly. Boom! Before Lu Ming and the others could react, an earth-shattering aura exploded from the meteorite with the interstellar domain teleportation array. A strong pressure locked them in place. You guys are finally here. I didn't expect a peak supreme god to interfere. No wonder those trash couldn't take you guys down. A cold voice came from the meteorite. As soon as the voice came out, an old man in a black robe appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others. This old man was covered in black light that covered the sky. It was extremely terrifying, like an abyss that could devour everything. This cultivation, peak supreme god. Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air, revealing a horrified expression. The old man's aura gave him the feeling that he wasn't any weaker than the Jin family head and the others. He was an overlord-class expert. He didn't expect that there would be a peak supreme god in this teleportation array. The Sikong family had really put in a lot of effort. Boom! At this moment, an aura exploded from Gumo's body and dispersed the old man's aura. Kill! The old man was very straightforward. He used his killer move. With a slash of his palm, an earth-shattering saber radiance burst out and slashed at Bone. Roar! Bone let out a roar, and his body expanded rapidly. He turned into a dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long, and a dragon claw struck out. Boom! The dragon claw and saber radiance collided. The entire void shook violently, as if it was going to collapse. Fortunately, they were fighting in the universe. Otherwise, it would have been devastating. Buzz! The saber radiance shook violently and then collapsed. Bone's body twisted and retreated tens of thousands of meters. With your strength, you want to kill us? You're too confident. Bone roared and extended his dragon claw at the old man. Slash! 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 A saber appeared in the old man's hand, and he slashed out continuously. Terrifying saber radiance shot up to the sky and slashed at Bone. Bone and the old man fought fiercely, creating an endless amount of energy. However, Bone kept Lu Ming and the rest behind him. Otherwise, Lu Ming and the rest would not be able to withstand such energy. Heavens, that's terrifying. What kind of existence is that? Many people near the interstellar domain transportation formation were alarmed by the battle. They looked over in horror. They had never seen such a battle. There was no such powerful existence in the Chutian star field. Too terrifying, too terrifying. It's going to destroy the world. Let's go. We'll be in trouble if we're caught in the crossfire. Many people near the interstellar domain transportation formation flew far away for fear of being caught in the crossfire. Bone and Black Shirt exchanged dozens of blows before Bone finally gained the upper hand. Bone's body was that of a dragon. He was an existence that surpassed a godly king. His body was indestructible and his defense was shocking. Bone could ignore his defense in a fight. Naturally, his combat strength was stronger. Senior Bone, this person is stalling for time. He might have a helper. At this moment, Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bone Fiend. I'm not fighting with you anymore. After Bone Demon repelled the black-robed elder with one move, he led Lu Ming and the rest toward the interstellar sector teleportation array. You're in my hands, and you still want to leave? Stay. Black-shirt elder said coldly. The momentum of his saber changed. His saber was no longer aimed at Bone, but at Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming and the rest paled. The opponent's saber was very far away from them. They could feel a terrifying saber intent pressing down on them. Their bodies felt like they were about to explode. Fortunately, Bone acted in time. Divine Dragon Tail whip-shattered Black Shirt Elder's saber momentum. Otherwise, Lu Ming and the rest would have been killed in an instant. Facing such a peak godly king, be it Lu Ming or Xianxia, they did not have the slightest ability to resist. Kill. After Black Shirt Elder's attack was blocked, his saber momentum changed again. He charged towards Lu Ming and the rest. Bone could only block. Bone had to divert his attention to take care of Lu Ming and the rest. How could he charge over? He was firmly entangled by Black Shirt Elder. Chapter 31:14. The black-clothed old man kept attacking Lu Ming and the others to distract Guemo. This way, he could hold Guemo back and prevent him from using the interstar domain transfer array to leave. The other party obviously wanted to hold them back and wait for reinforcements. It was very likely that the other party had even sent a peak God King expert to the Chu Tian star field. Although Lu Ming and the others were anxious, there was nothing they could do. Sure enough, after fighting for a while, the interstar domain transfer array on the meteorite lit up. A few figures appeared in the interstar domain transfer array. The figures were completely wrapped in black robes, and their faces could not be seen clearly. They were dressed exactly the same as the men of sacrifice from before. As soon as they appeared, they looked at the distant starry sky, at the place where Guemo and the black-clothed old man were fighting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then, they turned into several rays of black light and rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. Their speed was terrifyingly fast. In a few breaths, the black-clothed men appeared not far from Lu Ming and the others. You came at the right time. These people are our targets. Attack together and kill them. The black-clothed old man said. Kill, kill. A total of 3 black-clothed men attacked at the same time. 3 rays of blood-red saber light slashed towards Lu Ming and the others. The power of the 3 men's attacks was shocking. One of them was not weaker than the black-clothed old man's attack. Without a doubt, he was also a peak Divine King expert. The other 2 black-clothed men were slightly weaker, but they were also terrifying experts. With so many experts attacking together, Gumo's face changed. We can't leave this interstar domain transfer array. Retreat first, Gumo shouted angrily. His huge body curled up and protected Lu Ming and the others as he retreated. Clang, clang, clang. Rays of terrifying saber light slashed on Gumo's scales. Clang. Sparks flew everywhere. However, they did not break Gumo's defense. How is it possible that he has the body of a divine lord? The black-clothed old man shouted in shock. If they could not break through Gumo's physical defense with their cultivation, there was only one possibility. Gumo's physical body was above that of a godly king. Above the godly king realm was the divine sovereign realm, meaning the sovereign of the gods. A divine lord was much stronger than a divine king. Charge! The bone devil's body trembled, but there were only a few scars on his scales. He was completely fine. He continued to lead Lu Ming and the others to charge out. Stop them! The black-clothed old man roared and unleashed his full strength. Terrifying saber lights that seemed capable of splitting the heavens slashed towards Lu Ming and the others. The other black-robed men also launched fierce attacks. However, the bone devil curled up its body and protected Lu Ming and the others. It ignored its own defense and charged forward savagely. The black-robed old man and the others' attacks were constantly knocked away. At this moment, another figure appeared in the interstar domain transfer array. It was a middle-aged man. As soon as he appeared, he charged into the starry sky and attacked the bone demon. This burly man was actually also a peak divine king expert. In this way, the other party had sent out 3 peak divine king experts to attack the bone demon. Such a lineup was truly terrifying. In the non-extinction Heavenly King Palace, unless a divine lord took action, no one could fight against them. The 3 peak divine king experts launched terrifying attacks. One attack after another landed on the bone demon's body. Even though the bone demon had the body of a dark dragon, which was originally a divine lord's physical body, he could not take it anymore. His body trembled continuously and the scars on his body increased. If the bone demon relied on the dark dragon's strong physical body, he would definitely not be a match for the other party. Lu Ming's face was solemn. The Sikong family had actually sent out so many experts to kill them. Moreover, 2 of them had revealed their true faces. This showed that they were determined to kill them. You want to stop me with just these few bastards? Dream on. The bone demon roared, and a dragon's roar came from his mouth. His body shone with black light as he charged forward continuously. His suicidal attack had finally achieved results. The 3 divine King Realm experts were attacking Guimo from 3 different directions. Therefore, Guimo was only attacking 1 person at a time. The other 2 black-robed people were not peak divine king powerhouses. Under the bone demon's attack, the powerhouses on that side retreated repeatedly. Retreat for me! The bone demon roared loudly. Dragon claws stepped out continuously, bombarding the powerhouse in front. Bang! 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 That powerhouse clashed with the bone demon several dozen times in a row. Under the bone demon's suicidal attack, that person retreated repeatedly. How could the bone demon miss such an opportunity? Sweeping up Lu Ming and the rest, he burst out, breaking out of the heavy encirclement all of a sudden. Then, he flew rapidly into the distance. Damn it! Chase! Absolutely can't let them escape. The 3 peak divine king powerhouses pushed their speed to the limit and chased after Lu Ming and the rest. Both sides, one chasing and one fleeing, flew out a long distance in a blink of an eye. Want to catch up to me? Dream on. The bone demon sneered coldly. Casting some kind of secret art, his speed became faster and faster, slowly pulling apart the distance between him and the other party. The 3 powerhouses behind were extremely anxious. The Sikong family head had already given a death order. They absolutely could not let Lu Ming and the rest escape. Lu Ming and the rest most likely already knew the secret. If the Sikong family was exposed as the mastermind behind the theft of the 9 ultimate divine crystal, then the Sikong family would face a disaster. Therefore, Lu Ming and the rest must die. The 3 powerhouses exerted all their strength and chased after the bone demon and the rest. However, their speed was still slower than the bone demon. Slowly, the distance between them was pulled apart by the bone demon. If this carried on, they would be able to escape sooner or later. Buzz! Right at this moment, the void in front of Lu Ming and the rest suddenly fluctuated. The space was like waves of ripples, rippling. In the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the void. It was a middle-aged man. He was handsome, but his face was cold. When he opened and closed his eyes, radiance shot out in all directions. Kill! The cold middle-aged man spat out a word indifferently. His palm chopped down at the bone demon. Suddenly, a blade light burst out from the cold middle-aged man's palm. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. As soon as the blade light appeared, Lu Ming felt a great sense of terror. It was as if he would be destroyed in the next moment. Lu Ming had never encountered such a terrifying enemy in the real world. The blade light was shocking. It cut through the universe and the starry sky, as if it was going to split the entire starry sky in half. Lu Ming had no doubt that if this blade light were to strike a planet with life, it would split the planet in half. Not good. The bone demon's face changed drastically. He twisted his body and wanted to fly in another direction, but it was already too late. Uft. The blade light slashed the bone demon's body. Blood splattered everywhere. A wound that was over 1,000 meters long appeared on the bone demon's body. It had almost split the bone demon in half. Chapter 31:15. Guimo was severely injured by the slash. He spat out blood and flew out. Sir God, it's a Sir God! Guimo shouted in shock. The cold middle-aged man was actually a Sir God realm expert. A Sir God was the true overlord in 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. He rarely took action and was invincible. Now, a Sir God had taken action. Family head, the black-robed elder, and the other 2 had also arrived. They exclaimed when they saw the cold middle-aged man. This person was actually the family head of Sikong family. Trash. If I had not taken action personally, they would have escaped. The family head of Sikong family shouted coldly. The black-robed elder and the other 2 did not dare to make a sound. Peak Divine King, was only a step away from Sir God. However, the difference was huge. It was even bigger than the difference between a peak divine god and a divine king. They could not break through Gumo's defense, even if they used all their strength. However, the family head of Sikong family could break through Gumo's defense with a casual slash. We are doomed. Let's go. Bone Demon let out a low growl. Ignoring his injuries, he led Lu Ming and the rest in another direction. You want to leave in front of me? The family head of Sikong family said coldly. He took a step forward and caught up with Gu Mo and the others. His hand was like a blade as he slashed out again. Swoosh! Another shocking saber light chopped towards Bone Devil. This slash had completely locked on a Gu Mo. Gu Mo could not escape. Puff! The blade light slashed on Gumo's head. Blood spurted out, and Gumo's head was chopped off. The Nether Dragon's body was chopped off, and it could no longer protect Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the others quickly retreated. They stood in the void with pale faces. Swoosh! A black light shot out from the Nether Dragon's head. It was a black skeleton. It was Gumo. Bone Demon dashed into Lu Ming's glabella and shouted, "It's over, Lu Ming. It's really over this time. I didn't expect to provoke a Sir God. This time we're going to die together." Sir God. Lu Ming's mouth was filled with bitterness. Behind them, there were 3 peak god kings. In front of them, there was a god lord. Divine lords were too strong. Even the physical body of the Nether Dragon had been easily destroyed. They had no chance at all. Interesting, the Nether Dragon's physical body is controlled by another soul, and it's the physical body of a divine lord realm Nether Dragon. This is a pretty good harvest. The Sikong family patriarch chuckled and put away the Nether Dragon's body. No matter what, the Nether Dragon's body was still a divine lord's body. Its entire body was a treasure. Even divine lord experts were tempted. Then, the Sikong clan leader looked at Lu Ming and the others. At this moment, within Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, the measure character formula and the battle character formula rapidly shrank to the size of a speck of light to avoid being discovered. Han Ying and Wu Shan's faces paled as their bodies trembled. It wasn't that he was afraid, but that he couldn't control his body when facing such a terrifying existence. What should we do? In Lu Ming's mind, he was rapidly thinking of countermeasures, but none of them would work. Facing such an existence, any schemes were useless. They would be crushed with a single slap. Purple copper coffin. In the end, Lu Ming thought of the purple copper coffin. If it really didn't work, he could only try opening the purple copper coffin. However, facing such a terrifying expert like the Sikong family patriarch, Lu Ming wasn't confident even if he opened the purple copper coffin. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to kill the Sikong family patriarch and might even lose his life. You're called Lu Ming, right? Very good. You're the first in so many years to be able to do this at such a young age. I'll kill you with my own hands. The Sikong family patriarch said coldly as he stared at Lu Ming. Boom! In the next instant, the Sikong family patriarch directly attacked, not giving Lu Ming any room to speak. A vast saber light slashed toward Lu Ming, Han Ying, and the others. It was dazzling, incomparably dazzling. In the eyes of Lu Ming and the others, there was only this saber light left. Everything else had disappeared. The saber light slashed toward them, but Lu Ming and the others didn't move at all. It wasn't that they didn't want to move, but they couldn't. Move. Lu Ming roared in his heart. He wanted to take out the purple copper coffin and fight to the death, but his body couldn't move at all. He was suppressed by an invisible force. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He knew that he was still naive. Facing an expert like the Sikong family patriarch, even if he had a killing weapon like the purple copper coffin, he couldn't use it. He couldn't even fight to the death. Could it be that I'm really going to die here today? Lu Ming sighed in his heart. At this moment, thoughts flashed through his mind. It looked like the saber light was about to land on Lu Ming and the others. If this saber light really landed, Lu Ming and the others wouldn't even have a speck of ash left. However, at this moment, ripples appeared in the space in front of Lu Ming and the others. Then, two huge pitch-black fingers stretched out from the ripples and caught the saber light that was slashing down violently. An unbelievable scene appeared. The saber light that the Sikong family patriarch had slashed out, which could destroy everything, was actually caught by the two fingers. Following that, with a slight tremble of his finger, the saber light shattered with a bang. Lu Ming, Han Yi, Wu Shan, and the rest, as well as the three-peak God King experts behind them, were dumbstruck. The attack of a divine monarch had actually been destroyed so easily. Exterminating finger, heavenly monarch. The Sikong family patriarch's expression changed drastically. In the end, his voice actually trembled and his face was filled with horror. Sikong Nan, how dare you? A dignified voice suddenly sounded, reverberating in the universe's starry sky. Then the two fingers retracted. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others. This person was tall and sturdy, wearing luxurious clothes. Lu Ming and the others only saw the back view, but they still felt endless majesty. This person's aura was as vast and endless as the universe's starry sky. Heavenly King. Subordinate Sikong Nan pays respect to the Heavenly King. The Sikong family patriarch's expression was extremely ugly, but he still cupped his fists respectfully and bowed respectfully. His eyes were filled with horror. Lu Ming and the others were shocked. Heavenly King? In the nine-extinction Heavenly King manner, there was only one person who was called a Heavenly King and could make Sikong Nan so fearful and respectful. That was the ruler of the nine-extinction Heavenly King manner, the nine-extinction Heavenly King. However, why would the nine-extinction Heavenly King come here? Behind, the faces of the three-peak divine monarchs also changed wildly, becoming incomparably ugly. The nine-extinction Heavenly King didn't speak. He just looked at Sikong Nan coldly. Sikong Nan forced a smile on his face and said, Heavenly King, why did you suddenly come here? Could it be that you passed by chance? This subordinate has something to do. After it's done, I'll immediately report to the Heavenly King. After saying that, he gave a look to the three-peak divine monarchs behind him, letting them take action and kill Lu Ming and the others. Chapter 31:16. The appearance of nine-extinction Heavenly King shocked Sikong Nan. He wanted to kill Lu Ming and the rest before they could speak. Horan? 1. W. 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 R. A. N. W. E. N. C. M. M. The faces of the three-peak divine king experts changed. They gritted their teeth and were about to attack Lu Ming and the rest. Whoever wants to die can try it. Nine-extinction Heavenly King said faintly. The three-peak God King experts froze, not daring to move an inch. Heavenly King, these people are criminals. They are extremely vicious and must be killed as soon as possible. Sikong Nan said, Nonsense, Heavenly King. We found out that the Sikong clan leader is the mastermind behind the theft of the nine-extinction divine crystal. He wants to kill us. Lu Ming shouted, Little brat, you're spouting nonsense and dare to slander me. You deserve 10,000 deaths for your crimes. Sikong Nan's face changed drastically. A terrifying aura burst out from his body, and he was about to kill Lu Ming. However, nine-extinction Heavenly King took a step forward and the void shook violently. A terrifying force rushed towards Sikong Nan and crushed Sikong Nan's aura. Sikong Nan's body shook and he retreated. Heavenly King, what do you mean by this? Sikong Nan's face turned ugly. Sikong Nan, do you really think I was passing by? Nine-extinction Heavenly King asked coldly. Is it not? Sikong Nan's face turned ugly. I already knew that there was a mole behind the theft of the nine-extinction divine crystal. I also suspected you, but there was no evidence. That's why I didn't make a move and waited for you to give yourself away. This time, you really made a move. Not only did you come personally, but you also sent out all the experts of the Sikong clan. I naturally have to come and take a look. Nine Extinction Heavenly King said coldly. You follow me here? Sikong Nan's face turned ugly. That's right. Nine Extinction Heavenly King's eyes turned cold and said, Tell me, why did you do this? Who ordered you to do this? Heavenly King, it's a misunderstanding. I'm not a mole. You can't just listen to that brat's words. Sikong then shouted, You're still quibbling even now? Do you think I'm that stupid? Speak, who told you to do this? The Nine Extinction Heavenly King shouted, and a terrifying aura soared into the sky. Facing this aura, Lu Ming felt that he was like an ant. The difference was too great. Sikong Nan's figure also shook violently as he retreated continuously. It was difficult for him to withstand the Nine Extinction Heavenly King's aura. Sikong Nan's expression flickered. Suddenly, he looked behind Lu Ming and the others and roared. What are all of you doing? Finished speaking, Sikong Nan's figure suddenly charged madly backwards. He actually used a diversion tactic, wanting to seize the opportunity to escape. How naive of you to play such petty tricks in front of me. The Nine Extremes Heavenly King said coldly and then slammed his palm into the air. Boom! The sky shook violently. An enormous palm formed and pressed down on Sikong Nan. Break! Sikong Nan roared as a saber appeared in his hand. He slashed out with all his might. A dazzling saber light soared into the sky and slashed at the palm that was pressing down on him. This saber was at least several times stronger than the one that slashed at Lu Ming and the others previously. However, when the saber light slashed on the palm, it shook violently and then exploded with a bang. The violent palm force blasted down. Sikong Nan screamed as his body flew out and crashed into a huge planet in the distance. Boom! The planet roared violently. Half of the planet directly exploded. Like a dazzling firework, flames shot out in all directions. Fortunately, that planet was a dead planet without any living creatures. Otherwise, who knows how many creatures would have died? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. A divine lord that surpassed the divine king realm was simply ridiculously strong and unimaginable. This is the realm that I want to pursue above the divine king realm. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. He always remembered that Xianxia wanted him to reach above the divine king realm before he went to find her. He must reach this realm. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, behind Lu Ming and the others, the three-peak divine king experts' faces changed drastically. They actually turned into 3 rays of light and flew back madly. They were trying to escape. You still want to escape in front of me? Nine Extinction Heavenly King's cold voice sounded. He then stretched out his finger and pointed 3 fingers in the air. 3 huge fingers formed and pressed down on the 3-peak divine king experts. Ah, ah, ah. The 3-peak divine king experts screamed in horror. They realized that they could not avoid this move at all. Bang, bang, bang. 3 explosions sounded. The 3-peak divine king experts' bodies directly exploded and died on the spot. Lu Ming broke out in a cold sweat. The strength of the 9 Extremes Heavenly King was too terrifying. Those were 3-peak divine kings, who were on par with the family head of the Jin family. However, they were easily killed in seconds. It was as easy as crushing 3 ants. At this moment, Sikong Nan flew out from the half-destroyed planet. He was not dead, but he was in a sorry state. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes were torn. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. A divine lord would naturally not die so easily, but that move just now still caused him to suffer heavy injuries. As divine lords, the difference in strength between Sikong Nan and 9 Extinction Heavenly King was huge. Heavenly King, spare my life, spare my life. Sikong Nan shouted. He knew that, with his cultivation, it was impossible to escape from 9 Extinction Heavenly King's hands. So he begged for mercy. Speak. Who ordered you to do this? You must have a purpose for doing this. What is your purpose? 9 Extinction Heavenly King shouted coldly, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Sikong Nan shuddered. He had no doubt that Nine Extinction Heavenly King would kill him, even though his sister was the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Mansion's princess consort. It's Nine Blades Heavenly King. Nine Blades Heavenly King asked me to do this. He said that there was a way to make my cultivation breakthrough. I've been trapped in the Divine Lord realm for too long. So, I was muddle-headed and listened to his words. Heavenly King, spare my life. Sikong shouted. Nine Blades Heavenly King. Nine Extinction Heavenly King's eyes flashed with cold light. He and Nine Blades Heavenly King were enemies. They had fought for countless years, and neither could do anything to the other. They had a feud when they were young. When they were young, Nine Extinction Heavenly King had once killed Nine Blades Heavenly King's younger brother. So, for so many years, Nine Blades Heavenly King had always wanted to take revenge and destroy the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. What is his purpose for asking you to steal the Nine Extinction Divine Crystal? Nine Extinction Heavenly King asked. He asked me to be the mastermind behind the scenes to steal the Nine Extinction Divine Crystal. Then, he would let the major families in the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Mansion be suspicious of each other and fight with each other to exhaust their strength, causing the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Mansion to fall into internal strife. In this way, when the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Mansion's strength is weakened, he could lead the army and destroy the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Mansion in one fell swoop. Sikong then explained everything in detail. I see. Lu Ming suddenly realized. The other party's purpose was to make the major families in the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Mansion be suspicious of each other and fight with each other, causing them to fall into internal strife and internal strife to weaken the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Mansion's strength. P.S. Readers, I am Shepherd Boy Tingzhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, advertisements, and multiple reading modes. Chapter 31:17. One had to admit that Sikong Nan's plan was brilliant and almost succeeded. WW? 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 During this period of time, the major families of the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Mansion were indeed suspicious of each other and attacked each other. The conflict was getting deeper and deeper. If this continued, it was not impossible for it to evolve into a fierce war. What else? The Nine Extinction Heavenly King's face was even colder as he asked coldly. No, that's all. Heavenly King, spare me. I was blinded for a moment and made a big mistake. I won't dare to do it again. For the sake of my sister, spare me. Sikong Nin shouted and continued to beg for mercy. Some things, once you make a mistake, you have to pay a heavy price. If I spare you, how will I explain it to others in the future? Who will listen to me in the future? The Nine Extinction Heavenly King said faintly, but his voice contained a cold, murderous intent. Sikong Nan's face was ugly. He gritted his teeth and rushed to the back, trying to escape. Swoosh! The Nine Extinction Heavenly King also moved. His speed was unimaginably fast. In a flash, he closed the distance between him and Sikong Nan. After a few flashes, he caught up with Sikong Nan and pointed a finger. The void vibrated like a wave, making a terrifying explosion sound. A huge finger pressed towards Sikong Nan. Sikong Nan roared in horror and tried his best to resist. However, his attack and his defense were constantly crumbling under the attack of the Nine Extinction Heavenly King. Ah, Nine Extinction, you'll die a horrible death. And that kid, he will die a horrible death. Sikong Nan roared angrily, but in the next moment his cry came to an abrupt end, because his body directly exploded under the finger of the Nine Extinction Heavenly King. Even with his powerful vitality in the Divine Lord realm, it was useless. His body exploded, his soul was annihilated, and he completely disappeared from this world. A terrifying Divine Lord realm powerhouse was killed just like that. The chaotic universe, the upper-class world, was so cruel. No matter how high your cultivation was, there would always be someone stronger. If you could not be the strongest, you could fall at any time. In the vast chaotic universe, there were countless powerhouses falling at all times. Therefore, at all times, Every cultivator wanted to improve themselves and break through to a higher realm. In order to break through, they would do anything. Just like Sikong Nan, he was trapped in the first level of the Divine Monarch realm for countless years. In order to break through, he betrayed the Nine Extinction Heavenly King and helped the Dark Ice race steal the Nine Extinction Divine Crystal. He wanted to cause internal strife in the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Palace. After killing Sikong Nan, the Nine Extinction Heavenly King waved his hand and grabbed Sikong Nan's storage ring. Then a huge nether dragon corpse appeared in the air. "This is yours, right? Take it back," the Nine Absolutes Heavenly King said. Lu Ming put it away. "The nether dragon's body has been destroyed. It's useless to me, but it's still very useful to you." Bone cried out in his sea of consciousness. "Thank you, Heavenly King." Lu Ming cupped his fists in thanks, and then put the nether dragon's corpse into a spatial ring. This time, being able to make Sikong Nan give himself away and ferret him out, you've done a great service. The Nine Extinction Heavenly King looked at Lu Ming with a faint smile. "I'm just trying to protect myself. It's not a great service." Lu Ming said, "No matter what the reason is, it's all because of you that we ferret out Sikong Nan. Naturally, you have to be rewarded. How about this? I promise you a condition. As long as it's within my ability, I won't refuse." The Nine Extinction Heavenly King said. These words made Lu Ming's eyes light up. Han Ning and Wu Shan were even more envious. "This is a condition from the Nine Extinction Heavenly King. It's simply priceless. What condition do you want to put forward?" The Nine Extinction Heavenly King asked. "Heavenly King, can I put this condition aside first? Can I mention it after I've thought about it?" Lu Ming said. Now, Lu Ming had not thought about what condition to put forward. A condition from the Nine Extinction Heavenly King was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It must be used on the edge of the blade. It would be best to mention it when needed. This little guy is quite smart. All right, mention it when you've thought about it. Take this voice transmission Jade Talisman. If you've thought about it, you can send me a voice transmission at any time. After saying that, the Nine Extinction Heavenly King took out a voice transmission Jade Talisman and handed it to Lu Ming. "Thank you, Heavenly King." Lu Ming received it with joy. "All right, I have to go back and deal with the Sikong clan. I'll take my leave first." The Nine Extinction Heavenly King left a sentence and took a step out. The void was filled with ripples, and the figure of the Nine Extinction Heavenly King had disappeared without a trace. Obviously, the Nine Extinction Heavenly King did not intend to stay in the Sikong clan. One could imagine the fate of the Sikong clan. Shuttling through the void, a Divine Lord powerhouse is really terrifying. Lu Ming sighed. This was the chaotic universe where the space was extremely stable. After Lu Ming came to the chaotic universe, it was the first time he saw someone who could travel through the void. Sikong Nan had used it before, and now the Nine Extinction Heavenly King was doing it too. "Kid, this is not shuttling through the void." In the sea of consciousness, Gu Mo's voice sounded. "Not shuttling through the void." Lu Ming was surprised. Previously, Sikong Nan and the Nine Extinction Heavenly King appeared suddenly. If it was not shuttling through the void, what was it? The space of the chaotic universe is extremely stable. It is not comparable to a small kiliocosm. Moreover, the chaotic universe is vast and boundless. Its territory is many times larger than a small kiliocosm. It is too difficult to travel through the void and cross the endless starry sky. Guillemot sighed. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, the area of a small kiliocosm like the Heaven Realm and the Primordial Realm was far smaller than a planet of life, let alone compared to the endless starry sky of the universe. In a small kiliocosm, to be able to travel from one end to the other in the chaotic universe, it was only equivalent to a small distance on a planet. In the starry sky, it was nothing. Then what were they doing? Lu Ming asked. After breaking into the Divine Lord realm, they can use an unrivaled technique to carve a starry sky transmission array on their body. This is what they're doing by activating the starry sky transmission array and sending themselves out. This is similar to passing through the void in a different way. Guillemot explained, to be able to carve a teleportation array on one's body. How amazing! Lu Ming exclaimed, by carving a teleportation array on one's body, one's movement would be many times faster. There would be no need to take other teleportation arrays. Of course, this method still has its weaknesses. In some aspects, it is not as good as shuttling through the void. For example, it takes time to activate the teleportation array. In a battle, the opponent will not give you time to activate the teleportation array. Another thing is that it can only be used by one person and cannot be used by others. Guillemot said. Lu Ming nodded. No wonder Sikong Nin did not use the teleportation array to escape. It was because he did not have time to activate the teleportation array. He was afraid that he would be killed by the 9-extinction Heavenly King before he could activate it. The other thing is that it can only be used by oneself and cannot be used by others. One should know that one can bring others along with them when shuttling through the void. P.S. Readers, I am Shepherd Boy Tingzhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, 0 advertisements, and multiple reading modes. Chapter 31:18. Although there was a weakness in carving a teleportation formation on his body, Lu Ming was envious of it. The Eldritch universe was too big. He had to spend a lot of time every time he traveled. If he could carve a teleportation formation on his body, he would be able to travel much faster. However, he could only be envious. That was the symbol of the Divine Lord Realm. Only a Divine Lord Realm expert could do it. Even a peak Divine King could not do it. He shook his head and threw the thought to the back of his head. He was still too far away from the Divine Lord Realm. It was better for him to take it one step at a time and slowly improve himself. Let's go. We'll find a place to rest. Lu Ming said. This matter was finally resolved, and the crisis was completely eliminated. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief and felt relaxed all over. All right, Wu Shan and Hanning nodded. Then they left the place in a flash. On a desolate planet, Lu Ming and the others landed. They then consumed a divine pill and began to recuperate. A few days later, they had recovered to their peak state. Miss Hanning, what's your plan next? Lu Ming asked Hanning. I want to return to the Han family and bury the Han family members. Hanning said. At this point, she revealed a mournful expression. We'll go with you. After we're done with the Han family, follow us to the 9-extinction Heavenly King Mansion to cultivate. Lu Ming said. The Han family was annihilated, and Hanning was the only one left. She had no one to rely on. If she followed them to the 9-extinction Heavenly King Mansion, even if she could not enter the Starry Camp, it was better to cultivate in the Wu family than to wander outside alone. Then, Hanning would like to thank young Master Lu. Hanning bowed. Let's go, Lu Ming said. Immediately, they headed towards the Han family. After some time, they returned to the Han family. The Han family was annihilated and no one survived. When they returned, they found that there were many more people in the Han family's territory. Many people flew in and out, moving back and forth. I'm the one who found this storage ring. Piss off. I came first. You're the one who should get lost. You're courting death. In a dilapidated palace, a few loud shouts could be heard. Then, a few figures started fighting with each other. Strong energy overflowed, causing the already dilapidated palace to be destroyed even more quickly. These people, Han Ying's eyes instantly reddened with murderous intent. Obviously, these people were fishing in troubled waters, taking advantage of the situation to loot. The Han clan was one of the 2 overlords of the Chu Tian Starfield. Before they were destroyed, no one dared to do anything to them. But now that the Han clan had been destroyed, other than a few precious treasures that had been taken away by the Sikong clan, the ordinary treasures were all left here. Naturally, it attracted a large number of people. At first, no one dared to make a move. But after a while, seeing that nothing was wrong, cultivators from the Chu Tian Starfield swarmed over to steal the Han family's treasures. It was so much so that some of the Han family's people were stripped of their clothes and weapons. No wonder Han Ying had such an expression. All of you scram. Lu Ming took a step forward and suddenly shouted. His voice was like thunder, causing the few people who were fighting to stop. Where did this brat come from? Are you trying to mess with us? Hurry up and scram. A middle-aged man glanced at Lu Ming and scolded disdainfully. I'll give you one last chance. Put down your storage rings and scram. Otherwise, die. Lu Ming said with a sullen face. Arrogant. I think you'll be the first to die. The burly man was impatient. He swung the battle axe in his hands toward Lu Ming. This burly man's cultivation level was not weak. He was a half-step divine king. However, he was a far cry from Lu Ming. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it, Lu Ming said indifferently. He threw a punch, and a 9-clawed dragon flew out and pounced forward. Puff! The middle-aged man was directly torn apart by the 9-clawed dragon and died on the spot. When the others saw this, their faces turned pale with fright. I'll go now. I'll go too. The few of them threw down their storage rings and quickly ran away. Looks like we have to get rid of these rascals first before dealing with the Han family's affairs. Lu Ming said. Young Master Lu Ming, please. Han said with a sobbing tone. Her eyes were red. At this moment, she was angry and helpless. Don't worry, let's go. Lu Ming nodded and his eyes flashed with a cold light. Lu Ming, Wu Shan, and Han Ying headed towards the core of the Han family. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly. He thrust out his spear, and spear light shot out like shooting stars, killing 5 or 6 experts who were trying to take advantage of the situation. The remaining people were terrified and quickly ran away. The 3 of them killed their way in. Along the way, they did not encounter any powerful experts. The strongest one was only at the 2nd heaven of the Divine King realm. He was easily killed by Wu Shan. Soon, they arrived at the core of the Han family, which was also the place where the main house of the Han family was located. This place used to be a boundless mountain range with rich divine qi. It was a blessed place with many palaces. However, the mountain range had collapsed and the palaces were destroyed. Only ruins were left. Many corpses were lying in the ruins. 6th Grandpa, 8th Grandpa. Han Ying cried when she saw the corpses of the old men. They were her family members. Who are you? Get out of here. At this moment, a few figures flew out from the core of the Han family. Some of them were middle-aged and some were old men. They glared at Lu Ming and the others and said, The Hanli sect has booked this place. Get out of here or you'll die. Do you understand? An old man shouted coldly. Hanli sect. You're from the Hanli sect. Han Ying shouted. Since you know we're from the Hanli sect, get out of here. The old man waved his hand. What kind of force is the Hanli sect? Lu Ming asked Han Ying through voice transmission. The Hanli sect is a powerful force in the Chu Tian star field. They used to be second only to the Han family and the Wind Moon sect. They had a good relationship with the Han family. I didn't expect them to take advantage of the situation after the Han family was destroyed. Damn it. Han Ying gritted her teeth. I see. Lu Ming nodded. It turned out that the Hanli sect was second only to the Han family and the Wind Moon sect in the Chu Tian star field. No wonder they were so overbearing and occupied the core of the Han family. I don't care which sect you are from. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Lu Ming waved his hand and said, What? Boy, what did you say? The old man shouted. He was surprised that someone in the Chu Tian star field dared to talk to him like that after hearing the Hanli sect's name. He was courting death. Boy, you're dead for what you said. Kill. The old man shouted coldly and slapped Lu Ming. The old man's cultivation was not weak. He was at the 1st heaven of the king god realm. The wind from his palm whistled and was very powerful. Leave it to me. Wu Shan, who was next to Lu Ming, stepped forward and threw a punch. Chapter 31:19. Wu Shan punched out, and a fist energy as big as a mountain crushed towards the old man. Bang! Wu Shan had the cultivation base of the 3rd king god realm. The old man couldn't resist him. His fist energy exploded, turning the old man into ashes. How dare you kill the people of the Hanli sect? You're courting death. Send the signal. The remaining few people were shocked and furious. One of them let out a long howl, and his voice spread far and wide. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Immediately, many figures flew out from the core of the Han family. There were at least 20 of them. Each of them had a powerful aura. All of them were experts at the Divine King realm. The Hanli sect was second only to the Han family and the Wind Moon sect. They were even stronger than the Ice Soul race in the Qin Tian Star Zone. There were more than 20 Divine Kings in the group. Soon, more than 20 people arrived before them. What happened? A young man in his 20s asked with a cold face. He was holding a folding fan. They killed Guardian Wang. One of them pointed at Lu Ming and the others and shouted, "What? Guardian Wang is dead? They're courting death." The young man shouted angrily. He looked at Lu Ming and the others with murderous intent. However, when his gaze landed on Han Ing, he was stunned for a moment and revealed a look of surprise. "Han Ing, it's you. You're not dead," the young man shouted. "Sun Yan, how dare you? Why did you bring people to occupy the core area of my Han clan?" Han Ing shouted. They knew each other. They were all elites of the Chu Tian Star Zone. It was normal for them to know each other. Sun Yan's eyes flashed. He laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. Han Ing, do you still think you're the young lady of the Han family? Now that the Han family has been destroyed and all of their experts are dead, the Hanli sect is the leader of the Chu Tian Star Zone. Do you understand?" At this point, Sun Yan's gaze swept over Han Ying's body. His eyes were fiery and flickered with an evil light. "In the past, I pursued you bitterly, but you didn't even spare me a glance. Hee, now that the Han family has been destroyed, let's see who you can rely on." Good. You're not dead. I'll take you down and make you my toy. Let's see how arrogant you can be." Ha ha ha. Sun Yan laughed. His eyes were burning. You dare." Han Ying's face turned pale with fright. "Where did this idiot come from? Why are you shouting here? Get out of here." At this moment, Lu Ming took a step forward. He glanced at Sun Yan coldly and reprimanded him. Sun Yan nodded. Only then did he notice Lu Ming. He looked at Lu Ming and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Brat, what did you say? You can't hear what I'm saying. Looks like your ears aren't good either." Lu Ming said indifferently, "You're courting death. Men, kill him for me. No, cripple him for me. I want to feed him to the dogs." Sun Yan shouted coldly, his killing intent as cold as a blade. In his opinion, Lu Ming was just a follower of Han Ing. He was probably a lucky survivor of the Han family. Now that the Han family had been destroyed, Lu Ming actually dared to speak to him in such a manner. He was simply courting death. Previously, he had been suppressed by the Han family. Now, the anger he had suppressed completely erupted. "Young master, leave it to me." Behind Sun Yan, a skinny man stepped forward and clawed at Lu Ming's throat. This young man was of the first King God realm. In his opinion, Lu Ming was just a heavenly god. It would be easy for him to cripple Lu Ming. He didn't even use his full strength this time. "You're just a servant of a wild dog. How dare you bark? Die!" Lu Ming shouted coldly. A long spear appeared in his hand. The battle symbol secret art increased his fighting strength by 4 times. He thrust the spear at the skinny man. The spear light was dazzling like a meteor. It moved at an extremely fast speed toward the skinny man. Puff! The spear light pierced through the skinny man's palm as if it had pierced through tofu, leaving a bloody hole. "Ah!" The skinny man screamed, his eyes filled with disbelief. Although he hadn't used his full strength, he was still at the first King God realm. However, he was injured by a heavenly God realm cultivator. At the same time, he couldn't believe it. Moon slashing. After Lu Ming's spear pierced through the skinny man's palm, he continued his attack. The 9 types of God energies in his body exploded. The 9 types of God energies, with the awakened God origin factor as the core, rushed into the long spear and exploded, creating a terrifying power. The crowd only saw a crescent moon flash out. Then, they saw the skinny man's body split in half. He had killed a God King in 2 moves. Before Lu Ming transformed into his ancient God body, he wouldn't have been able to kill a God King so easily. However, the skinny man had underestimated him. Lu Ming had seized the opportunity and killed him in 1 move. You! Sun Yin was stunned. He stared at Lu Ming with his mouth agape. A heavenly god could kill a god king. He had never heard of such a thing. He was dumbfounded. If you don't get lost, then die. Lu Ming shouted. His long spear vibrated and turned into a dazzling spear light, thrusting toward Sun Yin. Young master, be careful. Behind Sun Yin, an elder roared. A gush of divine power gushed out and sucked Sun Yin's body behind him. Then, he threw a palm strike at Lu Ming. Boom! Buzz! The old man's palm struck Lu Ming's long spear, causing a violent explosion. Lu Ming's long spear shook violently. Lu Ming was pushed back by a powerful force. He felt his blood and qi churn, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Kill! Kill this bastard for me! Sun Yin reacted and roared crazily. Just now, he had almost been killed by Lu Ming. Cold sweat flowed down his back. He was terrified. This feeling made him a little hysterical. Kill! You're all dead! The experts behind Sun Yin roared. Violent auras erupted as they charged toward Lu Ming. The auras of so many experts were terrifying. Han Ying's face turned pale. Wuxian's aura also erupted as he prepared to attack. Let me do it! Lu Ming's voice resounded. Then, Xianxia wriggled and turned into an armor, covering Lu Ming's body. Creak! Creak! Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch. Huge lightning bolts that were thicker than a person's waist dashed forward. The attacks that were aimed at Lu Ming collapsed after being hit by the lightning bolts. The lightning bolts didn't stop and continued to strike the experts of the Hanli sect. Boom! 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 The experts of the Hanli sect were like balloons that were punctured. They couldn't withstand a single blow from the lightning bolts. They exploded and turned into ashes under the power of the lightning bolts. At least a dozen experts of the first layer of the King God Realm, second layer of the King God Realm, and even third layer of the King God Realm were turned into ashes and disappeared from the world. Chapter 31:20. Sun Yin was stunned. The remaining god kings of the Frigidly sect were stunned as well. Their eyes widened as they became filled with extreme fear. More than a dozen divine kings had died just like that. They had been killed by Lu Ming in a single strike. They were the core forces of the Hanli sect. Run! Run! Sun Yin shouted in fear when he realized what had happened. He wanted to run away. Lu Ming's strength was too terrifying. He had killed more than a dozen divine kings in a single strike. There were even a few third-layer divine kings among them. Even fourth-layer divine kings could not do that. He realized that Lu Ming was a demon god that he could not afford to offend. He wanted to leave immediately and get away from Lu Ming. Unfortunately, Lu Ming would not give him the chance to do so. Squeak! 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 Lu Ming clenched his fist. Endless lightning gathered in Lu Ming's hand and shot towards Sun Yin and the remaining divine kings of the Hanli sect. Young master, block it! Two old men shouted. They appeared in front of Sun Yin and unleashed a terrifying aura. They shot out two beams of divine light to block Xianxia's lightning. The two old men were fourth-layer divine kings. They were two of the three strongest divine kings of the Hanli sect. Together with the patriarch of the Hanli sect, they were both fourth-layer divine kings. This time, the Hanli sect had sent out 90% of their experts in order to completely occupy the Han clan and obtain the treasures of the Han clan. However, with Xianxia's current strength, the two fourth-layer divine kings could not block Xianxia's attack at all. A violent explosion resounded. The divine light that the two old men shot out was directly penetrated by the lightning. The lightning bombarded the two old men's bodies. The two old men's bodies trembled as if they had epilepsy. Their bodies were charred. Although they were not dead, they were half dead. As for the other divine kings of the Hanli sect, they were turned into ashes by the lightning. Only Sun Yin and the two fourth-layer divine kings who were about to die were left. Sun Yin stood in the air with a pale face. He seemed to be scared out of his wits. Swoosh! Lu Ming moved and appeared in front of Sun Yin. Ah, don't kill me! Sun Yin screamed in horror. I won't kill you because there's someone more qualified to kill you than me, Lu Ming said coldly. Then he stabbed out with his spear. The long spear pierced into Sun Nian's dantian, extinguishing Sun Nian's divine fire. Afterward, Lu Ming reached out and flung Sun Nian toward Han Ning. "Miss Han Ning, I'll leave him to you." After Lu Ming finished speaking, he charged towards the two old men. Those two old men did not have the strength to fight back at all and were killed by Lu Ming. "Han Ning, spare my life, spare my life." Sun Nian screamed miserably. "Blasphemy against my Han clan, you deserve to die 10,000 times. Han Ying's voice was incomparably cold, filled with killing intent. He slashed out with his sword, chopping off Sun Yin's head. As a result, all the experts from the Frigidly sect who had come to the Han clan were killed. This time, the Frigidly sect had definitely suffered a heavy loss. 90% of their experts were killed in an instant, and their strength was greatly reduced. It would not be long before they were wiped out by the other forces in Chutian Star Zone. After that, Lu Ming and the other two went around the Han clan's territory and chased away all the people who had come to rob a treasure. Then, the three of them worked together to gather all the members of the Han clan. They dug a big hole and buried them, building a big grave. Han Ning knelt in front of the Han clan's grave for 7 days and 7 nights before she got up. "Thank you, young Master Lu Ming, for your help." Han Ning is grateful. Han Ning bowed to Lu Ming again to express her gratitude. This time, if it were not for Lu Ming's help, she really did not know what to do. "Miss Han Ning, you're welcome," Lu Ming said. He sighed in his heart. Speaking of which, this matter was also caused by him. If he had not been searching for the 9 extinction divine crystal, the Han clan might not have been destroyed. The Han clan will not be destroyed. In the future, I will definitely revive the Han clan. Han Ying's eyes were firm. "I believe that you can do it." Lu Ming encouraged her with a smile. Then, the three of them left and headed towards the 9 extinction Heavenly King Palace. After a period of time, they returned to the 9 extinction Heavenly King Palace safely. This trip to Chutian Star Field was considered a success for Lu Ming. He had completely resolved the matter of the 9 extinction divine crystal. As soon as he returned to the 9 extinction Heavenly King Palace, Lu Ming heard a piece of news. The mastermind behind the 9 extinction divine crystal was found out. The 9 extinction Heavenly King was furious, and the Sikong clan was destroyed. This matter shook the entire 9 extinction Heavenly King Palace, and everyone was discussing it. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. This was strength. In the cultivation world and the chaotic universe, everything depended on strength. Otherwise, they would be destroyed. Even if Sikong Nan's sister was the 9 extinction Heavenly King's wife, it was the same. They directly returned to the Wu clan and discussed this matter with Wu Zifeng. Wu Zifeng also sighed. After that, Han Ning stayed in the Wu clan to cultivate while Lu Ming returned to the Starry Sky camp. The following days were peaceful and Lu Ming focused on cultivating. There were too many things that he needed to cultivate now. Firstly, it was the Overlord Spear Art and War God Strike that he obtained from Chu Baxing. After successfully cultivating the Overlord Spear Art, he would be able to cultivate the Divine Grey Divine Power, the Overlord Spear Force. This would greatly increase Lu Ming's attack power. However, Lu Ming could temporarily put the War God Strike aside for the time being. After all, he had not cultivated the Armageddon 3 strikes to the peak yet. In addition, Lu Ming also felt that he had touched the threshold of 5 times his combat strength. As long as he worked hard to comprehend it, he would be able to control 5 times his combat strength sooner or later. In addition, Lu Ming did not want to give up on the Yin-Yang God Eye. This was an extremely powerful secret technique. The deeper one comprehended it, the greater its power. The most important thing was the comprehension of the divine power itself. Although the sovereign divine power had awakened the origin divine power, this was only the first awakening. There would be a second awakening, a third awakening, a fourth awakening. Moreover, some people with terrifying talent could even comprehend the origin divine power from the origin divine power. Every origin divine power was passed down from the primordial divine spirit. Its power was far beyond the current secret techniques. Moreover, Lu Ming had already awakened the undying sword force to 99%. Just one more step, and he would be able to fully awaken it. In that case, Lu Ming's strength would increase by another level. However, all of these would consume a lot of Lu Ming's energy. Lu Ming informed Qiu Yu and entered deep seclusion. Lu Ming planned to cultivate the Overlord Spear art first. After mastering the Overlord Spear force, he would comprehend the rest. Lu Ming was already familiar with cultivating the Divine Grade secret technique. It did not take long for Lu Ming to comprehend the first level of the Divine Grade secret technique and cultivate a strand of Overlord Spear force. After that, there was no need to continue comprehending it. He just needed to slowly nourish it and strengthen it. Then, Lu Ming's palm glowed and a scroll appeared. This scroll was the one that Blue Merchant had given to Lu Ming. It contained the Blue Merchant's comprehension of the sovereign divine power. Lu Ming opened it and read it carefully. Chapter 31:21. Lu Ming opened the scroll and read it carefully. At first, Lu Ming was still a little confused, but the more he read, the brighter Lu Ming's eyes became. Wonderful, truly wonderful, Lu Ming sighed. Blue Merchant's understanding of the sovereign's god force was too profound. Some of the insights he had read made Lu Ming slap the table in praise. Lu Ming felt his understanding of the sovereign's god force deepening rapidly. In the following days, Lu Ming immersed himself in comprehending the sovereign's god force. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. After 20 years of bitter cultivation, Lu Ming's understanding of the sovereign's god force had reached a new height. However, he was still a long way from the second awakening of his quintessence god force factor. On this day, Lu Ming received a transmission from Blue Merchant, saying that he had compiled some of the insights on the other god forces that Lu Ming cultivated and asked him to take them. Of course, Lu Ming ran over eagerly. During this period of time, he had already tasted the sweetness of the Blue Merchant scrolls. With these insights as reference, his cultivation speed was much faster. He could avoid many detours and save a lot of time. This time, Blue Merchant gave Lu Ming 6 different scrolls. These were the other god forces that Lu Ming cultivated. Although Lan Shang had only cultivated one type of sovereign's divine power back then, his realm had been too high. He had seen other powerhouses use it, and his understanding of other types of divine powers was far beyond Lu Ming's. Many thanks, Lan Shu. Lu Ming put away the scrolls and smiled from ear to ear. Cultivate well. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to look for me. Not long later, there's an important mission for you to complete. This matter is related to whether or not we can overturn Jingyu's case. Blue Merchant said. What is it? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. At present, Lu Ming had 2 important things on his mind. The first was the matter of Jingyu. Back then, he had sworn to help Jingyu reverse the verdict. The other thing was that he had to raise his cultivation to the Divine Monarch realm as soon as possible and then go find Xianxia. Therefore, when he heard that he could help Jingyu overturn the case, he was immediately energized. I'll tell you about this in the future. Right now, you just need to focus on your cultivation. Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming was speechless. He could only take his leave. After returning to his residence, Lu Ming couldn't wait to open the scroll regarding the invincible sword force and read it carefully. Lu Ming's days continued to be peaceful as he cultivated wholeheartedly. His understanding of the invincible sword force was rapidly deepening. In the blink of an eye, another 20 years passed. On this day, Lu Ming's body suddenly emitted an ancient and desolate aura. This was the aura that could only be emitted after awakening the divine origin power factor. However, this aura was slightly different from when the sovereign god force had awakened the divine origin power factor. This was because the invincible sword force had awakened the divine origin power factor. After 20 years of cultivation, Lu Ming's invincible sword force had finally awakened the divine origin power factor. In this way, Lu Ming had 2 types of god force that had awakened the divine origin power factor, increasing his battle strength by another level. Moreover, during this period, Lu Ming had been slowly nourishing the Overlord Spear Force. His Overlord Spear Force had been constantly improving and had already condensed a divine flame. Let's go find Uncle Blue Merchant and ask for advice. Lu Ming put away the invincible sword force and then headed toward Blue Merchant's residence. During this period, he had accumulated some questions that he wanted to ask Blue Merchant. Lu Ming arrived at Blue Merchant's residence and saw Lan Ling. Lan Ling coldly snorted when she saw Lu Ming. She looked as if she wanted to eat Lu Ming alive. Clearly, she was still holding a grudge against Lu Ming for teaching her a lesson last time. Lu Ming grinned at Lan Ling and then ignored her. He went to find Blue Merchant. After finding Blue Merchant, Lu Ming asked all his questions. Blue Merchant also patiently guided him. In the following days, Lu Ming went back and forth between his residence and Blue Merchant's residence. He would go into seclusion here and there. Lu Ming's schedule was packed to the brim every day. He took turns to study all kinds of God Force skills and secret techniques. His days were very fulfilling. Just like this, more than 100 years passed. It had already been 150 years since Lu Ming returned from Chu Tian Starfield. After this period of bitter cultivation, Lu Ming's foundation was solid. He improved steadily in all aspects, and his strength improved greatly. First, Sovereign God Force. Lu Ming had already cultivated to the peak of the first awakening of his origin God Force. He felt that he was not far from the second awakening. Of course, to cross this step, he needed a fortuitous encounter. He could cultivate so quickly, and it was inseparable from Blue Merchant's guidance. After all, Blue Merchant cultivated Sovereign God Force back then. Therefore, Lu Ming's Sovereign God Force also improved the fastest. In addition, the battle character formula finally broke through and successfully comprehended 5 times battle strength. However, the success rate was only a few tens of %. The probability was extremely low. In addition, after so many years, the quantifying character formula also refined a portion of the Stellar Core's energy and transferred it to Lu Ming, allowing Lu Ming's cultivation to improve greatly. Not only did he cultivate the Conqueror Spear's force to the peak, his cultivation had also broken through to the 7th level Heaven God realm. In other words, Lu Ming had improved in all aspects in the past 100 years. His strength had undergone a qualitative change. However, Lu Ming felt that his potential had not been used up yet. He had not reached his limit yet. If he continued to cultivate in seclusion, he could still have breakthroughs. Lu Ming planned to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time before going out to temper himself. Lu Ming, get out here. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating when a loud roar came from outside. Lu Ming came out from his cultivation and frowned slightly. Could it be that someone is challenging me? Lu Ming pondered in his heart. There was a rule in the Interstellar Camp. As long as a genius who had just joined the Interstellar Camp defeated someone and occupied a courtyard, they would have 50 years of safety. In these 50 years, they could reject the challenge of others. When he had just joined the Interstellar Camp, many people had challenged Lu Ming, but they were all rejected by Lu Ming. Now that 50 years had passed, others could challenge him now. Is it the Jean family, the Qin family, or the Wingman family? Various thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He then stood up and stepped out. As soon as he walked out of his room, he saw Chiu Moon walking out of her room as well. All these years, Chiu Moon had been cultivating in seclusion to break through to the Divine King realm. However, it was not easy to break through to the Divine King realm. Even though Chiu Moon was extremely talented and had the inheritance of the Divine, Lord of Heaven, she still had not broken through. Young master, what happened? Chiu Moon asked. I don't know. Let's go out and take a look. Lu Ming smiled as he opened the door of the courtyard and walked out. As soon as he walked out, he saw a group of people surrounding the courtyard. They were all geniuses of the Interstellar Camp. The group of people had their eyes on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you finally came out? A young man in a golden robe spoke first. Judging from his voice, it was obvious that he was the one who had asked Lu Ming to get out. Chapter 31:22. Are you from a Jin clan? Lu Ming stared at the golden-robed young man and asked. That's right. The golden-robed young man replied. Oh, so you want to challenge me? Lu Ming's voice turned cold. He took a step forward and a powerful aura pressed down on the golden-robed young man. The golden-robed young man was frightened and took a few steps back. Who? Who said I want to challenge you? The golden-robed young man said in a panic. If you don't want to challenge me, why are you yelling here? Are you tired of living? Lu Ming's face turned colder and his eyes flickered like lightning. The golden-robed young man shuddered and took a few steps back. The golden-robed young man felt embarrassed and yelled, Lu Ming, why are you being so arrogant in front of us? Go ahead and be arrogant in front of the people of the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence, if you dare. That's right, Lu Ming. You're hiding in the Starry Camp and making us suffer the wrath of the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence. Do you still have any shame? Another young man with a scale on his forehead yelled. He was obviously from the Qin clan. Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence? Lu Ming was stunned. What did this have to do with the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence? Brother Wu, what's going on? Lu Ming looked at the other two young men. They were Wu Ming and Wu Yu. Brother Lu, it's like this. Wu Ming and Wu Yu immediately walked over and explained to Lu Ming. It turned out that the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence had brought a group of geniuses to the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence to promote the interaction between the young geniuses. The geniuses of the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence had been challenging others as soon as they arrived at the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence. Many geniuses in the Starry Camp had been challenged recently. For a period of time, there had been a lot of battles. Although both sides had their victories and defeats, the people of the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence had cultivated saber skills and possessed great offensive strength. Therefore, the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence had the upper hand overall. On top of that, some of the young men in the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King's residence had challenged Lu Ming by name. They wanted Lu Ming to come out and die. However, during this period of time, Lu Ming was wholeheartedly focused on cultivation and was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. The Starry Sky Camp was an important place in the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Palace. Outsiders were not allowed to enter. It was normal that Lu Ming did not know about it. However, how could the Jin family, Qin family, and Winged family, who had great enmity with Lu Ming, let go of Lu Ming so easily? Therefore, they personally brought people to Lu Ming's residence, wanting to force Lu Ming out and let Lu Ming face the challenge of the Nine Blades Heavenly King residence. After hearing this, Lu Ming understood. Previously, Lu Ming had killed many of the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence's geniuses in the Star Crescent Ancient City. However, other than Wu Ming, Wu Yu, and a few others, no one knew that he had killed young Master Heavenly Mantis. However, many people knew that he had killed Chu Baxing. It was normal for the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence's geniuses to challenge him. Lu Ming, if you hide, the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence will vent their anger on us. If you hide, we will take the blame for you. How dare you? That's right. Hurry up and face the challenge. After the Jin family and Qin family's instigation, the others began to shout. The Jin family, Qin family, and Wing family had instigated many other families' geniuses to come together. Where are the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence's people? Lu Ming asked nonchalantly. He had cultivated for more than 150 years, and his combat strength had increased tremendously. He was just about to stretch his body when the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence's people came at the right time. Although he knew that the Jin family and Qin family wanted to force him to fight the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence's people, he had nothing to fear. The Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence's geniuses are in the Heavenly King district. The golden-robed young man from the Jin family could not wait to shout. The Nine Extinction Heavenly King residence was divided into many districts. The Heavenly King district was the core of the Heavenly King residence. It was also the most prosperous district of the Nine Extinction Heavenly King residence. Heavenly King District? Lu Ming smiled and said to Wu Ming and Wu Yu, "Brother Wu, let's go and beat up the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King Residence's people." Brother Lu, you have to be careful. There are many divine King Realm geniuses from the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King Residence this time. Wu Ming quickly reminded Lu Ming with concern. Although Lu Ming was almost invincible among those below the Divine King Realm, the Divine King Realm geniuses were too strong. They were worried for Lu Ming. Divine King Realm geniuses? Great. Let's go. Ha! Lu Ming laughed heartily and walked towards the exit of the Starry Sky camp. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming's strength is shocking. Even Jin Yuan was killed by him. I wonder how he will fare against the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King Residence's people. There's going to be a good show. Some of the young men discussed as they followed Lu Ming from afar like a long tail. Lu Ming, Wu Ming, and Wu Yu walked at the front. After leaving the Starry Sky camp, they turned into a few rays of light and continued to head towards the Heavenly King District. Soon, they arrived at the Heavenly King District. Looking from afar, there were countless majestic buildings built on the ground. At a glance, it was boundless, and there was no end in sight. This place was an incomparably huge city. It was just that there were no walls. Some of the buildings were built on the ground, while some were suspended in the air. From afar, they could see living beings of different races flying around. It was a lively and bustling scene. Where are the people from the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King Residence? Lu Ming turned around and asked the young men from the Jin family and Qin family. They are in the battle zone on the west side. The young man in the golden robe from the Jin family quickly replied. He could not wait for Lu Ming to go there. The battle zone on the west side? Lu Ming was puzzled. It was his first time in the Heavenly King District, and he had no idea what was going on here. The battle zone is where the Heavenly King District is for people to spar with each other. Lu Ming, come with us. Wu Ming said and flew forward. They flew past countless buildings and soon arrived at an open area. There were many battle stages built on the open area. At that moment, two young men were fighting fiercely on the battle stage in the middle. The battle stage was surrounded by spectators. They flew over. The two young men fighting on the battle stage were both half-step divine kings. One of them used a saber, and it was obvious that he was a genius from the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King Residence. The other used a long sword. The two of them exchanged more than 10 blows, and it was difficult to determine the winner. In the end, both of them left the battle stage. Shush! After the two young men left the battle stage, a spear radiance flashed, and a young man in armor landed on the battle stage. His aura was violent, and a spear radiance shot up to the sky from his body. A huge spear shadow appeared between the heavens and earth, stirring up the void. An ancient and desolate aura was emitted from it. Half-step divine king, origin divine force factor. Someone said in a solemn voice. He is a peerless genius from the war god family of the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King Residence. His name is Chu Batian. He is a half-step divine king, and he has awakened the origin divine force factor. His strength is terrifying. He is the one who has been challenging Lu Ming. Someone whispered. Lu Ming naturally heard what they said. Chapter 31:23. Chu Batian's eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Where's Lu Ming? Is he still a coward? Tell him to come out and face his death. Didn't I tell you that Lu Ming is cultivating in the Starry Camp? Someone replied. What a coward. Fine, if he doesn't come out, I'll challenge all of you. Who wants to fight? Chu Batian roared in a domineering manner. Many people from the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Residence had ugly expressions on their faces. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. Chu Batian was the descendant of the War God clan, and his battle prowess was extremely strong. Some time ago, there was a half-step divine king from the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Residence who had awakened the origin divine force and fought with Chu Batian. However, he was no match for Chu Batian. No one below the divine king realm could defeat him. However, Chu Batian was a half-step divine king. If they sent a divine king realm genius to deal with him, It would be embarrassing even if they won. No one dares to fight? Humph. The people from the 9 extinction Heavenly King residents are a bunch of trash. Chu Batian scolded, his arrogance growing. Lu Ming, since you're here, why don't you fight? At this moment, a voice resounded throughout the entire place. The person who shouted was the young man in golden robe from the Jin family. His eyes were gleaming with pride. He wanted to expose Lu Ming and let Lu Ming fight with Chu Batian. If Lu Ming lost, he would be killed by Chu Batian. If Lu Ming won, he would defend the War God clan. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. What? Lu Ming is here? Where is he? Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar. Over there. Finally, someone who had seen Lu Ming pointed in the direction where Lu Ming was. Almost everyone's gaze fell on Lu Ming. Lu Ming. On the battle stage, Chu Baishan's eyes shone brightly. His body emitted a strong, killing intent as he locked onto Lu Ming. Lu Ming also looked at Chu Batian. However, Lu Ming's gaze was calm and even contained a trace of disdain. With his current strength, Chu Batian wasn't a threat to him at all. You're Lu Ming? How dare you kill a member of my war god family? Get down here and die. Chu Batian bellowed. You're no match for me, Lu Ming said indifferently. Many people were stunned by his words. Lu Ming's words were too arrogant, right? The other party was a peerless genius of the War God clan, an invincible character beneath the God King realm. Yet, Lu Ming did not place the other party in his eyes at all. Arrogant. If you have the strength, then come down here and fight, not just with your mouth, Chu Batian said coldly. Although he had heard that Chu Baxing had died at the hands of Lu Ming in the Star Crescent ancient city, he had heard that Lu Ming had killed Chu Baxing. However, he did not believe that Chu Baxing had been killed by Lu Ming in broad daylight. As expected, Chu Batian saw that he couldn't defeat Lu Ming with his first move, so he roared again and used the strike of the war god again to attack Lu Ming. The giant war god held a spear in his hand, and spear shadows filled the sky. Sky-piercing. Lu Ming shook his spear, and spear shadows shot out like shooting stars. Boom, 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 boom. Lu Ming fought with Chu Batian as he tried to comprehend the strike of the war god. In a battle, one's comprehension of a divine skill was the fastest. Lu Ming's comprehension of the strike of the war god was rapidly improving. Chu Batian was getting more and more anxious. He had already unleashed his full strength, but he still couldn't take down Lu Ming. On the other hand, Lu Ming was only a 7th-level celestial god. He finally realized how terrifying Lu Ming's battle prowess was. It was possible that he could kill Chu Batian with his own battle prowess. Chu Batian was starting to think of retreating. It's about time, Lu Ming muttered. Then, he changed the direction of his spear. Dazzling divine power soared into the sky, and a giant war god appeared. This god of war was almost identical to the one that Chu Batian had conjured. Strike of the war god. In the battle just now, Lu Ming had finally comprehended the strike of the war god. He was able to create a giant war god to attack with. Strike of the war god. You. How can you use the strike of the war god? Chu Batian roared in disbelief. Chapter 31:24. Chu Batian roared in disbelief. His eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Ming could use the war god strike too? He was dumbfounded. Whoosh! Lu Ming's war god strike pierced towards Chu Baishan's war god strike with his spear. The long spear whistled through the air. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Chu Batian finally reacted and controlled his war god to block the attack. Boom! The two huge war gods collided, creating a shockwave. However, as soon as the two war gods collided, cracks began to appear on Chu Baishan's war god. The cracks spread all over his body like a spiderweb. Then, with a bang, it exploded. Puff! Chu Batian spat out a mouthful of blood as he retreated. Die! Lu Ming shouted softly. The god of combat in the sky moved his arm and the long spear pierced toward Chu Batian. In an instant, he traversed the space and charged toward Chu Batian. Ah! Chu Batian screamed in fear as he was enveloped by the cold, killing intent. Stop! At this moment, a figure dashed out from the edge of the fighting stage with shocking speed. Before the figure arrived, a terrifying spear gleam, as large as a mountain, swept toward the god of combat that Lu Ming had condensed. The violent shockwave engulfed the war god, causing it to shake violently. Then it exploded, turning into energy and disappearing. In the next moment, a young man in black armor appeared in front of Chu Batian. A violent aura surged out from him like a tidal wave. A divine king. The young man was a divine king, and he was a genius. The divine power that he possessed was of the divine grade. Lu Ming could see that his opponent was in the first layer of the divine king realm. As expected, my understanding of the war god strike isn't enough, Lu Ming muttered, not showing the slightest fear. Although a first layer of the divine king realm was much stronger than a half-step divine king, Lu Ming wasn't afraid of him. The reason why his war god was destroyed by his opponent's spear was because he didn't understand the war god strike well enough. Lu Ming, I, Chu Wei, will be your opponent, said the genius of the first king god, layer coldly. His aura was wild as he displayed the prestige of a king god realm warrior. You're shameless. You're a genius at the divine king realm. How dare you attack a heavenly god? Wu Ming roared. Chu Wei's face turned slightly red. An exalted divine king actually challenged a 7th-level celestial deity existence. It was indeed somewhat embarrassing. However, he had to kill Lu Ming today. Otherwise, wouldn't their war god clan be looked down upon by others? How glorious was the war god clan in the past? Over the years, they had continuously declined. They no longer had their former glory. But in this generation, the war god family was filled with geniuses. Peerless geniuses were popping up like bamboo shoots after the rain. This made the people of the war god family ambitious. They wanted to regain their former glory. At this time, how could they be suppressed by others? Therefore, even though he knew it would be embarrassing, he still had to attack and kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you killed a genius of my war god clan. You must die. Chu Wei roared. His intention was clear. This wasn't an ordinary duel. It was for revenge. In this case, he had a reason to attack. Shameless is shameless. What's the point of finding excuses? Wu Yu shouted. Chu Wei snorted and ignored Wu Ming and Wu Yu. He took a step forward, and a powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming. Obviously, he wanted to force Lu Ming to fight. Come. At this moment, Lu Ming's calm voice was heard. Although his voice was calm, it was filled with a powerful battle intent. Lu Ming had seen many ordinary divine kings and had fought with them many times. However, he had never fought against a genius divine king with divine force. He was looking forward to it. Lu Ming's voice silenced the scene. No one had expected that Lu Ming would dare to accept the challenge. Kill! Chu Wei no longer hesitated and attacked. He waved his spear, and a huge spear light pressed down on Lu Ming. He had the intention to crush Lu Ming into meat paste. The powerful divine force of a divine king surged out, and its power was terrifying. A mighty force spread out in all directions. Divine dragon aspect. Lu Ming whispered and displayed the divine dragon aspect art. The divine force in his body went berserk and rushed out crazily. Roar! 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 9-clawed dragon formed in the sky. In an instant, 5 9-clawed dragons were formed. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they rushed towards Chu Wei. Boom! Boom! The 9-clawed dragon collided with Chu Wei's spear light and exploded, turning into a vast energy that rushed out in all directions. You can't stop me. Die! Chu Wei shouted. His divine force surged, and the spear light continued to press down on Lu Ming. Is that so? Although the 5 9-clawed dragon were defeated, Lu Ming's face was still calm. He continued to throw out punches. The dragon roars sounded again, shaking the heavens and earth. In the next moment, more than 10 9-clawed dragon appeared in the sky. Yes, there were 15 of them. After more than 150 years of cultivation and under the guidance of Blue Merchant, Lu Ming's understanding of the Divine Dragon aspect art had improved greatly. Now he could form 15 Divine Dragon aspects in one breath. 15 huge, 9-clawed dragon covered the sky. Their bodies were winding, and their dragon aura was shocking. Many of the onlookers narrowed their eyes and exclaimed, "There are so many 9-clawed dragon. What kind of secret technique is this? What a shocking secret technique." While the crowd was still in shock, the 15 9-clawed dragon had already rushed towards Chu Wei. The spear light that Chu Wei had condensed began to vibrate intensely. Then with a loud boom, it exploded. After destroying Chu Wei's spear light, the remaining 9-clawed dragon continued to pounce on Chu Wei. Chu Wei's face changed, and he shouted, "Strike of the War God!" The armor on his body shone brightly, and a huge war god appeared in the sky. It held a spear and looked mighty. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spear in the war god's hand trembled, and countless spear shadows burst forth, one after another, towards the 9-clawed divine dragon. Chu Wei had used the ultimate move of the War God clan. Even though Chu Wei hadn't awakened his origin god force yet, his awakening rate had already reached 90%. On top of that, he was a god king, so the might of his god of war strike was far greater than that of Chu Batian and Chu Batian. The sky above the fighting stage was boiling. Waves of energy spread out as if they were going to devour everything. The two fought intensely, and it was hard to determine the winner. A divine king is indeed much stronger than a half-step divine king. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. 4 geniuses like Chu Batian and Chu Baxing. Their battle prowess could definitely suppress ordinary cultivators of the first layer of the godly king realm. However, they weren't a match for geniuses like Chu Wei. Lu Ming could easily defeat Chu Batian, but it would not be easy for him to defeat Chu Wei. Chapter 3125. Lu Ming could easily defeat Chu Batian, but it wouldn't be so easy to deal with Chu Wei. Of course, this was because Lu Ming hadn't transformed into his ancient god body. Once he did, it would be easy to deal with Chu Wei. However, Lu Ming didn't want to use his ancient god body for the time being. Ice shackles. With a thought, Lu Ming sent out 9 ice shackles towards Chu Wei like 9 long snakes. The 9 ice shackles easily passed through the waves of energy and swept towards Chu Wei. Before the ice shackles reached him, the terrifying chill had already caused Chu Wei's expression to change. War God gallop. Chu Wei roared as his spear changed, emitting an even more terrifying wave of energy. Another god of war appeared in the sky. However, this god of war was slightly different from the previous one. This war god was riding on a huge war horse. With this, the war god's movements were much more agile. As for Chu Wei himself, he stood on top of the war god's head. The war horse stepped on the air, causing the sky to rumble. Like a phantom, it flashed out of the range of the ice shackles and charged towards Lu Ming. Whoosh! A huge spear light pierced towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. The war god strike can be used like this. It's really strange. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The 9 ice chains rapidly retracted and formed a wall in front of him. The spear gleam bombarded the wall formed by the ice chains and was successfully blocked. As Lu Ming's cultivation increased, the ice shackles became stronger and stronger. Their defensive power also increased. After blocking the attack, the ice shackles moved and immediately counterattacked, wrapping around Chu Wei. At the same time, Lu Ming punched out with both his fists. Another 15 9-clawed dragon condensed in the sky and pounced towards Chu Wei from all directions, blocking his path of retreat. Moon slashing. After unleashing the divine dragon Dharma idol, Lu Ming immediately took out his long spear and unleashed the move Moon Beheading, chopping down towards Chu Wei. A crescent-shaped spear light slashed towards Chu Wei. At the same time, Lu Ming displayed 3 kinds of attacking methods, his attacks raining down like a storm. Chu Wei's expression was extremely grave. He also used all of his means to resist with all his strength. He first swung away the ice chains, but the nine-clawed dragon followed up with another attack. When he blocked the nine-clawed dragon's attack, the moon slash struck again. In the end, Chu Wei wasn't able to block the moon's slashing strike, and the strike landed on the war god's head. The war god shook violently before exploding. The surging energy rushed towards Chu Wei, causing him to retreat tens of thousands of meters and cough up a mouthful of blood. Kill! Lu Ming did not give Chu Wei the slightest chance to catch his breath. He rushed forward with his spear, and in an instant, 3 crescent-shaped spear lights slashed towards Chu Wei. Chu Wei was injured and could not use much strength at all. Even if he tried his best, it was useless. He barely blocked 2 of the crescent-shaped spear lights, but he could not block the third one. The third crescent-shaped spear light slashed Chu Wei's body, sending him flying out of the battle stage. Boom! Chu Wei crashed heavily on the ground and slid on the ground for tens of thousands of meters, dragging a deep trench in the ground. Chu Wei lay in the trench, coughing up blood continuously. His aura was extremely weak. The battle armor on his body had been split open, almost splitting him in half. Chu Wei defeated miserably. The scene was silent. Many people who saw Lu Ming fight for the first time were really shocked. Lu Ming's battle strength was too strong. He was only a 7th-level heavenly god, but he defeated Chu Wei. Chu Wei was not an ordinary divine king, but a genius divine king who controlled divine power. Yet, he was still no match for Lu Ming. Such battle prowess could be said to be terrifying. Phew, terrifying, truly terrifying. Many people heaved a sigh of relief, their faces full of shock. 9 Sabers, heavenly king residence, battle god family. You can't even withstand a single blow. Lu Ming looked down at Chu Wei and said indifferently. This made Chu Wei and Chu Baishan's faces turn ugly. Humiliation. This was a great humiliation. The battle god family had many geniuses in this generation. They wanted to rise up, but they were defeated by Lu Ming consecutively. This was undoubtedly a great blow to the battle god family's reputation. Arrogant brat. Do you think you can insult the battle god family? You're courting death. A cold rebuke was heard from afar. Then a group of youths stepped on the air and came over. There were more than 20 youths in this group. Most of them carried battle sabers on their backs. Their auras were as sharp as battle sabers. It's a 9 Sabers Heavenly King Residence's geniuses. Someone exclaimed. Obviously, more geniuses from a 9 Sabers Heavenly King Residence had arrived. The geniuses from the 9 Sabers Heavenly King Residence who were nearby were only a small part of the group. Now more of them had arrived. The geniuses from the 9 Sabers Heavenly King Residence were very fast. In a few breaths' time, they had arrived. Swoosh! One of the youths was very domineering. He slashed his saber at Lu Ming from afar. A huge energy saber spanned hundreds of miles and slashed at Lu Ming violently. Rumble! The air in the sky churned with a terrifying howl, as if it was going to split the area in half. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. His opponent had slashed at him from so far away. However, the power of this slash made Lu Ming's face turn solemn. This was because the power of this slash had surpassed Chu Wei's strongest attack. Divine Dragon Dharma form. Lu Ming shouted and quickly waved his hands. Dragon roars could be heard as 15 9-clawed dragons appeared and charged forward. At the same time, 9 ice chains flew out and formed a layer of defense in front of Lu Ming. Meanwhile, a layer of 9-layer golden armor appeared on Lu Ming's body. Bam! 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 In the next moment, there was a violent explosion. The 15 9-clawed dragons collapsed and were defeated one by one. Then, the energy saber slashed at the defensive wall formed by the ice chains. Buzz, 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 sparks flew and the ice chains shook. In the end, a crack appeared on the ice chains. The terrifying saber chi passed through the crack and slashed at the 9-layered golden armor. Dong! Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he retreated until he reached the edge of the fighting ring. Origin Divine Power Factor. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. The youth who had attacked just now was also a first Heaven Divine King. However, he had awakened the Origin Divine Power factor, and his combat strength was much stronger than Chu Wei's. It's the Origin Divine Power factor. Everyone exclaimed when they felt the aura of the youth. Swoosh! The youth took a step forward and landed on the fighting ring. A cold aura shrouded Lu Ming. How dare you humiliate the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence and the War God family? Who gave you the courage? How arrogant! Come, let's fight! The young man shouted coldly. He was arrogant and domineering. He did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. Although Lu Ming was strong, he was confident that he could easily crush Lu Ming. Chapter 31:26. A Divine King Elite who has awakened the Origin Divine Force factor. Lu Ming murmured as a strong battle intent emanated from his body. Lu Ming finally felt some pressure from such a person. Chu Baxing, Chu Batian, and the others were only half-step Divine Kings. Their battle prowess was already terrifying after awakening the Origin Divine Force factor. They could even defeat Divine King experts who were a whole realm higher. Once someone like him reached the Divine King realm, his battle prowess would skyrocket. The rate of increase would be extremely shocking. They were all in the first layer of the Divine King realm. Such a person could easily kill Chu Wei. Lu Ming was not afraid. Instead, he was excited. His battle prowess had also increased tremendously over the years. He wanted to fight with all his might. Come, let me see your strength. Don't disappoint me like the previous two, Lu Ming said. Many people's eyelids twitched when they heard that. Lu Ming was really bold. He wanted to challenge his opponent. Could it be that Lu Ming could really fight such a person? That would be too terrifying. Although Lu Ming could defeat Chu Wei, he's definitely not a match for this person. The difference between an awakened Origin Divine Force factor and an awakened Origin Divine Force factor is too big. That's right. It's too difficult to bridge the gap. Many people shook their heads secretly. They did not think that Lu Ming could defeat his opponent. Ha ha ha. A seventh-layer heavenly god dares to talk to me like that. Good. This trip to the Nine Extinction Heavenly King residence has broadened my horizons. Come, let's see how many moves you can take from me. The genius from the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence laughed arrogantly. Then his body shook and the battle saber on his back was unsheathed. A mighty saber aura soared into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. Seeing that his opponent was about to attack, Lu Ming circulated the divine force in his body. He wanted to transform into his ancient god body to fight against his opponent. A divine king who has awakened the Origin Divine Force factor wants to fight against a seventh-layer heavenly god. Does the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence think that the Nine Extinction Heavenly King residence is a pushover? At this moment, a voice came from afar. Then a group of people flew over. In the next moment, a group of young geniuses appeared in the sky. The person in the lead was dressed in luxurious clothes. He had a handsome appearance, and a dignified aura emanated from him as he stood there. It's the third prince. Greetings to the third prince. Many people bowed when they saw him. It turned out that this person was the son of the Nine Extinction Heavenly King. He was also the third prince of the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, Nine Extinction Mu. He was also a peerless genius. On the fighting ring, the young man with a saber on his back said coldly. He stared at the third prince like two divine sabers. Divine kings. A terrifying aura burst out from the third prince's body, which was filled with an ancient desolation aura. The powerful aura pushed away the Nine Extinction Heavenly King residence's genius. Non-Extinction Mu, you better not interfere. This man killed a genius of the War God clan in Starry Crescent Ancient City. He must die. The Nine Extinction Heavenly King residence's genius said coldly. What a joke. In Star Crescent Ancient City, it's common for people to fight for treasures and kill each other. In the past, Many people from my 9 extinction Heavenly King Palace died in your hands. Are you saying that you're allowed to kill our people and we're not allowed to kill yours? The third prince retorted. He killed the son of a big shot from the war, God clan. The 9 extinction Heavenly King Residence's genius said coldly. I don't care who he is. If you want to fight, I'll fight with you. The third prince was very domineering. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. He wanted to fight with the third prince to test his strength. He did not expect the third prince to interfere, and he would not get what he wanted. However, Lu Ming did not mind. If he wanted to make a move, there were many opponents. 9 extinction Mu, are you trying to bully me with your numbers? The 9 extinction Heavenly King Residence's genius said coldly. As soon as he said that, the other geniuses from the 9 extinction Heavenly King Residence unleashed their auras. Most of them were at the Divine King realm. With so many people's auras gathered together, it was shocking. So what if we have more people? Remember, this is the 9 extinction Heavenly King Residence. In the next moment, the young geniuses who came with the third prince also unleashed their auras. We're willing to fight with the third prince. Then, some of the people who were watching the fight shouted and unleashed their auras. We're willing to fight with the third prince. Then, more people followed suit and shouted. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, thousands of auras shot up to the sky and pressed down on the 9 extinction Heavenly King Residence's geniuses. With so many people unleashing their auras at the same time, it was too shocking. The 9 extinction Heavenly King Residence's auras were crushed. Their bodies shook violently and their faces turned pale. What are you doing? Are you trying to start a war with the 9 extinction Heavenly King Residence? One of the geniuses from the 9 extinction Heavenly King Residence shouted, Let's start a war. I'm not afraid of you. The third prince shouted coldly. He was domineering and did not back down. His aura continued to press down on the 9 extinction Heavenly King Residence's geniuses. At the same time, the other people's auras gathered together and pressed down on the other party. The 9 extinction Heavenly King Residence's geniuses trembled violently, as if they were about to be forced to their knees. Their faces flushed red as they resisted with all their might. However, if this continued, they would be injured sooner or later. They might even be forced to their knees. They were all top geniuses. If they were forced to their knees, it would be a great humiliation to the 9 extinction Heavenly King Residence. Boom! At this moment, there seemed to be an explosion in the sky. A terrifying aura came crashing down like a tidal wave. This aura was too terrifying. It was mighty and filled with supreme aura. It was high up in the sky and could not be resisted. In front of this aura, everyone was like an ant. As the aura pressed down, everyone's aura collapsed. They were as vulnerable as tofu. 9 extinction Mu, Lu Ming, and most of the people at the scene trembled violently as if they were struck by lightning. Their bodies trembled and they spat out a mouthful of blood. The aura of a Sir God. Bone Demon roared in his consciousness. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with shock. He could also feel that this was definitely the aura of a Sir God. Lu Ming had sensed Sikong Nan's aura and the 9 extinction Heavenly King's aura. The aura now was very similar to Sikong Nan and the 9 extinction Heavenly King's aura. It was on the same level. In fact, it was even more terrifying than Sikong Nan. It was more profound and unfathomable. The others also looked horrified. There were so many people at the scene, but they were easily suppressed by the other party. The person who came was definitely a terrifying expert. Chapter 31:27. The aura in the sky continued to spread out, as if an incomparably terrifying beast was about to appear. Then, a figure appeared in the sky. The figure was shrouded in divine light, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. However, he gave off a majestic feeling. All of the aura was being emitted from this person's body. Sky King, it's the Sky King. The Sky Prides of the 9 Sabers Heavenly King Residence were overjoyed. Sky King, it's the 9 Sabers Heavenly King. The people at the scene were shocked. That person was the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King. The Nine Sabers' Heavenly King had personally taken action. Nine Sabers, what are you doing? You dare to attack my people in my territory? Do you think I'm easy to deal with? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. No one knew where this voice came from, but it suddenly spread in all directions. As the voice sounded, a mysterious aura also spread out. The terrifying aura on the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King was neutralized by the aura. Lu Ming, Nine Extinction Mu, and the others felt the pressure on them lessen as they let out a long sigh. They felt that their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. Facing the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King, they were under too much pressure, as if they were facing a disaster at any time. It was an unbearable feeling. Sir God, Lu Ming clenched his fists and once again felt the power of a Sir God. In front of such an expert, he could not even resist. He could not even muster up the thought of resisting. The difference was too great. Father, at this moment, the third prince shouted in surprise. It's the Nine Extinction Heavenly King. Many people were shocked. In the next moment, the space above everyone's head rippled and a figure appeared. Lu Ming recognized the figure at a glance. It was the Nine Extinction Heavenly King. Lu Ming was a little speechless. He did not expect that the fight between him and a few sky prides of the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residents would attract the attention of the Nine Extinction Heavenly King and the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King. The two Heavenly Kings were important figures even in the Taishu dynasty. Nine Extinction, the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King whispered as his eyes emitted a dazzling light. A terrifying aura rushed towards the Nine Extinction Heavenly King. The Nine Extinction Heavenly King also unleashed his aura. Boom! The two auras collided, causing the space to tremble violently. It was as if the entire starry sky was trembling violently. What shocked everyone the most was their hearts. Many people revealed looks of anticipation and apprehension. After obtaining the two Heavenly Kings, a great battle would break out today. The battle between Heavenly Kings would definitely be earth-shattering and destructive. Nine Blades. What do you want to do by coming to my Nine Absolute Heavenly King mansion? If you really want to fight with me, then let's fight. The Nine Extinction Heavenly King's voice resounded throughout the entire place, sonorous and powerful. Jiuju, what are you nervous about? The Nine Sabers' Heavenly King grinned. He quickly withdrew his aura and became as still as a rock. Not a single trace of aura leaked out. At the same time, the divine light on his body disappeared, revealing his true appearance. It was a middle-aged man with a square face. His face was chiseled like a knife. When he opened and closed his eyes, it was as if there were terrifying saber lights bursting out. This was the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King. Nine Blades, what are you trying to do? The Nine Extinction Heavenly King asked again. The Nine Sabers' Heavenly King's strength was unfathomable. If they were to fight, he was not confident of winning. As for the Nine Extinction Heavenly King mansion, other than him, no one was a match for the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King mansion. That was why the other party dared to bring people to the Nine Extinction Heavenly King mansion. I brought people here for a simple reason. The day of the Great Void Imperial family's holy court is approaching. Wouldn't it be great to bring these sky prides here and let them spar with each other? The Nine Sabers' Heavenly King smiled. On top of that, I prepared a huge gift for you this time. The Nine Sabers' Heavenly King added. Big gift? What gift? The Nine Extinction Heavenly King rode. Would the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King bring a big gift? He seriously doubted it. Everyone, please take a look. The Nine Sabers' Heavenly King smiled. Then his palm glowed and a pitch-black orb that kept spinning appeared in his hand. Everyone's eyes naturally fell on the orb. What's that? Many people were at a loss. However, a small number of people's pupils contracted as if they had thought of something. Could this be the legendary divine power source orb? An elder exclaimed, his voice trembling. What? Divine power source orb? Impossible. How could the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King be willing to take out the divine power source orb? The scene was noisy and boisterous. It was unbelievable. Those who had awakened the divine power origin factor could awaken the origin source secret technique from the divine power origin factor. This secret technique was hidden in the divine power origin factor. It was a secret technique that the primordial divine spirit controlled. This secret technique was mysterious and unfathomable with terrifying power. It was easy to use and could accompany a person for a lifetime. Its value was immeasurable. However, the probability of awakening it was extremely low. It was so low that it was shocking. Moreover, there was no pattern. It purely depended on one's talent. Some people could awaken the origin source secret technique after one awakening of the divine power origin factor. Some people could only awaken the origin source secret technique after 2 awakenings. Some people could only awaken the origin source secret technique after 3 awakenings. Moreover, among 10,000 people who had awakened the divine power origin factor, there might not even be one who could awaken the origin source secret technique. It was too difficult. However, there are all kinds of strange things in the boundless universe. There would always be all kinds of wonderful treasures. The divine power origin pearl was a kind of supreme treasure. It could help a person to understand the divine power origin factor's origin source secret technique with a success rate as high as 90%. This was almost equivalent to being able to understand an origin source secret technique as long as one obtained a divine power origin pearl. This value was too precious. It was even more attractive to the younger generation of sky prides who were ambitious to fight for supremacy. However, there were too few divine power origin pearls. It was not something that could be obtained with a high cultivation base or a high status. It required luck and could only be found by chance. Unexpectedly, the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King had a divine power origin pearl. Many people's eyes were burning. If the divine power origin pearl was not in the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King's hands, the others would have opened fire. The Nine Sabers' Heavenly King also looked surprised and said, "Nine Sabers, what is your purpose for taking out the divine power origin pearl?" "It's very simple. I plan to hold an event to let the sky prides of the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residents and the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residents compete. Whoever can get the divine power origin pearl will have it. The others are not allowed to snatch it." The Nine Sabers' Heavenly King said. As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. The Nine Sabers' Heavenly King wanted to take out the divine power origin pearl and let the younger generation compete for it. Whoever could snatch it would have it. Even the sky prides of the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residents were surprised. The sky prides of the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residents and the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residents had burning eyes, especially those sky prides who had awakened the divine power origin factor. Their eyes were burning. Of course, the cultivation of the geniuses who are allowed to enter the formation is limited as well. The highest cultivation level is in the first layer of the God King realm. The Nine Blades Heavenly King explained the rules. The young geniuses with cultivation bases above the first King God realm pulled a long face. Warriors above the first King God realm lost the qualification to compete for the divine power source bead. Nine Blades, don't go overboard, the Nine Extinction Heavenly King said with a gloomy expression. With the Nine Sabers Heavenly King's arrangement, one could imagine that those prodigies who had entered the formation would definitely engage in a fierce battle. At that time, the prodigies of the various aristocratic families would kill each other, which might really trigger conflicts. What? Juju, could it be that you don't want the geniuses below you to fight for the divine power source pearl? Could it be that you want to directly rob them of their opportunities? If you have the ability, take out a divine power source pearl and give it to your subordinates. The Nine Extinction Heavenly King sneered. The Nine Extinction Heavenly King mansion was speechless. The divine power source orb was something that could only be chanced upon and not sought. It wasn't something that could be obtained just because one's cultivation was high or one's status was high. He didn't have it on him either. Nine Blades' Heavenly King scheme was not a conspiracy, but an overt one. Even if he knew the other party's goal, he could not refuse. Once he refused and did not allow the prodigies of the Nine Blades' Heavenly King Mansion to participate, those prodigies would definitely have a lot of complaints and his deterrence would be greatly reduced. The Nine Blades' Heavenly King's lips curled into a cold smile. He knew that the Nine Blades' Heavenly King could only agree and not refuse. All right, since Nine Blades' Heavenly King Mansion is willing to put in so much effort, the Nine Blades' Heavenly King Mansion will accept the Divine Power Source Pearl as a gift. The Nine Blades' Heavenly King's voice resounded throughout the entire place. This made many prodigies excited and eager to give a try. All right, I will now find a place to set up the formation. The competition will begin 7 days later. If you want to participate, feel free to sign up. The Nine Blades' Heavenly King Mansion said. Having said that, the Nine Blades' Heavenly King Mansion's eyes scanned the surroundings and landed on Lu Ming in the end. A cold light flashed in his eyes. "You're Lu Ming?" The Nine Blades' Heavenly King asked. Many people were surprised. The Nine Blades' Heavenly King actually knew Lu Ming? Being stared at by the Nine Blades' Heavenly King, Lu Ming felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if he was being stared at by a terrifying giant beast, as if he would be devoured at any time. Lu Ming felt a great sense of danger. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming calmed himself down and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "That's right. I am Lu Ming." "Very good. You are indeed a young hero." The Nine Blades' Heavenly King smiled faintly, then ignored Lu Ming and left with the people of the Nine Blades' Heavenly King Mansion. The Nine Blades' Heavenly King's eyes flickered a few times. He then took a step forward and left the place. The scene was in an uproar. The news about the Divine Power Source Pearl spread like a storm throughout the Nine Blades' Heavenly King Mansion, causing a great commotion. A Divine Power Source Pearl could allow a peerless prodigy who had awakened the origin source divine power to take another step forward and become a true top prodigy of the Taishu dynasty. The attraction was fatal. Countless prodigies woke up from their seclusion and planned to participate in the competition. "Lu Ming, are you going to participate?" Wu Ming asked Lu Ming. "Of course." Lu Ming smiled. Although he had a feeling that he would be targeted by the people of the Nine Blades' Heavenly King Mansion once he participated, he did not want to miss out on the Divine Power Source Pearl. Once he obtained the Divine Power Source Pearl, he would be able to comprehend an origin source secret skill, which would be of great help to him. Not long after, the Nine Blades' Heavenly King Mansion and the Nine Blades' Heavenly King Mansion sent people to register. Those who wanted to participate in the competition, as long as their cultivation was in the first layer of the Divine King realm or below, were eligible to participate. In an instant, a large number of people had signed up. Even some of the youths who did not have a high cultivation base were hoping for a fluke. Although the competition for the Divine Power Source Pearl depended on one's strength, it also depended on one's luck. If one was lucky enough to find the Divine Power Source Pearl and find a place to hide for a month, the Divine Power Source Pearl would be his. It was only a month, and it would be over soon. Lu Ming also signed up. However, he did not let Xiao Moon sign up. During this period, Xiao Moon had already touched the edge of the Divine King realm and was in seclusion to break through to the Divine King realm. He believed that she would succeed soon. After signing up, Lu Ming returned to his residence to cultivate and wait patiently. Time flew by, and soon 7 days had passed. 7 days later, countless prodigies gathered in the Heavenly King district. Other than the prodigies who were participating in the competition for the Divine Power Source Pearl, there were many others who were there to watch. There was a sea of people, and it was impossible to count how many people there were. Lu Ming saw the Wu clan's patriarch, the Jin clan's patriarch, the Qin clan's patriarch, the Winged clan's patriarch, and others in the crowd. The patriarchs of these major families had shown up. Chapter 31:29. Buzz. Ripples appeared in the void, and a figure appeared in the sky. The Nine Extinction Heavenly King had arrived. The nine extinction heavenly king stood motionless in the sky and waited quietly. Not long after, streaks of rainbow light flew over from another direction. The people from the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence had arrived. The person leading them was the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King. Behind him, other than two old men, the rest were young people. There were more than 100 young people, and each of them had a dignified appearance. They were all giants among men. Nine Sabers, everyone is here. Let's begin. The Nine Extinction Heavenly King looked at the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King. Just what I want. The Nine Sabers' Heavenly King smiled faintly and then waved his hand. Suddenly, dense runes appeared in the open space in front of them. These runes formed a large formation that enveloped a large expanse of empty space within it. The open space was very wide and included mountains and lakes. There were all kinds of terrains. This was the large formation that the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King had set up over the past 7 days. After the large formation appeared, the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King waved his hand again, and a huge tiger appeared in the sky. This ferocious tiger was not a living creature of flesh and blood, but a puppet. First layer, Divine King Realm. Many people were shocked and felt that the tiger puppet's aura was equivalent to a first-layer Divine King Realm. After taking out the tiger puppet, the Divine Power Source orb appeared in the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King's hand. Seeing the Divine Power Source orb, many people were excited. The Nine Sabers' Heavenly King waved his hand, and the Divine Power Source orb flew out and flew towards the tiger puppet's forehead. It then embedded itself in the tiger puppet's forehead. Roar! The tiger puppet roared and stepped into the air. Its body turned into a ray of light and flew towards the large formation and disappeared into it. Look! When the tiger puppet disappeared into the large formation, the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King waved his hand again, and a large image appeared in the sky. In this image, one could clearly see that the tiger puppet from before was sprinting through a forest. This image can show what's going on inside the formation. We can see what's going on inside. In a moment, you all will enter the formation and chase after that puppet. As long as you obtain the Divine Power Source bead and stay in the formation for a month, the Divine Power Source bead will be yours. The Nine Sabers' Heavenly King announced. Then he looked at the Nine Extinction Heavenly King and said, "Nine Extinction, what do you think? You don't have any objections, right?" "No." The Nine Extinction Heavenly King said indifferently. "All right, let's begin." The Nine Blades Heavenly King's voice reverberated throughout the entire area. Someone exclaimed softly, revealing an excited expression. They were the elites of the Su family. In the picture, there were 5 young men who were very close to the tiger puppet. These 5 young men were the sky prides of the Su family. The elites of the Su family were naturally happy. As long as the Su family's sky prides encountered the tiger puppet, they could kill it and obtain the Divine Power Source bead. Then, they could hide the Divine Power Source bead and find a place to hide. As long as they could hide for a month, the Divine Power Source bead would belong to the Su family sky prides. With the Divine Power Source bead, the Su family would give birth to a peerless sky pride who had awakened the secret art of origin. When the Taishu Imperial family's Holy Institute convened, they would definitely shine. When the Taishu Imperial family's Holy Institute convened, even the Sage Emperor of the Taishu dynasty would personally come. As long as they performed well and caught the Sage Emperor's eye, their future would be limitless. The other aristocratic families also watched nervously, afraid that the sky prides of the Su family would encounter the tiger puppet. But in the picture, the sky prides of the Su family were indeed getting closer and closer to the tiger puppet. "I found the tiger puppet." Suddenly, one of the sky prides of the Su family exclaimed, his eyes burning with passion. "Kill!" The 5 sky prides of the Su family were excited. They immediately dashed towards the tiger puppet. Among the 5 sky prides of the Su family, 3 of them were in the first layer of the King God realm. The other 2 were half-step King God realm sky prides who controlled grade divine power. Killing a first layer of the King God realm was more than enough for them. 5 attacks shot towards the tiger puppet. Roar! The tiger puppet roared as it sensed danger. It jumped up and fled. Chapter 31:30. The tiger puppet tried to escape, but it was still unable to avoid all of the attacks. Two of the attacks landed on the tiger puppet's body. Boom, boom. Two loud booms were heard as the tiger puppet was sent flying, crashing into a mountain peak. The mountain peak exploded, sending rubble flying everywhere. However, a figure dashed out from the debris, running away. It was the tiger puppet. It had been hit by two young geniuses of the first layer of the King God realm, but didn't seem to be affected. What a strong defense! The young geniuses of the Su family were surprised. The two young geniuses of the first layer of the King God realm had attacked the tiger puppet. Their destructive power was incredible. If an ordinary King God realm cultivator was hit, he would be severely injured, if not killed. However, the tiger puppet didn't seem to be affected at all. One could imagine how strong its defense was. Go after it. The five young geniuses of the Su family chased after it, but the tiger puppet was too fast. The five young geniuses of the Su family couldn't catch up with it. Damn it, the young geniuses of the Su family shouted. It was a pity. Just a little bit more, and the tiger puppet actually managed to escape. The young geniuses of the other families heaved a sigh of relief. The tiger puppet is going to the young geniuses of the Jin family. Suddenly, someone shouted. In the image, the ferocious tiger puppet was running. Not far from the ferocious tiger puppet, there were 6 young men in golden robes. They were the geniuses of the Jin family. Damn it! The young geniuses of the Su family were annoyed, while the young geniuses of the Jin family were overjoyed. Even the head of the Jin family was happy. The tiger puppet was getting closer and closer to the young geniuses of the Jin family. Finally, the young geniuses of the Jin family noticed the tiger puppet. It's the tiger puppet. Haha, we're lucky. Let's go. The young geniuses of the Jin family were overjoyed. They attacked the tiger puppet one after another. The tiger puppet kept dodging, but there were still a few palm strikes that landed on its body, blowing it away. At this moment, the young geniuses of the Su family arrived. Not good. Let's go. The prodigy of the Jin family was shocked and continued to fly forward. The prodigies of the Jin and Su family immediately surrounded the tiger puppet. The tiger puppet shook its body and stood up. It glanced around but didn't attack. He seemed to have a mind of his own and knew that he could not escape. We were the ones who discovered the tiger puppets. Scram! One of the geniuses of the Jin clan shouted coldly and looked at the people of the Su family with hostility. You're the ones who should get lost. We were the ones who discovered the tiger puppet first, and we've been chasing after it. A heavenly talent of the Su family shouted in response. As an aristocratic family, the Su family was not afraid of the Jin family. You discover it first? Haha, you really know how to talk. If you don't scram, then don't blame us for being rude. The Jin clan's heaven's favorites said coldly. Their murderous intent emerged. You're welcome. Do you think we're afraid of you? The prodigy of the Su family also responded strongly. Roar. At this moment, the tiger puppet roared and charged in a certain direction. This was like lighting a fuse. Attack. Kill. The prodigies of the Jin and Su family attacked at the same time. Wave after wave of attacks blasted towards the tiger puppet. Boom, boom, boom. So many attacks bombarded the tiger puppet's body, and a huge crater appeared on the ground. The tiger puppet was blasted into the crater. However, the tiger puppet's defense was really amazing. So many attacks landed on its body, but did not break apart. The tiger puppet kept roaring and struggling, trying to escape. Unfortunately, it was suppressed by so many elites and could not move. Boom, boom. Wave after wave of attacks landed on the tiger puppet's body. At this moment, a young man from the Jin clan had a cold look in his eyes. A golden battle sword flew out from between his eyebrows and slashed toward the young man from the Su family. The young man from the Su family was shocked. He hurriedly dodged, but he was still a step too late. A deep sword wound appeared on his body, and he was severely injured. Kill! The young man from the Jin clan roared and continued to attack his opponent. The golden sword that could cut through space made a terrifying sound as it slashed towards the young man from the Su family. The young man from the Su family was careless and was severely injured. He could not fight back. He screamed in agony as his body was cut in half, and he died on the spot. A first heaven divine king realm genius was killed just like that. Jin clan, you are despicable. Outside the formation, an elite from the Su family shouted angrily. His aura surged towards the people from the Jin clan. However, the Jin clan's elite also released his aura, blocking the aura of the Su family's elite. Despicable? This is a competition for treasures. When competing for treasures, you can use any means. Who asked you guys from the Su family to be so stupid? An elite from the Jin clan replied coldly. You. The elite from the Su family was depressed. He glared at the people from the Jin clan. His eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. The non-extinction Heavenly King's face was gloomy. The scene that he was worried about had happened. The geniuses from different worlds would definitely fight to the death for the divine power source bead. This would definitely deepen the hatred and conflict between the families. The non-extinction Heavenly King sneered. This was exactly what he wanted to see. Inside the formation, one of the geniuses from the Su family was killed. The other geniuses from the Su family were furious. Damn it, kill them. Kill these bastards from the Jin clan. The remaining geniuses from the Su family roared and attacked the young men from the Jin clan. For a moment, the two sides were fighting fiercely. The tiger puppet finally found an opportunity to break out of the encirclement and run away. Damn it, go after it. When the geniuses from the Jin clan saw the tiger puppet running away, they immediately attacked and repelled the people from the Su family. Then, they chased after the tiger puppet. Don't even think about running away. The people from the Su family did not let the Jin clan go. They chased after the tiger puppet. In the blink of an eye, they had chased for tens of thousands of miles. Finally, the tiger puppet encountered the third group of geniuses. It's the tiger puppet, haha. The divine power source bead is ours. A group of 5 young men appeared in front of the tiger puppet. When they saw the tiger puppet, they attacked it and sent it flying. However, they did not break through the tiger puppet's defense. However, the people from the Jin clan and the Su clan managed to catch up to the tiger puppet and surround it. The Sun family. The eyes of the geniuses from the Jin and Su family flashed. A group of people appeared behind them. They were from the Sun family. The 3 parties formed a confrontation and surrounded the tiger puppet. The geniuses from the Su family glared at the people from the Jin family, but they did not make a move. The situation was complicated. It was not the time to make a move. The 3 parties faced each other. For a moment, none of them made a move. Chapter 31:31. None of the 3 parties made a move. This ferocious tiger puppet's defense is extremely shocking. It won't be easy to break it open. How about this? Let's work together to kill this ferocious tiger puppet. Then, we'll compete for the godly power pearl with our own strength. One of the Jin family's prodigies suggested. All right, we agree. One of the Sun family's prodigies nodded. Then, a Jin family and Sun family looked at the Su family. All right, we agree too. In the end, the Su family's prodigies also agreed. All right, let's attack together. The Jin family's prodigy nodded. His body glowed as he attacked the tiger puppet. Then, the Su family's prodigies and the Sun family's prodigies attacked together. There were more than a dozen elites from the 3 parties. There were even 8 or 9 godly kings. Their strength was extremely shocking. With so many elites attacking together, the tiger puppet was no match for them and was suppressed. Boom, boom, boom. The ground under the tiger puppet kept cracking. The tiger puppet was embedded in the ground and could not move. Although the tiger puppet's defense was strong, it could not withstand the attacks of so many people at the same time. After being attacked a few times, the tiger puppet finally could not take it anymore. Cracks appeared on its body. Everyone's eyes lit up as they attacked even more vigorously. Of course, everyone was on guard against each other. They were afraid that the other party would suddenly attack. Crack, crack. The sound of porcelain cracking became more and more frequent. Dense cracks appeared on the tiger puppet's body. Finally, it exploded with a bang. Whoosh! The tiger puppet exploded, but the divine power source pearl was not damaged at all. It turned into a ray of light and rushed out. The divine power source pearl is mine. It's mine. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were filled with a burning light as they rushed toward the divine power source pearl. Die! I've been guarding against you. Furious roars rang out as the geniuses of the three clans broke out into a chaotic battle, attacking each other. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure rushed toward the divine power source pearl. It was the Su family's prodigy. That person was wrapped in a thick layer of rock armor. He ignored his injuries and rushed toward the divine power source pearl. You're courting death. The geniuses of the Jin clan and Sun clan shouted coldly and attacked. However, the prodigy of the Su family had an amazing defense. Many attacks landed on his rock armor, making clanging sounds and sending sparks everywhere. Of course, no matter how strong the Su family's prodigy's defense was, he couldn't withstand so many attacks. However, he only needed to defend for a while. When the rock armor on his body exploded, he had already pounced in front of the god power source bead and grabbed it in his hand. Catch! The prodigy of the Su family waved his hand, and the divine power source pearl flew towards another prodigy of the Su family like a rainbow. The prodigy of the Su family stretched out his hand and caught the divine power source pearl. Then, he turned around and ran. You want to leave? Stay. Damn it. The prodigies of the Jin and Sun families chased after the prodigy of the Su family like madmen. The prodigy of the Su family who had snatched the divine power source pearl coughed out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled, and he fell to the ground. The other two half-step divine king prodigies of the Su family quickly flew over and caught him. Are you all right? One of them asked. I'm fine. I hope Su Kuang can escape. The prodigy of the Su family said. However, just as he finished speaking, a golden light slashed down from the sky. Its aura was terrifying. It slashed toward the prodigy of the Su family, Su Kuang. Su Kuang was shocked. He quickly blocked the attack. A layer of rock armor also appeared on his body, wrapping around his body. The Su family specialized in defense. However, when the golden light slashed down, Su Kuang's rock armor was as fragile as tofu. Slash! Su Kuang's body was cut in half, and he died on the spot. A prodigy of the first heaven of the king god realm was killed instantly. Then, a figure appeared beside Su Kuang's corpse. He waved his hand and grabbed the divine power source pearl. Xianxia. It's Xianxia. Damn it. Whether it was the remaining prodigies of the Su family or the Sun family, they all exclaimed in shock. Their faces were solemn. Xianxia was one of the 4 prodigies of the Jin family. He was at the first heaven of the king god realm. Moreover, he had awakened the divine power source. His strength was terrifying. A prodigy like him could be said to be at the top of the pyramid in this competition for the divine power source pearl. Damn the Jin family. Outside, the experts of the Su family roared in anger. Another prodigy of the Su family had died. They were all prodigies of the king god realm. Being able to break through to the king god realm at such a young age was rare. There were not many of them in each family. Such geniuses were the future pillars of their respective clans. But now, 2 of them had already died. They were both killed by the Jin clan. It would be strange if the experts of the Su family were not angry. Haha, great. The experts of the Jin family laughed excitedly. The divine power source pearl had fallen into Xiang's hands. Who could take it away? With Xiang's strength, as long as he hid the divine power source pearl and found a place to hide, it would be easy for him to survive a month. The experts of the Jin family could already see Xiang awakening the secret technique of the origin from the divine power source pearl. Given Xiang's strength, once he awakened the secret technique of the origin, his strength would skyrocket. He would definitely shine during the Sacred Institute of the Great Void Imperial family. He might even be valued by the Sacred Emperor. Then, the Jin family would soar. In the formation, Xianxia's face was filled with joy. He carefully looked at the divine power source pearl in his hand and wanted to keep it in his storage ring. However, in the next moment, Xianxia's face changed. The divine power source pearl could not be kept in his storage ring. Xianxia tried a few more storage rings, but the results were the same. Damn it, I can't keep it. Xianxia was furious. The divine power source pearl was emitting a strange energy that spread out in all directions. If he could not keep it, it would be easily discovered by others. It would be difficult to hide it. In that case, it would be very difficult for him to survive a month. How could he not be angry? The others also looked surprised. The divine power source pearl could not be kept. Nine Sabers, you've gone too far. The voice of the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence sounded in Nine Sabers' Heavenly King's ears. It was extremely cold. The Nine Blades' Heavenly King must have done something to the divine power source bead to prevent it from being put away. If that was the case, it was almost impossible for the person who obtained the divine power source bead to hide and spend a month in peace. He would definitely be hunted down and robbed by others. One could imagine how intense the fighting would be later. The more intense the fighting, the deeper the conflicts between the major families. Too far? How can it be? Since it's a competition, of course, the more intense the better. Only then will it be exciting. Otherwise, do you think a treasure like the divine power source pearl is so easy to obtain? Nine Sabers' Heavenly King sneered in response. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.